and buy time.
And by the way, who are the NFC quarterbacks you could face deeper in the playoffs? It could be Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels. It could be Brock Purdy again if they resurrect their season down the stretch. You just can't go into the playoffs with practice squad edge guys and look your fan base in the eye and say, we're doing everything we can to win a Super Bowl. It would be a disservice to the other guys in that locker room. It'd be a disservice to this coaching staff who are trying to make it work. To Aaron Glenn's credit, they've tried to scheme up pressure. Give them the best chance to win the Super Bowl.
I mean, I would hope Campbell has gone to Holmes and said, we have to add somebody. Not we let's look and see. And, I hope that's the message, because that carries a ton of weight. If he's saying, well, if we can just, let's do this, but not let's overspend and we can have next man step up, that's huge. No, I think fans need to realize, if we get to Tuesday at 4:00 and they haven't made a deal, I think it probably cost them the Super Bowl. I do. I really do. Well, because I think John's right. You're going to play one of those three guys in the Super Bowl. We're going to see it against Buffalo in December here.
Yeah.
And, all three of those teams can run the football too, by the way.
They're good, balanced offense.
Especially Baltimore and Buffalo. James Cook is having a phenomenal season. I don't know if people are realizing this. Mm-hmm. And that has made Josh Allen a lot better because you have to account for it. So I really don't think it's overstating it. There will be people that call in here. We've already had them on text, a couple of them throughout the last couple of weeks since Hutch got hurt, that will say, you guys can't tell Brad Holmes what to do. To me, this would be the opposite of Eduardo Rodriguez with Scott Harris. It's just indefensible to not add depth at least.
Yeah, listen, I know there's a camp of people that says, how dare you? He's Brad Holmes. Shut up. Stop questioning it. And for the most part, we all would agree he's great at his job, but we're allowed to have our own eyes and ears and use our brains. And we look at this football team, and I think even they have to look at this football team and see what we see. They need help on the edge. If you need a little nudging in the urgency category, there is a report from Albert Breer as to Ben Johnson's interest level in a future head coaching position. Let's play that for people. That's from ESPN 1000 in Chicago, that there's a belief he wanted the Bears job. Well, if things go south in Chicago and he leaves this offseason for a job in the division, but any job, doesn't that put a little more pressure to win now while you have Ben Johnson?
Sure. Plus, you don't want him in division.
Well, you can't control it after the year. He can leave for any job.
No, I know, but I'm curious because the coaching rumors do get around. And we heard about Washington. The year before it was Carolina, and he removed his name from those jobs, and we're kind of always questioning. We didn't hear this at the time, but you got to believe front offices do. If you're Chicago and you hear Ben Johnson is interested in your job and you choose Matt Eberflus over Ben Johnson, how dumb are you?
Well,
are you kidding me? They chose to go another year with the inept, knowing that they had the number one overall pick, knowing that they were going to pick and choose a quarterback that they wanted to be their franchise quarterback. Why not bring in the guy that, quote unquote, right now is the quarterback whisperer? He has rejuvenated Jared Goff's career. He has resurrected it. And now all of a sudden you have the pick of the number one in the draft and you choose Matt Eberflus?
They got lulled into some late season wins. They had the number one pick, chance to start over.
And so it doesn't mean you can't upgrade.
Well, and I think that especially...
So if I'm Ben Johnson, I look at that and go, well, the decision-making for this franchise seems to be a little off.
I would agree with you there. But I think they're looking at it now going, our coaching is leaving a lot to be desired, especially coming on the heels of last week's game where they have a QB spy on the Hail Mary, just kind of sitting in no man's land. Not to mention they had a timeout in their back pocket while their corner is not even engaged in the play and jawing with fans like, hey, coach, call a TO, get a better play out. And Eberflus also said, not to do Chicago radio, but he minimized the play before the Hail Mary, saying it was essentially irrelevant when those yards helped propel them into a makeable Hail Mary. They're questioning their coach. They bring an insider on. The insider says, hey, Ben Johnson kind of wanted the Chicago job. If that job opens this year, and that's true, Ben Johnson's gone, and you have wasted, again, back to that word, a golden opportunity with this great football team.
Yes, but I'm also going to hit the brakes on that a little bit. I don't want him to waste Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson has a great relationship with Jared Goff. This offense is operating at an extremely high level. And I think Ben Johnson is he is the actual biggest component to it. But let's remember, you also have Dan Campbell. And in his first year, when he relieved Anthony Lynn of his play calling duties because he didn't like how it wasn't going the way he wanted it to. Anthony Lynn wasn't following his direction. So he takes over play calling, having never done it officially before. Offense looked better. And then he promotes Ben Johnson, who he knows will do his bidding. And I say it sounds very controlling, but
it's collaborative.
He operates the offense as Dan Campbell sees fit.
Listen,
so whoever comes in next is going to have to operate the offense as Dan Campbell sees fit.
It's Dan Campbell's offense. I will give you that. But Ben Johnson has input. Ben Johnson's creative.
Sure.
Ben Johnson's executing. He's putting in a lot of the game plan. And could they replace him? Yes. Do I want to go
so
with
the sky is not falling is my point.
No, but you would think your best chances with the known Ben Johnson as opposed to the unknown, a different OC down the line here, especially if he is interested in that Bears job. Again, it's a rumor. We know that rumors only go so far. He took himself out of some head coaching jobs a year ago. We've got a lot to do this morning. 7:35. A question about Jamo and that fifth-year option. They don't have to decide today, but if they did, would you want them to pick it up? John says it's almost a sure thing that they will. We'll get to that at 7:35. We've got the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's News. It's all coming up next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your individual or your family's success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, as they did me, and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, guys, it's time to get off the sidelines and into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Equinox 2LT EV for $159 a month. That's 24 months, $999 down. Price sounds good. It's because it's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. Score the best deal at moranexpress.com. You can shop online, or if you want to go out, test drive, talk to the staff, they'll work with you. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's got the news.
So it always seems like Troy police are busting drunk drivers. Any drunk driver story I have, it's from Troy police. Well, they recently arrested several super drunk drivers. One was a Sterling Heights man who was spotted stumbling to his car in an IHOP parking lot. So police tracked him down, saw him swerving, crossing the middle lane, speeding, right? Well, when they talked to him, he failed multiple sobriety tests. You guys, he blew a 0.206% right there.
Super drunk.
Then, after he was taken to the Troy lockup, he blew a 0.284.
Wow.
Holy moly. They also found a bottle of open whiskey in the front seat of his car. Then there was another guy from East Point who was arrested after police were actually at Panera Bread, and they saw this guy get out of his car, walk into a wooded area, and then return. They confronted him, said, "What you doing back there?" "I had to pee," he said. So he peed in the woods, came back. Well, that's when police noticed his eyes were all glassy. You know, he was slurring his speech. He smelled of alcohol. Well, right there, he blew a 0.168, but then later, a 0.229.
Jeez.
Oh,
Should have said,
gosh.
I'm just coming in for some bread. Need something to
Jeez,
soak up all this
seriously.
alcohol.
Should have just eaten all the bagels. Yeah, I needed that. Troy police also believe that there may be an information leak that has led to an uptick in iPhone thefts in the city and across Metro Detroit. So last week, you might remember there was this guy posing as an Amazon driver who was arrested after stealing iPhone packages off people's porches. Well, on Wednesday, police released details about 3 more cases, including one of these guys who was posing as a FedEx driver. Same thing, right? Had on the jacket, the hat that looked pretty official. Well, this guy was busted with 6 stolen iPhones, an iPad, and a Mac Pro laptop. Like I said, investigators believe that there is an information leak at either the freight company or the cell phone service provider, because all of these thieves
Inside job.
have had direct information on the expected iPhone deliveries, right?
That answers my question.
Yeah.
Where I said, I can't believe there's that many being delivered that they could just sit outside in the neighborhood
And wait.
and pick them all off.
It wouldn't
So
be
they-
worth their time.
No.
I mean, they're
unless they
covering it
knew.
like,
So, yes.
like Brian Branch.
Pretty crazy. So at some point during the 80s, football overtook baseball as America's pastime, and football hasn't really looked back. Everyone watches football. But on Monday, Game 3 of the World Series drew a bigger audience than Monday Night Football. So the Dodgers-Yankees game averaged 13.6 million viewers, and the Giants-Steelers game had only 13.4 million, despite an ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2 multicast.
It's got to be Yankees, Dodgers,
Yeah,
clincher, everything
exactly.
on the line. And by the way, what a choke job by the Yankees.
Oh,
Up 5-0.
gotta love to see it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Garrett Cole can't cover first base. Center
Yeah.
fielders can't catch. Shortstops are short arming. It's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
So there's a movie streaming on Netflix. I actually already watched it. I recommend it. Woman of the Hour,
Oh, yeah?
directed and starring Anna Kendrick.
Okay.
It's very good. It's based on this real life dating game contestant who comes face to face with a serial killer back in 1978. So it's based on a true story, which I always like. Anyway, what's kind of cool about this is that Anna Kendrick didn't feel right about profiting from an actual murderer, right? Because they're starring this guy. So she donated her entire pay to victims of violent crimes, which is pretty cool. So
Yeah,
she
that's
said
really
she
cool.
didn't make any money off of this movie, even though she was the director and
Yeah.
the main star. I like it. Very cool. Check it out. It's good. So our favorite thing about Halloween is not the costumes.
Really?
It's the candy.
Yeah.
Oh, of course
Yes.
it's the candy.
According to a new poll, eating candy is the number one thing we love about Halloween. Dressing up comes right after that, followed by trick-or-treating, the decorations, and the parties. Down at the bottom is carving pumpkins, which is actually one of my favorite things to do for Halloween. We did it last night. Different when you have little kids.
Yeah.
You don't have as much time to do we like to do like really intricate, like super cool carvings. You can't really do that because a 2-year-old only has
got the triangle eyes, the nose, and the mean mouth.
I went for the circle eyes this time.
Okay.
Oh.
I gave it eyebrows.
Oh, that's more detailed than I
And
thought.
Emily wanted a happy face. So it's not really the
happy
classic
pumpkin.
jack-o'-lantern smile.
Yeah.
It's just a big, like, happy,
any
happy
teeth or just one
no,
big smile?
just
no teeth.
one big smile. Very cute. And then she wanted a cat on the other pumpkin. So
There you go.
That had to take some time.
a little bit more. We did that where you like make the little pattern kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take too long, but she wasn't really part of it. She just saw the aftermath.
But she appreciated it.
Yes, she
She's
knew what
she's
she
in the
wanted.
spirit, yeah.
A visionary. She wanted the cat. we gave it to her. Let's see. Right before the 2 Grand Slam, when it comes to overall health, it's pretty well known that, you know what, you should avoid the alcohol, avoid the booze, right? It's kind of bad news. But if you are going to indulge and have a drink, a doctor says you should pick tequila.
There you go.
Apparently, it is the healthiest liquor available. Unlike liquors distilled from grains, tequila is made from agave plants and is naturally gluten-free. So it's got that going for it. The agave and tequila will not raise blood sugar levels as much as other booze does. So that's also a plus. And it can promote gut health, I guess.
Sold.
And they say you're not going to have as bad of a hangovers if you drink tequila.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Have that with Taco Bell and
There you
your
go.
gut's clear.
Good and good for you.
Yeah.
Balances out. All right. Heather with the news. Time to give away some money.
The tequila or the Taco Bell?
Either one. The combo.
All right, let's go, guys. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $2,000 if all of the questions are answered correctly, $25 if not for each question answered correctly. I'm ready to give away some money. Let's do this.
All right.
Our contestant this morning, Randy in Brooklyn. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys.
Good morning,
Hey, Randy.
Randy. How you doing?
Not too bad. Good morning. Happy Halloween.
Yeah. Are you full costumed out right now?
I am not. Nope. I'm dressed in my work gear.
Okay.
And I was going to say, hopefully this 2 Grand Slam isn't scary. Hopefully you get all of the questions right. You know the rules, right, Randy?
Yes, I do.
All right, so your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Who do the New York Jets host tonight?
Houston Texans.
Who is the head coach of the Houston Texans?
DeMarco Ryan.
Who played Ken in the 2023 Barbie movie?
Ryan Gosling.
Who won the NFL MVP in 2023?
Lamar Jackson.
This rapper had the 2012 hit Swimming Pools.
Oh, goodness. Pass.
The Tigers lost to this team in the 2012 World Series.
San Francisco Giants.
Bill Belichick won 2 Super Bowls as defensive coordinator with this team.
The New York Giants.
What is the capital of New York?
Albany.
Julius Randle was traded from the Knicks to this team.
To the Minnesota Timberwolves.
How many times have the Minnesota Vikings lost the Super Bowl?
4 times.
This rapper had the 2012 hit Swimming Pools.
Damn, you had a great run
Drake.
there.
No. Oh, my goodness. That's the only one you didn't get.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wasn't taking note. Oh, no.
I mean, I do want to make sure check with the committee. DeMarco Ryans is okay.
For D'Amico.
D'Amico,
Yeah.
yes. We know who you're talking
It is
about.
D'Amico.
You're good.
Yeah,
We counted
That's
it.
okay. We counted it, so you got 9.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you realize you were doing that well? Or I mean, you threw out some of those, I think, with a question attached to them.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never played high-level athletics, but I did feel like I was in the zone there for a minute.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did we tell him who had the hit that he missed?
No, we did not. It was not Drake.
Do you have a second guess? It won't matter, but just curious.
I'm terrible with rap in that era.
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's painful.
Oh, my
No
goodness.
way.
Randy.
Yes.
Randy.
Oh, Randy.
9 is $225. It's not 2,000, but it's 9 out of 10. It's a hell of a run.
So close. Great job, bud.
Randy, we'll put you on hold. We'll make sure you get your info passed along and get you paid. 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Genesis Credit Union.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Great performance. That's what we've been missing around here.
I was really hoping that there were just a couple of seconds left. We heard the buzzer. Even if he had been right, it would have been wrong. But so close.
I didn't realize he was doing so well. I wasn't like tracking the answers that time.
So can you imagine had he got that and then DeMarco?
So that was going to be my question. If he had gotten that one, would we have counted DeMarco?
I think Heather more than anybody would know. Wheel of Fortune where Pat Sajak. Oh, I'm sorry.
He would not.
When the person mispronounced, I think we have to give that. That's just too close.
I agree.
I bet the ticket texters don't.
What do you mean? The ticket takers always want us to give away more.
Well, but then when we actually are nice people, then they reverse.
Oh, they wouldn't have given me that grace.
Yeah.
Yeah, people get jealous. I don't.
What a performance. That was awesome.
Hell of a performance. And you know what? I like that we had a little more of that rhythm in there where Giants, New York, Minnesota, where you kind of you can get into a little bit of a groove. This one felt like if you had the right contestant.
Well,
I felt like
did have the right contestant.
I know.
I felt like Julius Randle was the hardest question.
Yeah.
I know it happened within the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks or so, but
in football season,
it's one thing
is in one ear and out the other.
Yeah.
Especially in a town where
I mean the Vikings Super Bowl one, I do think you have to have maybe be older person maybe.
Like I knew they hadn't won a Super Bowl, but off the top of my head, would I have said they missed 4 chances in the Super Bowl? I don't think on the spot I would have gotten it. So credit to Randy.
Yep.
Your next chance at $2,000 is next Tuesday at 7:25. Coming up next, the Jamo question, the football question. We did a lot yesterday on the near arrest and the policing and all of it, but the question is about his future in Detroit. The 5th-year option is something they'll decide on in the offseason. Would you do it today? John says it's almost a sure thing they will. He'll explain next. It's 97.1.
Hey, fall into family fun this season with the YMCA of Metro Detroit. From youth basketball to gymnastics and swimming, the Y's fall programs are perfect for keeping kids active, building skills, and making friends. And for the adults, there's group exercise classes, less meals, and free child watch while you work out. And if you join by October 31st, you get 75% off your first month. Don't miss out. Visit ymcadetroit.org or your nearest Y to learn more and join for 75% off your first month. Fall into family fun today at the Y.
It's Halloween. It's a Thursday. Good morning. Last night, you had a World Series wrap-up, a crazy comeback, an epic choke, however you want to describe it. The Pistons picked up their first win of the season.
Woohoo.
And I didn't watch either live. We'll get to that at 8:02, how I spent my fun evening. John, Jamo was...
out on the town.
We'll get to it, 8:02. Still stewing over it. It's some kind of
This is still a stewing Thursday.
It's fall. It's stew weather. I'm stewing.
Stewing.
And I feel like it's
Stewie.
It's some
I should call you Stewie.
sick joke is what it is. Anyway,
Right.
Jamo.
Stewie.
We talked about him yesterday from like the macro, zoomed out, like policing and the incident and right and wrong. But let's kind of hone in a little more here. The Lions will have to decide at the end of this season whether or not they pick up his fifth-year option. As we sit here today, I'm curious which camp people are in. If they had to decide today, would you pick up that option or would you decline that option? The Lions have the luxury of waiting. And John, you said, your email to us was, it's going to happen.
It's almost a sure thing. And here's why. If you look at the projections for what you would have to pay Jamison Williams, he's going to make about $15 million in that fifth round or that fifth-year option.
Yeah, I think it's between 15 and 18, somewhere in there.
Okay, well, to escalate it, you would have to earn a certain amount of playing time.
Yeah.
And I think that ship has sailed because of the injury his rookie season. And it's 50% or greater over all 3 seasons, which would trigger it. 75% or greater over all 3 seasons on average in a game. Like, because of the injury, and maybe this is the genius of Brad Holmes at that time, knowing that option's not going to be triggered. The only way to trigger it is if he makes the Pro Bowl this year.
And I don't think that's happening.
All right, so he's going to make $15.16 million as a fifth-year option. And so then you look at, okay, what does the top 30 guys that are playing at the wide receiver position make? If you were to make a comparable of going out there and getting a number 2, because I think we all believe Jamo is the number 2.
Yes.
All right. Deontay Johnson. Would you rather have Deontay Johnson or Jamison Williams for the Carolina Panthers?
Well, now Baltimore Ravens.
Right. But
Yes. Deontay, I think, is more dependable at this point. I'd rather have Deontay.
both on the field.
I think you're sleeping on
Cooks.
the player that Deontay is. I'd rather have Jamo than Brandon Cooks.
Okay. So you start looking at this list. Deontay Johnson is the number 30 highest paid wide receiver at 18.4. So you'd already be getting Jamo. Brandon Cooks. You think he's better than Brandon Cooks?
I don't.
I
do think he's better than Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's $19 million, almost 20 that you'd be paying for Brandon Cooks. So if you are only paying $15 million, because 15.1 is just much harder to say, $15 million for Jamison Williams that year, and he's on your roster. That in and of itself means to me that, I think they'll probably pick it up. On the flip side, do you have more value in Jamison Williams going into next year and maybe next year's trade deadline? Not that you want to unload him at that time, or you get into this offseason and say, you know what, Jamo's not a part of our future. Do we have more value in picking up that fifth-year option and trading him, because another team is certainly going to value having the leverage of that fifth-year option versus just an expiring contract in year 4? Then maybe for Jamison Williams, instead of a 4th-round pick, you get a 3rd-round pick. Maybe instead of a 3rd-round pick, you get a 2nd-round pick. Like, you got to maintain your value. Now, part of that is Jamison Williams. And we talk about what has Jamison Williams missed by these suspensions, by the gambling suspension. Now, the injury is not his issue. It's his issue, but it was something out of his control. The gambling issue, that's 4 games. This one, 2 games. If there is a future suspension for the gun charges, there's more games. So he will be limited to be capped off at $15 million in 5th-year option. So the value is there. You pick that up so that either you can trade him and another team is paying him a 5th-year option of only $15 million versus I'm going to trade you. You're going to play somewhere else for that 4th year. You're going to hit the free agent market, and somebody is going to pay him more than $15 million. I guarantee you.
248-539-9797. I think it's important to set this up with the understanding if you say no, you're not picking up his fifth-year option, it would mean he is still on the team this year
and next year.
All of next year, which I do want to see the next 18 months before I commit 15. I know you think 15 is a light number. It'd still be one of the highest paid players on the team for that season. I'm not willing to make that commitment based on what we've seen so far. So, like, I'm looking at the 2026 roster.
Is going to continue to go up. $15 million is not going to be a percentage of that cap that you wouldn't be willing to pay for a wide receiver with the skill set of Jamison Williams.
My point is there's only going to be 4 or 5, I think 5 or 6 guys who would make more that season than Jamo. Is he one of the 6 or 7 best players on this team? Are you willing to say that today? I'm not.
Yeah, but you're talking about a loaded roster.
Right. Well, but that's part of the math here is I want to pay Kirby Joseph. I want to pay Brian Branch. I'm already paying Ali McNeil. Hutch is going to get his deal. What I don't want to do is fork over a pay raise yet based on what I've seen so far. I'm not telling you he's going to get traded or I want him run out of town. I know that's how it's going to sound to people. I want to take this year and all of next year to determine whether I'm comfortable giving him an extension.
My question then is, okay, if it's not Jamison Williams and he's not here for that 5th-year option that you're only going to be paying $15 million for.
You say only, I say it's $15 million is quite a bit, but that's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not going to. $1 million is a lot of money.
No, I'm not saying the average Joe. I'm saying by NFL standards, $15 million is a good chunk. It is.
It is not. When you're talking about the grand scheme of things, okay, so here's the question. If you don't pay Jamison Williams the $15 million, who's going to be your number 2 receiver? Where are you going to go to get that? Are you going to rely on a rookie? Or are you going to go into the free agent market, spend roughly the same amount of money to get less of a talent? I want your answer when we come back.
I didn't realize we were up against it. Yeah. All right, I'm ready to answer it. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Hey, get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Let me repeat that one for you. New customers, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And we all know, we just heard it in the 2 Grand Slam, Houston versus the New York Jets tonight. Try this SGP, the same game parlay. Priest Hall over rushing yards. CJ Stroud over 1.5 passing touchdowns. And I mean, you can add any receiver that you want. Maybe it's Garrett Wilson. Finally he makes some connections with Aaron Rodgers over receiving yards. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stan Campbell talking about Jamo yesterday. Huge topic. You guys had a lot to say yesterday about what happened. We're looking ahead. 5th-year option. If they had to make the decision today, would you pick it up, yes or no? And understand, saying no doesn't mean he's cut, doesn't mean he's traded. It means he'd play this season and all of next season, and you'd still have the option to extend him, assuming he produces and stays on the field, which is the camp I'm in. I'm going to get painted in whatever light you guys choose to paint me in, but I would be of the belief that right now I'm not giving him $15 million guaranteed in his 5th season based on what I've seen so far. There's promise, of course, but it can't be promise. It has to be fulfilled. John, you challenged me with, then what do you do? Well, I've got 2 seasons, and in that time I can use my great general manager's big drafting brain to replace that in the interim. Right? Is that not allowed? I don't have to go on the open market and pay $20 million for a receiver. I can do what Brad Holmes has consistently proven he wants to do, draft and develop. I don't think you can pay multiple high-level receivers and multiple safeties and multiple pass rushers and multiple defensive linemen. Like, at some point, someone will get squeezed out, and I think I have every right to evaluate Jamo's maturity before picking up a 5th-year option.
Yeah, well, you still have time to measure that maturity, see how he responds from the suspension and obviously the gun charges. But if you're not paying him as a top-level wide receiver, because if you pick up that option, like I mentioned, you're going to have great value in being able to trade him. So on other teams, he would be a number 1.
On certain bad teams.
On certain bad teams, yes, he would be a number 1 and could develop into a 1 for more other teams.
Sure.
So you increase the trade value of what you will get in return.
Sure.
You're not going to get a first in return.
No, and I understand the risk if you don't pick up the 5th year and he balls out, you've lost a year of control.
Well, and not only that, but if you don't pick up that 5th year option after year 4, no matter if he balls out or not, you're going to have to pay more than $50 million if you want him on the roster. So you're basically saying. And it's a longer commitment. This is a 1-year commitment for $15 million. There's no chance they don't pick up that 5th-year option for leverage.
I guess it's fine. And that's the argument is leverage. My point is, I would willingly pay him more than 15 if he had shown me that he had played.
But you already said you can't. You can't pay all of these guys this much money.
My point is, I want guys to go out and earn that bag. And we've seen them do that with Sewell. We've seen them do that with St. Brown. Jared Goff was one that we had big debates on the station about. He went out and earned it. I'm consistent on this. Go out and earn the money, and we'll figure it out later. Someone else will get displaced if you outplay one of your teammates. That's football. But right now, I don't think he's outplaying any of the other guys, which is why I feel comfortable making that statement. And that's not to say he's a bad football player. I know it's going to get twisted. The question was just, would you pick it up or not if you had to make the decision today? Clearly, John, if he comes back and he's playing on Sunday night against the Houston Texans, and he catches 6 balls for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, and that ends up setting the tone for the rest of the season, he has a big playoff game. Maybe it's a wild card round or an NFC title game. He was off to a hot start last year in the NFC title game. Then, of course, the reality is the Lions' deadline would be at the end of that season, and then you probably pick up the 5th-year option. But the question is asked today on October 31st,
and so today
where he hasn't done
no.
those things. He hasn't done those things.
You're saying no?
Yes.
And again, I just go to, okay, let's take the other aspect that you mentioned. Brad Holmes is really good at draft picks. Is there other needs? Because Jameson Williams is currently on the roster. You don't have to spend a draft pick on him. You don't have to give him a ridiculous 4-year contract that's going to pay him a lot more than just the $15 million. How young are all of these players on the offensive line? How young is Zeitler? How young or fragile is Frank Ragnow, Graham Glasgow, Taylor Decker, who gave up, a couple of sacks, has given up a couple of sacks in the last couple of weeks.
Your point is you want those picks to use on the offensive line.
Right. I think they'll be better utilized on the offensive line. I don't think you're going to go out and spend one on a wide receiver in the first round and still get at the end of the first round or the end of the second round. Yes, I know we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was a 4th-round pick. I understand all of that, and maybe there are more gems that Brad Holmes can find, but the better gamble is doing it on the front end.
Texter says, I am picking up the option, but by no means am I extending him beyond that and dropping a huge deal in his lap when he can't stay on the field, which is a completely different point.
Right, so it buys you an extra year to find out if he is that guy.
Right. This one says, it's funny, John's acting like a rookie couldn't do what Jamo does. Hey, Johnny has 42 career catches. He can be easily replaced.
Okay. Well, then when that time comes, we'll have to make that decision.
In today's NFL, there's no reason to pay 2 wide receivers. The draft is so deep every single year at that position. You trust your general manager. I can't believe you guys are talking about getting rid of Jamo.
Let's make sure. There's only one of us talking about getting rid of Jamo, and that is Jim Costa.
I'm talking about having him on the team for 2 seasons still.
You wanted to get rid of Jared Goff. Look how that's turned out. Show a little foresight.
Jamo says, this text says, Jamo's mistakes are minimal seriousness, very minor. He's not a bad apple. He's just young. Says he's not beating up a girlfriend or drunk driving. Says, I know you talking heads love these blabbing radio topics, but leave Jamo alone. He's going to help us win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Let's make sure that we insert Jim Costa, leave Jamo alone.
Let him go. More money, mo Jamo problems, reads a ticket text. This one says, it's a ridiculous question to ask. Of course they're going to pick up the option. The fact that you're pushing this narrative is sad. Real quick, what is my narrative? That I want him to play good football before I would be comfortable giving him a raise?
No, but your question
That's my narrative. It's crazy. I know. It's radical. It's crazy.
Your question is if we would pick it up now, and I know it's a risk. But if for $15 million, I'll take him as a number 2 versus just about anybody else in that football season, because the Super Bowl window is what it is. I don't want to rely on hoping. And I understand Brad Holmes is good at the draft. Love it that he's good at the draft, but I want him to be good at the draft of continuing to build an offensive line. If they don't sign someone, and this is a question that we have going on right now, let's just say they don't sign an edge defender. Where's the best area to pick one up? In the draft.
Of course.
But no, you've got to go out and get yourself a receiver.
You're going to have more than one pick.
Extend them.
You have more than one pick. They have more than one draft pick. Like, let's not act like you can't walk and chew gum at the same time. You can. And we've seen Brad do this, address multiple areas in multiple drafts and multiple off seasons. It's not like if Jamo wasn't here 3 years from now, the empire would crumble. How would they function? They would draft and develop like they always have. And they may give up a pick or two to get a pass rusher, which I would advocate for. That doesn't mean they can't also continue to keep the cupboard stocked. You got a good GM, act like it.
I just think, Jim, I'm not trying to be like mean here, but more like Jansen is, but I'm just kidding. The team has leverage and control.
Yeah.
And that's a very powerful thing to have here throughout this entire thing. You have a young, dynamic receiver who is not a number 1. He's a number 2 in this league right now. Could he become a 1? Maybe. I don't see it happening. I mean, the bigger picture thing here is that Jamo, and I think a lot of people would agree with this, is that he's probably not getting extended here. He's probably going to be the first round draft pick that however he leaves town, he leaves town. But the team
sounds like you're kicking him out.
The reason the rookie deal was put in place, the way the rookie contracts changed 10, 12 years ago in the NFL, is it gives the teams way more control. It doesn't financially strap them. The Lions that's a pretty cheap option for a number 2 in year 5.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It's there for you guys if you want to react to it. We got much more to do on the show today, including Dear John at 9:02. John, you want some prompts?
I do. I always like my prompts.
An hour from now, your topics are, and trust me on this, okay?
Well, I trust you tremendously.
Your prompts are election night.
Oh, boy.
Political signs.
Oh, no.
And the hall pass.
Oh, boy.
That's at 9:02. We've got the Thursday touchdown at 8:35. We'll get into last night.
Politics coming up at 9 o'clock.
Trust me, guys. This is not one of those who are you voting for deals. I promise. It's 97.1. All right, last night, busy sports night. Dodgers win the World Series. Come back down 5-0. Shout out Yankee errors. The Pistons picked up their first win of the season. And I saw neither of them live. I instead spent my evening at Little Caesars Arena. And John, I've been to a couple Red Wing games this season. Talked about it. Season ticket package. Wife and I, we love hockey, love going to games. I've been to 2 Red Wing games before last night. They lost by 3 goals in both of them. Last night they didn't lose by 3, John. They lost by 4. They're down 3-0 after the opening period, and Red Wing fans were serenading the team with booze once again. And I'm left wondering if it's some sick joke, if it's me. But then I realized this team's just not very good. I don't even know what they're good at this point. I watched them struggle to possess the puck in the offensive zone. I watched them struggle to possess passes in the neutral zone. They're one and done on the few trips they do get offensively. They're the worst team 5-on-5 offensively in hockey. And that's not to give them any credit defensively. This team had multiple breakdowns. Guys don't back check, and they're down 3-0 immediately last night. They finally rally back, get within a goal. Third period coming up. Crowds re-engaged, right? 10 seconds into the third period, they wet themselves. Turn the puck over in their own end. Cheapy garbage goal, and then the floodgates would open. I have been to 3 Red Wing games this season as a big, excited Red Wing fan, and I have not finished any of them. Mm-hmm. I have been forced to leave early because they are wholly uncompetitive, pathetic, and I want to open up the phone lines if people want to vent today. I'm not bringing this up as a radio host. I'm bringing this up as a fan. This is pathetic. And I know people at the game were saying, does Lalone survive the night? And people comparing him to Humpty Dumpty sitting on the bench. Listen, there was real talk about it at the end of last season, him not getting the most out of this team. They look a lot like that team to start this season. But that's also a reflection on Steve Yzerman, who has worked this team all the way up to the salary cap. Freed up a little space with the Mata trade, but you get the point. They've spent the majority of their cap space, and they chose to retain this coach, and this product is lousy. I don't think they do anything well other than lose by a lot of goals when I show up. That's the only thing they're good at, is losing and putting up poor performances with the fans in attendance. John, I don't know where you're at with this hockey team, but I stewed on it last night. I'm still upset this morning. It's one thing to lose. It's a good Winnipeg team. It's another to be embarrassed every single time you take the ice. Even their wins this season, they score a 1 goal on 11 shots, or they get outshot 40-20, and they eke it out, and I'm happy when they win, but we all know this is not a good hockey team, and that's infuriating because of where they were a year ago and because of the task that was given this offseason. Close the gap, finish the deal, progress, move forward, make the playoffs. None of that is happening right now.
Well, Stewie, when I look at this team, and I'm looking at it from a much different perspective than you. Because you're there, you're invested, you've made the investment, and from a fan's perspective, I'm looking at it from one that didn't make the investment of going down to the LCA 21 times this season. Looking at it from a perspective of you turn it on, and yeah, the World Series is on, so I had something else to turn to, but there's a lot of other things that I would go do after watching 5 minutes of that hockey game. And if you turn it on in the second period, maybe you stay a little bit longer. But what was the one of the things that we talked about last year? The inconsistency from period to period. Not just game to game, but period to period. It was a struggle to put 3 good periods together. And now it's the same thing that you're watching with this Red Wings team. If you turn it on in the first, you're like... And I don't ever want to question effort or their want to. It feels like they're out of rhythm, and it gives the impression that they're just not excited to be there. And so if I get that impression, why am I excited to turn the TV on and stay there to watch that?
And then you throw in the fact that, if you make the journey out there, you can't change the channel in the first period when they're down 2-0 5 minutes in. You don't have that luxury. And I'm not someone who likes leaving games early. Like when I was a kid, I used to think that was stupid. But then I've realized, you've paid the money either way. If it's a bad experience, don't make it.
How many have you stayed all the way to the end for?
This year?
Yeah.
0. I've been to 3 games, and they've been down 3+ goals in the third period in all of them. I'm like, I got to get up early. This team's not playing well. They're not worth my time. The money's already spent. It's a sunk cost. And I know I'm not the only one because people are booing this hockey team. It's a good hockey city, and people deserve a better product 6 years into Steve Yzerman.
Yeah, they booed last night at the end of the power play at the end of the first when the puck got out of the zone, but then they didn't continue the boos at the end of the first. I was a little surprised by that. You're not overreacting here. The talking points are Lalonde, right? That's the first thing people are going to, and I think justifiably so. If they continue to play the way they have this season, I think it could happen within a couple weeks. If it doesn't, I think you've got to question why. Because they look like the team that was out there last year, the last 2 months. And the other talking point is always people go to Petrie. Okay, we know he's not very good. But this team has a problem across the board. They look terrible this year. The effort looks poor. The amount of wasted time in between the blue lines, they don't get rushes. They don't pepper the net. They had a really nice chance early in the game last night with Kopp. He missed the net.
Oh, yeah.
And but it's one and done. And they really look like a broken hockey club with inexperienced defense, and they don't have stars. They've got 3 guys on big contracts, Larkin and Raymond and Sider, and they're B plus performing right now. And now they're up against the cap. It's kind of like, where's this going?
248-539-9797. I can see we've struck a nerve, struck a chord. We got people on hold. I want to get to these phone calls. But just a little more of my misery, John. Yeah. Last night there were 8 goals scored in the hockey game, okay? And I love the seats we got, right? You know how many of the 8 goals were scored on the side I could get a clear view of and watch? Zero of the goals.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Stewie.
Zeros. And I get it. No one, ambulance. But I just mean like the experience for fans right now. This is terrible. Let's get to the phones. Joe in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So I am a current season ticket holder as well, and I have pretty good seats, and I'm a pretty much diehard hockey fan. And I got to tell you, I left early, too, last night, Cookies. After that goal got scored with 10 seconds in the third, I said to myself, if another goal gets scored, I'm leaving. I'm beating the rush. I'm going back to Livonia. I got to get up early just like you guys. Jeff Petrie needs to go. He has no heart whatsoever. I think he was a -3 last night. I love Patrick Kane to death. He's a Hockey Hall of Famer, soon to be. I don't see any effort from him. He doesn't play blue line to blue line. He gives up on plays. And our goalie situation is probably one of the worst goalie situations in the league. We got to do something, and I honestly think that it's going to have to start with the coach. I like Newsy. He's a great guy. I've met him in person 4 or 5 times. But I don't feel like the guys are playing for Newsy. I think they're just going out there. They show up on game night with their Tim Hortons. They go out there, they play, and they go home.
I have the same
I don't
read
feel
you
like
do
there's any heart anymore.
with Newsy the person. You know, we've had him on the show. I've talked to him at Lions practice off air, yuck it up. He's a good dude, but you're right. If they're not playing for him, if it's stale, if it's flat, if they're floating out there, the problem I have is that doesn't fix the goalie situation. Like Yzerman had to know what he was working with. He's got a couple backup goalies that he's just hoping get hot, and Lyon was rough last night. Like you said, after that 4th goal, I was waiting for a 5th goal. I wasn't going to wait for a 6th goal. I mean, it was brutal.
And I've been waiting for 3 years for Billy Husa to do something, and he's in the AHL because he's almost as bad as Mrazek. His head's not there. So I don't get it. And now we got another goalie that's in the player assistance program. I wish him the best of luck with what he's dealing with, but our goalie situation is the worst goalie situation in the NHL out of 32 teams.
And I think they're waiting for Kosa and they're waiting for Augustine. They got a couple elite prospects in the pipeline.
Already.
Well, I don't want to stunt their development, but in the meantime, you got to do it better than what they've done. You can't band-aid it to this degree and expect to have a consistent hockey team night to night when you don't have consistent goaltending night to night.
It feels a lot like the Blashill situation where, yeah, okay, you got a good dude, and he just here for too long. And I know this is what year 3 for Derek Lalonde, but are we approaching just here too long? Good dude.
Because they played hockey like this so much for last year into this year now. The same just laissez-faire, wasted minutes. You know, it's like where'd the period go sometimes is what I'm saying watching this, that the first move is the coach. And other hockey teams do this in this league. My fear is and it's actually not a fear. I actually feel this way. I don't think that's going to be the fix. It might light a fire for a few games. I question the leadership and the mentality of the hockey players. And this city always blames coaches and GMs and everybody else before its players. The city loves its players.
Yeah.
I really question if there needs to be a shakeup of somewhat high magnitude in that locker room.
248-539-9797. Slow down. If his name wasn't Steve Yzerman, I do think it would be a hotter seat. He is Steve Yzerman. There is a track record there. But I am not happy with this product on the ice. And judging by the reaction we're seeing on the ticket text and the phones, I think this is sticking out to people. It's October. It's early. But I think this is particularly infuriating to hockey fans. We'll talk to you guys next. 97.1.
Listen up for just a moment, because I've been talking to you guys about injury attorney David Feminino for some time. And whether it's the season or it's the conditions on the road, he's been able to get great success, great results for some of his clients. Listen to some of those that David has been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Quickly, 2-0, then 3-0, then booed off the ice only a period in. Kyle Connor, by the way, picked up an assist, had 3 points in the first period. The Michigan native bumped into his dad in the intermission, or his uncle, excuse me.
Yeah.
And I said, at least someone's having a good time.
You were stewing last night.
I was not happy. And I don't think people watching this hockey team have very much to look forward to. Like, what do they do well? What does this team do well? At least last year, they were pouring the puck into the net. They could roll 3 lines, goal scorers. They could score 4 or 5 and maybe outshoot their mistakes. Problem is, they're still making those same mistakes defensively. The goalie situation is still puzzling. They don't have any consistency, and on some nights, it's just bad.
But a lot of those goal scorers are still here.
Well, right, yet you look at any of the, and I don't want to get too hockey metricsy, but just shots for. 5-on-5, how many shots are you putting on net? They're the worst team in the NHL. They're not putting any pressure on the opposition 5-on-5. It's so bad, I'm watching going, we need a power play. The only chance we have is if we're allowed one extra skater than the opposition, because you're not going to get any consistent pressure against Winnipeg. And I know Winnipeg's good. You still shouldn't lose by 4 goals. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Chris in Oxford. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas, and Heather, go green. I do not like the fact I'm a season ticket holder, half season, and the 3 games, and like you, I've left after the second period. Even though it was 3-2, I knew they wouldn't win because they were playing Winnipeg. But yeah. I have a different take on the coach.
Yeah.
I think we got to go higher, unfortunately. I think we got to make a bold move, like you said, and I think if we don't win this year and make the playoffs, I think it's Stevie's time to say goodbye.
I have a hard time with it, and maybe I'm a sucker too because of his previous track record. I do think he has to have a harsh look in the mirror here. He doesn't want to hand out term. Well, if he did, he may have an impact player or two from this last offseason. But what about 5 and 7 year deals? How about putting a better product on the ice and giving yourself a chance? Cap's going up. Roll the dice a little bit. Invest in some players. And the other thing, and it's pointed out on Ticket Text, they're actually one of the oldest teams in hockey this season. I believe 7th oldest roster in hockey. How's that even possible? That you're this bad and you don't really have like a young group that you're
developing.
Yeah, there's a couple guys, but the point is you're an old hockey team and you're not going anywhere. Like, if that's the reality to his point at the end of the season, there's got to be a real harsh look in the mirror.
Well, I mean, Patrick Kane, Petrie, like some of these guys really add to it.
Yeah, Sherratt, it skews it. Noah and Warren, you're on 97.1.
Dude, this team, 0 identity. I was at the Rangers game a few weeks ago, and I've seen enough college hockey in my life, and I felt like I was watching my college hockey team with the amount of dump and chases I was witnessing. You know, when you dump and chase, when you have a bad hockey team, when you don't have an offense that can put on any pressure and your defense is so bad, you'd rather put it behind the net than actually have a decent zone entry. This team has 0 identity with Lalonde shuffling the lines every single night and still can't figure anything out despite having all of camp to do so and having all of last year to do so. And now his pieces that he can work with are still worse than last year. Why on earth are we not signing Gostisbehere at the end of last season and signing Gustafsson, who produces less offense for like the same bad defense? It's just mistake after mistake by Lalonde, mistake after mistake by Yzerman, who drafts well but doesn't know when to call the kids up and actually let them play. This rebuild might be 5-6 years in the making. At this rate, we're not going to see all of these kids actually playing for another 5 to 6. 0 identity. And at that Rangers game, we left after the first. I've got a short leash, and I'm like, I paid good money for this ticket, and you know what? I'd rather go home.
Yeah, that's the point I got. Now, I left second period in the opener, end of the second period. I left end of the second period in that Rangers game, and I made it to the third last night. Yay!
Yeah.
I mean, multiple games this year where the way they play is offensive.
I wish it was offensive instead of offensive.
I know. It actually is, because it's just it's just going through the motions. I agree with the lack of identity. I think we supported in the offseason what they're doing. The reason that age thing is a little out of whack with the Wings is because Talbot,
Tarasenko,
he's trying to bridge it. A couple of these guys are bridge guys to get to 2 years from now when the youth really blossoms. The argument that Raymond's 25, 26, they're in wheelhouse, and we kind of bought into that. The problem is the bridge guys aren't working. And the Gostisbehere thing is a huge, huge mistake. We thought it might be by anchoring the power play. That's what led to the scoring last year, and it's not there. And it's a huge – they didn't keep the right bridge guy.
Ticket texters. Goaltending is like quarterbacks. If you got 2, you've got none. We have 3 and maybe less than none. Matt in Clarkston says Newsy is not a good coach. Team has 0 identity. No synergy on any line. Steve has to figure out soon or he's gone. From a true Red Wing hockey fan, Lalone needs to go. We've had the same problem since Blashill. Team not ready for the puck drop. Team plays with no urgency or grit. Maybe it's coaching. Lalone doesn't inspire the players. They have no game plan. Trish in Macomb. Jim, did you at least get the bobblehead? Made it all worth it. Joe in Mount Clements.
Yeah.
Yeah, make your Redmond bobblehead.
You got it?
I did.
Oh,
it's the only saving grace. I canceled my FanDuel Bally subscription. I'm not going to pay to watch trash. Well, you could have watched on the Instagram Live of the guy sitting two rows in front of me. I sent you this picture, you and Tom. This guy is just watching on his Instagram, like streaming for people. Like, dude, watch the game.
You're so grumpy. That's an old man move.
For me to be mad or for him to be doing it?
For you to even notice.
He's 2 rows in front of me and he's holding the phone up.
That's so, that chair is rubbing off on you.
That's a Stoney take?
That's a Stoney move.
I would think it's the old man thing to do, to hold the phone up and stream it as if like people are going to be tuning in to watch your...
Yeah, but you're a few years older to be complaining about that guy.
It's just annoying. All of it was annoying, John. Who's been waiting the longest? Tyler and Macomb, you're on 97.1. Sorry to make you wait, Ty.
Oh, no, you're good, guys. So obviously the goaltending and defense has just been abysmal, but I don't understand the drop-off offensively. Like, we were scoring last year, and we have pretty much the same dudes plus Tarasenko. I don't understand where the drop-off is coming from. We just look dead out there, like almost uninterested.
Yeah, they're flat, they're slow, lazy. I mean, they didn't win a lot of puck battles.
There's no inspiration.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it might be a Lalone issue. I've wanted him gone for years now. Also, Cookies, I just want to say real quick, opening night I ran into you on the concourse at LCA, and you couldn't have been a cooler guy, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you for that.
Well, thanks, Tyler.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just like going as a fan, and people are nice. And
maybe we just need to get to know you outside of the studio.
Maybe after you go to a game with me, John. It'll all turn
December.
up. It'll all start
December
to turn.
18.
There it is.
Yep.
You and me.
Mark it on the calendar.
Hopefully they win a home game by then.
Or that could be the turning point.
I have a bad feeling if that's the turning point, that the season, they're not going to recover.
It's funny you say that, like asking John to go to a game. I got to say, if you ask me, I know you don't want to, but if you did, I kind of don't know if I want to go right now. That's what they're doing with their play. And we had a text earlier. I
didn't ask you anyway.
I know. Because you know.
I want to go to see Stewie in his element.
So we had this text earlier, and I agree with it. This is what I feel like I'm watching the Patricia Lions. I do. It's a strict, just toward in the end days, the last season, just kind of a going through the motions. Once in a while, you see a competitive spark.
Yeah.
But just kind of what's going on here? It's just a bunch of guys. That's their slogan this year. Just a bunch of guys.
Matt, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so I talked to Mike yesterday about this when I called. You know, the Lions are looking for an edge rusher, and they got someone from Cleveland Brown that skipped practice, and they're speculating.
Yeah.
And they were speculating on a trade, and I said, you know what? Throw in Javi Baez with them. You can also throw in Malone and Petrie. Get them out of here. Send them to Cleveland. I don't even know if they have a hockey team, but get them out of here.
They got an AHL team. Maybe that would work out. Yeah, I know.
I've only been to 2 hockey games, one for my birthday and one yesterday, and they lost both games.
Yeah, and listen, that's kind of where I'm coming from, too, is like just not even as a radio host whose job is to break down the games and talk about the stories, just as a fan going to the games who like, hey, this is something I enjoy.
Yeah.
I like going to the rink. I like being a fan. I like having a drink or two and watching my hockey team and settling in. And they're not always going to win. Like they play good teams like Winnipeg. They're not always going to win. But I feel like it's some sick joke where they're not even within 3 goals.
Okay, so the losses have been bad, and the wins haven't really felt like true wins. You shoot 11 shots on goal, and you win 1-0. They're painful wins, but are they able to do enough to stick around, to hang around until it clicks?
Well, that's the thing. They're 4-5-1, which surface level, not good, not terrible. It's just you're 10 games into the season. This can't be the storyline 20 games into the season. Like the whole narrative of you can't make the playoffs in November, December, but you can't lose it. You can dig yourself a hole you can't get out of. 248-539-9797. We'll get a few more thoughts on the Wings. We got Heather's news. We've got the Thursday touchdown. And at 9:02, Dear John, advice from John Jansen. It's 97.1.
Hey, fall into family fun this season with the YMCA of Metro Detroit. For youth, from youth basketball to gymnastics and swimming, the Y's Fall programs are perfect for keeping kids active, building skills, and making friends. And for the adults, there's group exercise classes, Les Mills, and free child watch while you work out. And if you join by October 31st, you can get 75% off your first month. Don't miss out. Visit ymcadetroit.org or visit your nearest Y and learn more and join for 75% off your first month. Fall into family fun today at the Y.
Sure did. Wings run off the ice again, 4-goal loss to the Winnipeg Jets. And I know people have pointed out, Winnipeg's good, right? They're 8-1, they're now 9-1. Winnipeg made the playoffs last year. They fired their coach. Is that allowed? 248-539-9797. I'm just telling you, going to these games, they're not close, they're not competitive, they don't do anything well. It's pathetic. And this is year 6 for Yzerman, a coach that he stuck by in the offseason, and they're both under the gun right now. Both of them are responsible for where this team is at right now. Yzerman worked this salary cap all the way up near to the top, and this team does not look competitive, let alone winning hockey games. They don't look competitive the majority of the time. Sometimes they do win, but they get outshot 40-20, or they put 11 shots on net. Like, flat out, what is this? What is this product? We've got calls to get to, 248-539-9797. We've got Dear John at 9:02. The Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:50. Let's talk to Adam in Rochester Hills.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't want to labor on the same points that everybody else has been making that are obvious. They are having, goaltending issues, and, they don't seem to be motivated under Lalonde. On paper, offensively, they're a great team, but they can't seem to get the puck out of their own zone and through the neutral zone. Like, they do this thing where they try to chip the puck out of their own zone, and then they turn the puck over, and then it's, being held by the other team. They got to be able to get the puck out of their zone through the neutral zone, like we've been spoiled by players in the past, like Rafalski and Lidstrom and Paul Coffey, But puck possession is what's going to cost them a lot of games, and they seem to be chasing the puck more than they are possessing it.
Yeah, it's mediocre
and on
hockey.
Top of that, they got to be able to shoot the puck, Put the puck on net, and weird things happen,
It's not just shots. I mean, that would help. It's also quality of shots, because to your point, they're not possessing the puck in the O zone, so the chances they get are like flimsy, low-danger chances that quickly get fanned away, and then right back into your own zone you go, and you got to dig it out. And then what makes it even worse is when you're trying to dig it out of the corner 10 seconds into the third period, and whoops-a-daisy, turnover, giveaway, and you're down 2 goals before people really even settle into that third period. It's terrible.
It's just a tough watch. Everybody wants to watch, and offense excites people.
Yeah.
And there's just, if you can't shoot, you can't score, and there's no excitement.
Ticket Texter says, just did the math. They're being outshot by 10 shots on goal per game. It's going to be hard to win that way consistently. Yep, you're right. Still trying to figure out the Wallman trade. Finally starting to get fed up last night. Signed Jarrett on the ticket text. Newsy must go. Yzerman is next. No stars, no identity, just bad hockey. Wings should give away free crazy puffs if they outshoot the other team. Feels like baseball season all over again. You guys are just trashing these guys. You're going to be wrong, just like you were about the Tigers. Give them time. They'll make us proud. I
that's why I asked the question.
I'm spending thousands of dollars. I sure hope so by the end of the season they're in it. I mean, come on.
They could bring up some young guys here and spark the team and try to do it and get them experience. It could be very ugly too. That's the thing. You would get extremely inconsistent play. But we put up with ugliness with the Tigers doing it at times. During that stretch, there were some ugly things that went on. I mean, there was a magic to it. If you try to do what they did something that hadn't been done in 50 years in baseball. Remember that.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're trashing them too early because of the way they're playing. If they were more competitive, looked like they were half interested out there.
Oh, we wouldn't.
The neutral zone stuff is it's ugly hockey.
We wouldn't be talking about this if they lost 4-3 last night. We wouldn't, right? They would have lost. It still counts the same, but it's the product on the ice.
Yeah,
where it's 6-2.
It feels uncompetitive.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Aaron in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I think it's I know it's very early, but I think it's time this locker room could use a shakeup. Newsy's a very likable guy, we all know that, but Joel Quenneville does have the green light to come back to work. He's available. It just depends if the Red Wings want to deal with the baggage that may come with that hire.
Can I give you a name that doesn't have that level of baggage? People have pointed out Gerard Gallant is not coaching anywhere right now. Former teammate of Steve Yzerman, has been a fairly successful hockey coach in this league. That would make sense, right?
I totally agree with you. I think it's just time for a shakeup and maybe a new look at things. And with the personnel we have, we could get this rolling with a new look in the locker room.
Appreciate it, Aaron. Let's get to Jacob in Livonia. Jacob, good morning.
Hey, guys. How we feeling this morning?
Good.
Been better.
So let's just cut to the chase. I need a defenseman. I need Sebastian Kaza called up. And let's be real here. I need Lalonde fired, and I need them to retire 91 and make Sergei Fedorov my coach.
Jacob 2024. It's a hell of a platform. I could get down with it. Jacob, you're seeing what we're seeing, right? I mean, this is bad. I mean, the Costa thing is a little premature, but overall, I get your frustration. Yeah.
I spend good money on these guys as a season ticket holder, and they're not even playing competitive hockey. I watch U9 hockey at a local ice rink that I work at, and the hockey that I watch on a weekly basis is more competitive and entertaining than the professional Red Wings. That's a problem.
Jacob, I'm with you. I feel your frustration.
I want to ask you something quick, Jim.
Yeah.
More baggage, Joel Quenneville or A.J. Hinch at the time?
What are you talking about? That's not even close.
Seriously?
I mean, Quenneville involves sexual assault.
Yeah.
He wasn't
I
really.
mean, I don't even know.
He was the coach, yeah, but seriously, A.J. cheated.
There's a...
Okay, all right. Then
yeah.
Guess what? He can't be the coach then. You answered the question. The caller said... Hey, he's paid his dues. I don't think he's paid his dues based on your guys' reaction there.
It's a whole can of worms. It is a huge can of worms, the Quenneville stuff. It's unseemly when you read into what was going on in Chicago and your role as a leader in that clubhouse, that locker room. Gallant's a name out there. I'm open to other names. I want the product to be better. It's disappointing. We've got Heather with the news. Sorry for that segue. What's going on?
Well, 3 teens have been charged in the shooting death of Oakland County Sheriff's Deputy Brad Reckling over the summer. So on Wednesday morning, the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office announced the case against 2 18-year-old Clinton Township teens and an 18-year-old Detroit teen. One of the teens from Clinton Township has been charged with murder of a peace officer, among a whole bunch of other charges, and then the others have been charged with accessory after the fact to a felony. All 3 were arraigned on Wednesday afternoon. And then during a press conference, Detroit Police Chief James White thanked the prosecutor's office for the countless hours of work that they put into this really difficult case. And he also called Deputy Reckling a hero and noted that he stumbled upon something much bigger than he even thought. And he didn't go into details about what he stumbled on, but he said there are most likely more charges coming to these teens.
Yeah.
So, more and more states are banning cell phones in schools, and more are considering the cell phone ban as well. Well, in Michigan, there was a bill introduced last month that would ban phones in grades kindergarten through 5th grade. Middle school students would be allowed to bring the phones to school, but wouldn't be able to use them like in the classroom. And then in high school, students would be prohibited from using them during class, but could have them out at other times. The belief, obviously, is that the ban would improve students' mental health, reduce bullying, and also help students, stay focused on their classwork while they're in the classroom, which it all makes sense to me as a former teacher. I mean, I was teaching kindergarten, very different, right? Kids didn't have their cell phones out playing. In fact, nobody even brought them to school.
Not many probably even have them in kindergarten.
No, I've never saw that. But I wouldn't want my kids to be distracted if I was teaching an older grade by their cell phones. I wouldn't want that. I would want them to be paying. I mean, I know how I am sometimes with my phone, and we have to make a conscious effort at home to put our phone away when we're sitting at dinner, right? Like, hey, I'm here with you. Like, I want to be focused on our conversation, on our kids, on whatever it is. And sometimes it's crazy how addicted we are. It is hard sometimes to say, you know what? I'm going to go put this away. I'm going to put it on the charger. I'm not going to have it near me.
I get all of it, and I would defer to you guys as parents. Does it at all make you concerned that you wouldn't have access to check in with your kid in the case of an emergency, them not having a phone at school?
I mean, I'm not to that point yet.
Right.
It doesn't scare me yet. I mean, my daughter's not even 3, so.
Right. No, there is that, because there is this always, I always have contact with them or I have the ability to contact with them. I still have to wrap my mind around that. I trust where they're at, trust that they'll be safe, and that when school is over or in between hours, because the high school ones, like, okay, you can use it
class,
at lunch.
Yes.
And let's be honest too, like, they still have the ability to text, because everybody has a computer at school now or a tablet or something. And whether it's iMessage or email, they still have. I still have the ability to communicate with them without the phone.
Obviously, tonight is a really big night for children across the country, right? But it's a really, really big night for kids in Des Moines, Iowa, because for the first time in 86 years, kids in Des Moines will trick or treat on Halloween. Okay, so more than 7 decades ago, Iowa's capital basically banned trick-or-treating on Halloween, switched things up. They wanted to reduce vandalism, hooliganism, things like that, right?
Okay.
They didn't want the chaos to pursue, so they trick-or-treat the night before. But the weather was going to be rainy and all bad, so they canceled trick-or-treating last night, and it's on for tonight, regular. I mean, it's not going to make a difference, right? It is what it Yeah, it's going to be what
How
it
will they
is.
survive on Halloween trick-or-treating?
But basically they're saying, enjoy it while you can, kids, because we're going back to the 30th next year.
I didn't even know this was a thing until I saw this story. Why? You explained it, but I still don't fully understand. The chaos,
it was like,
it will be there whatever night. Just do it on
back in
Halloween.
1938, they decided to change things, and it's
stuck.
been that way forever. But it doesn't make a difference. The kids are trick-or-treating one way or the other, so who cares what day it's on?
Right.
I guess. All right, that's Heather with the news. We've got the Thursday touchdown coming up next. Is there any way to stop this Lions offense? That's one of the questions posed by Bill Belichick. We'll give you some answers to that. Plus, Dear John at 9:02. It's 97.1.
When I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and prices. But one of the biggest differences, maybe the best, is their customer service. It's also the 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered, as well as, I've talked about it, selling our house. It's transferable to the new homeowners, so it adds great value in so many different ways. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. And how about this? They offer same-day service. That's fast. If you want to find more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
The topics today: political signs, election night, and the hall pass.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Buckle up.
Putting some politics in here.
All right. These are mostly, and I think almost exclusively apolitical, but I'm curious how you will respond. The questions are sent in. If you want to add to the mix, Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. The first one is political signs.
Okay.
Dear John, I loathe this time of year. Every 4 years. I'm not an overly political person, and election season really fires people up. No kidding. I live in an HOA, and candidate signs are banned in the neighborhood. However, people found a loophole. They're displaying massive flags on their porches, and it's not 1 or 2 homes. It's like 4 of every 5 houses. It's not necessarily one candidate. Both parties are represented. One night, I lost it. John, I know I was wrong. I went out and stole all of them on my block. I received an email saying that they have proof from a Ring doorbell camera, and there's a meeting this week. Do I fess up? What do I say? John, I know I was wrong. Please help.
Yeah, just fess up. I mean, first of all, don't be dumb. Like, I understand the annoyance of political signs. I don't understand the vitriol that it all creates. I mean, maybe I do now because of the climate that we are currently in politically. But for you to be motivated that much to steal all of the flags, like, find something better to do with your life, loser.
And you were caught on camera. Yes, confess. Just say, yeah, I did it, and say exactly why. You know what? I was just sick and tired of seeing these. I'm sorry. Here you go. Give them all back. You know, it's interesting because I do live in an HOA, and we do have not necessarily political signs are banned, but any yard sign is banned.
So like,
so even like a little
graduation.
Emily turns 6 and she can't have a happy birthday in the front yard.
Technically, no. Do people still do it?
Sure.
Yes, of course. Like if your son plays on the football team, yes, you stick it. I love my library. They stick the signs. Like, yes, people do it, but political signs are not allowed, and you can you can fly any flag you want, though.
Sure.
So I understand this, but you don't go on somebody's property and take down something you don't like.
Never.
You don't do that.
Generally, you probably have a Ring doorbell or a camera doorbell yourself. Why would you think nobody else does?
Look, I could get how it's obnoxious, and like some people make it their entire personality, but it's still their property.
Yes.
If you have an issue, you probably have to go through the HOA and say, hey, if we don't actually want political signs, should we also vote to make that flags as well? That's the only way he has a way out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, address that one November 6th.
Yep.
Right.
All right, the next one, election night. Dear John, I'm throwing an election night watch party for Tuesday night. We're doing themed drinks and snacks. It's a group of about 10 people, all of whom are rooting for the same candidate. The issue is my best friend is on the other side of the aisle, and we go at it from time to time with politics. It's part of our dynamic, and we've stayed good friends. I wouldn't end our friendship over it, but I didn't invite him. Frankly, I don't even want him there. The night will be anxious enough as it is. Well, he found out and is very upset with me. Was I right to leave him out?
This is a tough one. Because you don't want it to be a confrontational party. Somebody's going to be upset. And I don't know. I mean, if you're invested enough to have a watch party.
Who does that?
There's plenty of people
They
that
do?
Oh, yeah.
Watch party with your buddies? Themed drinks,
like-minded
snacks?
people.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. This seems
that's
more
a
of
little
a
more, yeah.
Yeah. It's more extreme, especially when the College Football Playoff Committee is going to be announcing their playoffs that night. I don't think you're wrong, and I don't necessarily think he's wrong in regards to, like, you're my best friend, and you think that I would come up and be confrontational. Now, if you do think there's a confrontation ensuing, then, hey, this is a party that you wouldn't like anyway.
I mean, I think that you still extend the invite. Most likely he'd be like, well, who's going? You tell him who's going. He's like, I think I'll pass on that.
Well, yeah, and be very clear. All right, there's 11 people now coming with you if you want to come. The other 10 are on the other side of the aisle from you. Do you want to be a part of that? And make that offer.
I think you make the offer.
I don't know. You got to protect your peace, right? If you know this person kind of gets off on the political, back and forth, and you don't want that, it's your house, your party, you go, we'll fight about it the next day. It's your house.
It is true. It's your party. You can invite who you want.
Would you guys invite Stoney to a election watch party? Seriously, what kind of watch party were you more likely to have on Tuesday?
It depends more on the food being served.
Okay, so which type? An election watch party on Tuesday, an NFL trade deadline party, or a college football release party? Which party would you have if you had to have one? Death not an option.
Okay, I've got to have a party. I'm probably going with NFL trade deadline.
But there's no promise that Brad's going to give you anything to celebrate about. It's going to end up
so-
being a pretty sad party.
Well, there'll be no local teams in the college football one. So
Yeah, but if you're on the
true.
wrong side of the aisle and you've got 10 people there for one, it's going to be a sad party.
Yeah. The safest one's probably the college football playoff.
Probably because it's
What outrage could you
it's not
possibly
it's
have?
not final.
Exactly. The last one is hall pass. Dear John, my wife and I have been married for 10 years. We have 2 children, both under 10. 5 years ago, I found out that my wife had an affair.
Oh, no.
I was crushed. I was numb. I loved my wife a lot. Her affair partner told me about it when my wife called it off. It lasted a full month, and she felt really guilty. I confronted her. She was remorseful, didn't deny it, said she'd do anything, follow any reconciliation steps I asked, begged not to break up our family. I asked her why she cheated. She gave no excuses and said it was for the thrill. My first reaction was to divorce, but after sitting on it for a week, I decided to stick it out for our family and because I still loved my wife. She was thankful and even told me I had a hall pass I could use whenever I wanted. Over the next year or so, my wife had followed all of the steps necessary, including therapy, getting sober, changing jobs, a bunch of things. I have forgiven my wife, but I can never forget it. Fast forward to today, family's doing great, but I have struck up a friendship with a woman who I met at a bookstore. We have common interests. We really click. John, is it okay to use that hall pass and cash it in?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Let's go back to the rules that we learned as kids. 2 wrongs don't make a right. No. All right. She would have said anything at that point if she was truly remorseful. Now, yeah, you can forgive, but it's impossible to forget something like that. And I can't even imagine the thoughts that you still have about someone else being with your wife. But it's not going to make it any better, and you're not going to feel any better.
I agree with everything you just said. That 2 wrongs don't make a right was basically what I had written down. No, that's not how you solve a problem. No. You can't do it.
No. How about adding a little bit more spice now, so it's not the same trap that your wife fell into. She liked the thrill of it. All right.
What are you proposing right now?
add a little thrill into your own relationship. All right. Be a little spontaneous.
Get a storage unit. I don't know.
Oh boy. I still can't believe that one. I've asked a lot of people. I'm like, would you ever? And everybody's like, no.
Pick up a stranger at a bar role play. Try that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways that you could spice it up. Yeah.
Maybe that's next week. Ways to spice it up. It's Dear John. It's 97.1. Dodgers come back down 5-0, aided by several Yankee blunders. I'm sure everybody feels really bad for the Yankees. Garrett Cole doesn't cover first. They got a ball dropped in center field. Shortstop short arms it to third. Just a collection of mistakes and errors for the Yankees, and the Dodgers win the World Series.
Freddie Freeman.
There he is.
Always the man on the spot.
And this was going to be true no matter who won the World Series, but it's, once again, a big payroll that gets it done. The last 15 years, 13 of the 15 World Series champions have had a top 10 payroll. You don't have to be Yankees or Dodgers.
Right.
But I'll just remind people, it's pay to play. These are all billionaires. If you want to get in the game, you got to build to a payroll that's top 10.
It's pay to play.
Pay to play. And I know there's, good players aren't always the highest paid players. Yes, but a lot of the good players are highly paid players. And
or
you need
they
the good
eventually
players
will be.
Yeah, and you need them to win.
Yeah.
So
there's a couple available.
Just a note for this offseason, a little tone setter. I'm not expecting them to have a Dodgers payroll or even a Yankees payroll or anything like that.
Could you get one of them?
Start nudging their way towards a top 10 payroll.
Calling Mr. Soto.
Okay, so what did Soto say, Tom? You said this off air. Do you have the quote?
I'm paraphrasing, but he said he's open to joining all teams.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the list. He doesn't know who's interested, but he said he is open to having a conversation with anybody who's interested.
Do you
Basically,
buy that?
if you pay me the most, I will come play for you.
Do you believe that? Or
He didn't say that.
The list, okay. So the only way it changes is if the Yankees want to pay me a lot of money, maybe I'll come back and chase another World Series. If the Dodgers want to pay me a lot of money and it's not as much as some other team, maybe I'll go chase another World Series. But what it does say is if everyone is on the list, you pay me the most, you get your best chances.
It's every once in a while, a new team will jump into the fray in baseball. The Padres did it, right? 5 years ago, roughly, where they were like, we're going to start spending money. Maybe somebody decides to do that. Maybe it's one of the Florida teams. Nobody would ever see it coming, but the tax breaks that you get,
Sure.
That's why Sue went to Miami. I mean, athletes have all kinds of different motivations, and maybe he could make more money than in Florida than he could from a contract with the Yankees. It might be worth more because of taxes,
Right.
I mean, I don't know why he would go to California.
Well, the A's
won the
will
World
eventually
Series.
be in Vegas.
Yes.
They're not there yet.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one team that can pay him in crazy puffs, just saying.
Yeah.
I don't think it would happen.
Crazy Puss for life if he comes here.
No, and okay, I don't want to bring this up in a serious way because I'll just be laughed off of, the show here. But if your payroll is laughably inadequate,
even if you do something like that, you're not going to be.
You still won't have a top 10
top
payroll.
10?
Think about it. The Tigers could pay Juan Soto whatever he wants plus $1, and they still wouldn't have a top 10 payroll. So should they at least? They should be in on him. I don't have any expectation, but the idea that because remember the comments from Harris were a player makes us better, I can't argue Soto would make them better. Of course he would,
but you don't want to block any bats.
Do you think Jim? Honestly, do you think the Tigers could offer a $600 million contract?
What do you mean? Can they? Of course they can.
Do you think it? Okay.
Is the owner broke? I mean, of course they could offer it. I don't know that they will, but that's a completely separate argument.
I mean, it would be ridiculous if he played here. What would you do with Vierling in the outfield?
These are the questions we need to be asking.
He'd play third then, right?
Yes.
And then Young would go to second and Keith to first and bye-bye Torque.
And I don't want this to be misconstrued. Nobody is saying they have to sign Juan Soto or the team is cheap and poorly run or anything like that. No one's saying they have to hit a certain dollar spend this offseason or else they're not trying. But they do need to add real veteran bats that cost real money.
I will say, taking his comments last night, he's inviting maybe a wild card team to jump into the fray.
Yeah. He's inciting a bidding war.
Yeah,
is what he's trying to do.
You know what? I would just first glance, if they keep Guerrero, maybe the Blue Jays get involved. Steal him from a division rival. You put him with Bichette and Guerrero.
Well, they were in on Otani, so I wouldn't rule them out.
That's why I said that.
Yeah, I think most likely he will end up a Yankee or a Dodger.
Yeah, because they could pay the most, and they're willing to,
and they're good teams too.
Yeah.
And if I'm the Yankees,
they pay the most.
Huge part. Funny how that all goes hand in hand. A couple ticket texts on Dear John. This one says, I would reject the hall pass and tell her she has to get implants. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to step out, but you need to improve.
Okay, yeah, that's in poor taste. This one says, hall pass writer, you do not want to stoop down to the same level of activity that hurt you. Be a real man. That behavior might explain why she had an issue with you in the first place. Good luck. This one says, I'll add some spice to that story about the cheating wife. Divorce papers and a new phone number. Jerry in South Lyon. Hall pass scenario is the wildest Dear John I can remember to date. Should have left her when he found out initially.
That's a tough one. I mean,
They have kids.
yeah.
They have a family.
He said he still loved her, but that's a hard thing to get over.
Yeah, because that vision, can only imagine, never leaves your mind.
And how do you fully trust that person ever again?
An answer I have no answer to.
Texter says an unhappy home ruins families more than divorce. So another person advocating that they should have just ended the marriage then. Who has time to date when you still have small kids?
It's time to do anything.
On the election,
or had spice.
There you go. On the election night question, someone brought up Stoney being at your watch party.
Yeah.
Stoney would probably split a Republican president and a Democrat vice president or vice versa. Classic flip-flopper.
Yeah. Well, I'd take the top of this ticket and the second of this ticket. Now, if they could do that, I'd vote.
Think about it. I'm stealing what you said, Jim, but he would shade half the box
What?
on one of them, and then the other half for the other one, so he gets like either he gets Trump and who's running with, I can't even think now.
Walls.
Walls, and then or you would have Harris and
Vance.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't do that because of the whole pick six comment.
The Stoney ballot. They got to come up with this.
Incredible. Let's get to Heather in the news. Heather, what's going on?
So Jalen Hurts called it a blessing to spend the team's off day this week at the golf course with former President Barack Obama. But Hurts didn't actually play golf with the former president, while his teammate Saquon Barkley did. So instead, Hurts just kind of walked the course. He was there, right, with the foursome. And he later explained that he never even touched a club because the Eagles won't let him. It's all due to this clause in his contract. So despite the fact that he couldn't play, he did say that he, did a little trash talking and said, just wait till I can play, and still said that he enjoyed his day.
I saw this story. John, this is not uncommon for teams to have certain clauses. I had never heard of golf being something teams didn't want their players doing.
Yeah,
is it
that
that
would
dangerous
be,
for like a quarterback? Am I missing
No, it might just be. I mean, if he was there riding around the car, maybe just time on feet.
Okay,
on
he
the
said
day
he
off.
walked.
No, I know.
Oh. It was more. I took the article as more. I'm not allowed to swing a golf club. Like I cannot play golf. I can walk. I can be in a golf cart. I can be on a golf course. I just physically can't swing the golf club. Is how I took it.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting.
Never heard of that.
Nope.
In
honor of National Sandwich Day, which is November 3rd, and National Fried Chicken Sandwich Day, which is November 9th, Popeyes is handing out free chicken sandwiches for a limited time, and you can get your hands on one. So here's what you have to do. You can get a free classic, spicy, or the new ghost pepper chicken sandwich with an online order of at least $10. Pretty simple as that. The promotion runs through Sunday, November 10th.
Cool. I've never had the Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Oh, it's good.
Is it good?
It's good. There's the whole fight with that and Chick-fil-A.
Sure.
I think I still prefer the Chick-fil-A sandwich, but I prefer the
Does Popeyes have breakfast sandwiches?
I have no idea. I've never been to one.
Because I love the Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwich, chicken, egg, cheese.
Yeah.
Which seems like it would be odd, but
it goes together.
Their biscuits are.
They might.
Popeyes has good biscuits too, but you got to have something to drink with them because they will
soak it all
dry.
up.
Yeah.
The world's tallest teen is set to make college basketball history. At 7 feet 9 inches tall, Florida Gators freshman Olivier Rioux has become the tallest player in college basketball history. This kid is a beast. Listen to this. By the time he turned 8 years old, he was already towering over his classmates. 6th grade, he was 6 feet 11 inches tall.
In 6th grade?
In 6th grade. Then at 15, he was 7 feet 5 inches. At 15 years old, that's when he was put in the Guinness World Records. They named him the tallest teenager on the planet. Now he's 18 years old, 7 feet 9 inches tall, and like I said, he's going to make history.
Still the tallest teenager on the planet.
It's crazy. He comes from a tall family. His dad is 6'8", his mom is 6'2". He has an older brother who's 6'9".
Okay.
I mean, all very tall. And he says, when I met with my family, it's normal to be tall. We all go out together and we get the looks, right? And everyone wants to know how tall we are. But he says it does wear on him a little bit when he's, he really steps out anywhere and everyone's like, oh, wow. And then he's all alone. There's nobody else as tall. I mean, not that his family's even as tall as him, but.
Yeah, he's a foot taller than his brother.
And his brother is very
6'9",
tall.
yeah. What's that,
Pretty
2
crazy.
Collins? Like if he was on shoulder?
Yeah. Probably. Okay, so it's Halloween, and I thought I'd give you some fun
Sorry,
Halloween news. So a lot of people have been preparing for Halloween for quite some time. It says the average person started prepping for Halloween and thinking about their costume over 5 weeks ago. It's really people in their 20s and 30s who have been prepping the longest, maybe even longer than that. We're going to spend about $11.6 billion on Halloween this year. That's $104 per person. That's including costumes, candy, decorations, those gigantic skeletons that you're seeing in people's front yard, things like that. 72% of Americans are celebrating this year. 67% will hand out candy. 52% will put up decorations. 49% will be dressing up. And adults get in on the holiday too. 21% of adults between 18 and 30 say Halloween is their favorite holiday. They're going all out. Only 11% of Americans think that Halloween is a harmful holiday.
Well, I don't think there's any harmful about it. I just
you're
don't like
rotting
it.
your teeth.
Oh.
What about all those kids' toilet
Come
paper
over to
at
my
homes?
house. You get a pencil.
Here's a toothbrush. Enjoy.
Yes. Yep.
Don't be one of those people, please.
Yes.
Kids
Here's
don't
an
want
apple.
that. An apple. How do you feel about the bags of chips?
Step it up.
I don't like the bags of chips.
I don't either.
I don't like chips to begin with, so.
I was always disappointed when I got those. You know, you go home and you sort the candy,
Yep.
and you're always like, oh,
A
great,
bag of
another
chips,
bag
yeah.
of chips. It's the worst.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the market is materializing. What would it take to get one of those edge rushers? We have a report next. It's 97.1. Hey, that sounds good to me. That's Dan Campbell talking about Jamison Williams.
Uh-huh.
We want to know
Even
how,
though you don't want him here.
That's
just like you didn't want Jared Goff here.
It's not what I said. We want to look ahead to Tuesday, trade deadline.
Kind of is.
What do you think I said?
What do I think you said?
Yes.
That you don't want to extend him. That you don't want him here anymore. He's not worth it to you.
We asked, and people can go back and rewind and listen to it. If you had to
I may have left out a few words.
If you had to make the decision today, of course you did. If you had to make the decision today on the 5th year, they don't, but if you had to make a decision today, what would you do? And I said I would decline it. That would still mean he plays this year and next, and he could earn that extra money. And that's my thing all along. Even with Jared Goff, you go out, you perform, you exceed expectations, you ingratiate yourself to this team, to this city, and you have the tape and you've done it. Take care of them. And Brad Holmes has done that with a number of these guys. It would be on brand to make Jamo earn it. The reason
would also be on brand for them to be loyal to a draft pick
that performs. And Jamo could perform at the end of this season.
Until this year, did Levi perform?
Well, they haven't had to make a decision on him yet.
Well, they kept him around for this year. I mean, we're talking about
cut him, but
going
they didn't
into
extend
his
him. I'm talking
year,
about getting paid. We're not talking about rookie deals. We're talking about the big deals.
We're not talking
that really,
about getting paid, making more than he is now.
It's a big step up, a 5th-year option.
It is, but not like paying another receiver to come in here, whether it's free agency or if you want to go through the draft and try and find somebody that could do what he does for this offense.
John, whether it's Jamo or someone else who does not get a second contract here in Detroit or does not get extended in Detroit, they will have to replace him, and they'll most likely do it via the draft. So in the case of Jamo or any player, because I know Jamo gets a certain reaction, any Lions player.
Which takes away an opportunity to get an edge defender or develop some depth there or offensive lineman, because you're going to need more than one offensive lineman.
We're talking about 2 years from now. Like, Jamo's on the team this year and next, regardless of if they pick up the option or not. And I'm cool with that. Give him every chance to succeed. But as of right now, I mean, let's state the obvious. He has things he needs to work on.
There's no question. But it's all projection. And you're projecting the negative. I'm projecting the positive.
All right, John.
I think that's kind of where we are.
I know that's how you want to frame it. And what I want to do is talk about something
Is that not it? Please prove me wrong.
I have enough time trying to fight.
You have been very consistent on I need to see it with the Lions because you need to see it. You needed to see it with Jared Goff.
Yes.
You've needed to see it with all of these guys. So I get where you're at.
I'm not singling Jamo out. I know how it will sound. What I'd like to do is talk about the trade deadline, which is on Tuesday. And we wonder, what is it going to take to get some of these guys? And this is still very much up in the air. But we have a report from ESPN on Zadarius Smith. He did not practice yesterday. He is a pass rusher with experience in the division. He's got 5 sacks this season. He signed this year and next. He's a guy we've talked about on the show the last couple weeks. What's the market for Zadarius Smith? Here's Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Fourth on the high end.
So they're going to say, yeah, we're thinking about keeping him around for 2 years because we have him under contract. But, I mean, how much better are they going to be next year? Maybe they get a top pick and they get a quarterback, and we haven't even dove into who the quarterbacks are, how good they are, how they compare to other years. I don't think they're going to be any better next year. He's got more value at the trade deadline now than he will in the offseason, than he will at next year's trade deadline. So if they can get a good day 3 pick, now there's going to be other teams that could give a good day 3 pick better than the Lions because they have no 3, but they also, I think we all anticipate, they're going to be drafting at the end of the 4th round.
If this is what it would take, they can't be left doing nothing. We can't hear about on Tuesday that the market was ridiculous and the asking prices were too high and we like our practice squad pass rushers when there is someone more proven available for a day 3 pick. Brad Holmes has used a 4th round pick on a project offensive lineman who doesn't dress on game days. The idea that you couldn't use a first or it's too much to give up, I hope that's not the song they're singing on Tuesday. I think John, they have to do something, and they can't gaslight us into going, well, the group's good enough. It is good enough, but you want to be as good as you can be.
Yeah. And the group may be good enough. But like you said, you want to do everything to give yourself as many advantages as possible. And I think there needs to be lessons learned last year. Not that I wasn't too crushed. I was hoping for an edge opposite Aiden. More because, I thought it would bode well for them in the playoffs as the season neared end. I also thought it would be very entertaining to watch both of those guys play on opposite sides. It didn't happen. They ended up making the NFC Championship game. And we have no idea what could have been. They were up 17, ended up losing. There were some key plays, but some of those key plays may not even happen if you are able to apply pressure. The first half, instead of being up 17, maybe you're up 24. Maybe you're up 21. Who knows?
Yeah.
But this year, the expectation is not just playoffs. It's not just division. It's not just NFC Championship game. And it's not just Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl championship. Mm-hmm. So give yourself every advantage because you're now at a disadvantage from where you started the season.
Yeah. Okay. And I can't treat this report like it's gospel, but it's our first idea, a barometer of what the market might look like for the position group. I mean, I guess Uche being traded for a sixth also gave us a mark, but
yeah, but Zadarius Smith is greater than
a more complete player. And this pricing makes sense to me. Again, I don't know. NFL teams are going to have their own line in the sand, but I wonder what Brad Holmes is waiting for if this is the asking price. Is he working bigger moves and wants to see where those end up? I just don't want him to get caught with nothing. If someone else says, hey, we could use a pass rusher too. You can never have enough of these guys. Yeah, here's our fourth. We want to catch the Lions.
Yeah.
Oops. Now the Lions
or maybe we don't offer a fourth just so he doesn't go to the Lions.
Sure.
And we still get good production out of him.
Right. This gives us our first real test for Holmes. This price doesn't seem astronomical. This is a player who could help this football team. Get it done.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any question, and especially since there's another year on there. Because now you're looking at next year, whether you're looking at the draft, you're looking at free agency. Do you need to go out there and get another edge? Sure, you want to create depth, but it might buy you another year where, okay, with our first and second, maybe we decide that we want to go offensive line. Maybe we decide we want to go receiver. If Jamo's not a part of the deal, or even if Jamo is a part of, they're going to pick up the fifth year, but it's to trade, or it's cheaper than it is giving him an extended contract because we don't want him here for a six. Now all of a sudden you have some time to continue to develop that next receiver.
Some ticket text, 248-539-9797. If Zadarius only cost a fourth, I'm making that trade and adding another guy on top of it, Tom, in Flat Rock.
Let me ask you guys, is Smith the bare minimum move in terms of name,
I think so.
fit?
Yeah, I think so. And I could see if they don't get the big fish, but they get two guys, kind of what Tom on the ticket text is saying.
Yeah.
That could be another way of going, hey, we lost Davenport and Hutch. You know, we could use two bodies, so we're not running practice squad guys out there in critical third downs. Texter says, Cookies is going to be so mad when they don't make a trade. Well, I think we all will be.
I think you'll be more mad
than most.
Then I'll be disappointed. You'll have straight out anger. But here's what
is that
have.
Really is that unfair to be mad if they don't make a move?
Well, I mean, you can have your opinion,
right? But is that like an overreaction?
Ultimately, if it's determined at the end of the year that they don't win a Super Bowl because they don't have another edge or an edge, then that's when the anger comes out. I don't know that I would necessarily show that anger now. Here's the ammo that they have to work with. A first and second to trade for next year. A fourth round. A fifth round. A sixth and 2 sevenths. That's the ammo that they're working with in the 25 draft. Obviously, there's more in 26.
Do you think they'll win the Super Bowl right now? Like, let me just add, do you think the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I don't think they will if they don't make some move here. I think the depth will bite them in the butt down the road. They need bodies. You might not like the body they bring in, but they need bodies. I mean, Pascal's might be not out this. He might be out this week. It's starting to lean that way. We don't really know what's going on here.
Yeah.
They've said it's not directly cancer related, but to miss a second straight game just makes you wonder.
We got ticket text to read, some phone calls to knock out, some on the Jamo stuff, but the conversation I'm trying to have, I know John's trying to paint me into this negative corner, is about improvement, winning, good things for the Lions, the trade that they should make. You just won't let me. It's 97.1. We played the audio. A 4th-round pick is the ask from Cleveland for Zadarius Smith. Ask doesn't mean they'll receive. Brad could start with a 5th and try to negotiate, and who knows. But we have some idea of a market for a player that we've discussed. Might want 2 players if you're going to go on the lower end. Maybe he's holding out for a higher-end player. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Ticket texters reacting to that, plus the Jamo conversation we had earlier. Yesterday, it was a huge topic, and it was about what happened and didn't happen. We've looked ahead today, and the question was, if you had to decide right now, 5th-year option, yes or no. Ticket texter says, in regards to extending Jamo, if it prevents the Lions from paying to keep Branch or Kirby, no. Jamo's made tough decisions. It's easier for Holmes with those bad decisions. So it's worth pointing out, Jamo's 5th year would kick in the same time that Goff's money really starts to be on the books. Sewell and St. Brown money really starts to fill up your cap sheet. If he performs well, you'll figure it out. But if he doesn't perform well, I mean, those are the type of decisions you have to make.
Then you have more value in your trade asset.
Which is the point you made. Ticket texter says, Brad
One
Holmes.
of them.
One of your many brilliant points. Is that what you wanted me to say, John?
No. I just said it's one of them.
Okay.
You can describe them however you want.
Okay. Don't hurt yourself patting yourself on the back. This one says, trying not to get mad at Brad Holmes, but potentially 2 years in a row, he could take some blame for not getting us to the final steps.
It's all right there. There is no question. If he doesn't, I know what the conversation will be Wednesday morning.
The Lions didn't lose to the Niners because they passed on making a big trade last season. I think there's truth. It's a yes and no to me. They lost the game for a number of reasons. Josh Reynolds' drop on 4th and 2. That play going the other way might have been enough for them to win the game by itself, right? The Vildor play, the Gibbs fumble, like these are all plays that I look back at and put the majority of the blame. But it's also true that in that 3rd quarter and that 4th quarter, Brock Purdy was extending plays on 3rd down, and if you had a better pass rush, he doesn't extend those plays. They don't find the end zone. They don't kick a field goal. You get the ball back, one more chance to win the football game. It's not the sole reason they failed to make the NFC title game, but I think failed to make the Super Bowl, but I think it's part of it.
Yeah, certainly is.
Yeah. This one says, Brad Holmes not making at least one significant move to address the defensive end and running out practice squad players is the equivalent of signing Vildor off the couch last year, which did cost us the NFC title game. Go get Hendrickson and Zadarius Smith, Jared and Flint.
And then just don't draft for the next couple of years.
No more draft. The draft is canceled.
No more draft.
Joe in Flint, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. I have a trade proposal. How about the Lions send Montgomery and Angeloni and their first-round pick the Cowboys for Rico Dowdle and Micah Parsons?
Permission to hang up on this guy?
Yeah, no, that's not. I mean,
Joe, love you to death, but
yeah.
what are we? We're trading away Montgomery. We're trading away Anzalone. We're trading away guys that are part of winning the championship.
The heart and soul of this team.
And a first in there. I'm getting Parsons and a running back I don't care about.
Yeah.
I know the rebuttal. We have Gibbs. The 1-2 punch is what makes this thing go offensively. Let's try to do better. D'Angelo in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I had a quick trade proposal as well. My question is, how do you guys think about this? Trading this year's second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, or either next year's second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, and this year's 4th for Zadarius Smith, and sending Josh Pascal to the Bengals to get Trey Hendrickson, and then keep Zadarius Smith as a rotational guy for next year for when Hutch comes back.
I don't hate the idea.
I mean, I don't hate the idea. No.
You don't like the idea?
No, I like the idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was echoing what you said.
I didn't know if you were.
No, I just don't know. I mean, okay, if you lose Trey Hendrickson, do you just want to fill that roster spot with a player?
Well, Trey Hendrickson has this year and next year on his contract. Now, you could argue he wants to be traded and extended, but I think assuming you could get him in and you're in pursuit of a Super Bowl for this year and next year, you figure it out beyond
the offseason.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of asking price for Trey Hendrickson, that's something we don't know. We don't have a report from ESPN that can fill in
I
the
just
blank.
don't think a second. And I mean, if you throw in Josh Pascal, I'm still not sure that gets it done for Trey Hendrickson.
Gator, I'm sure you've perused all of this.
Interesting though.
Zadarius Smith for a 4th. The report for ESPN is the asking price.
Yeah, unfortunately, where the Lions are picking, they're going to have to go higher than that because some team that's picking below them will probably, they got to beat out. But I mean, you certainly, if I were Brad Holmes, I'd be talking to Cleveland and I'd say, we'll give you our fourth, and say, I mean, at some point you got to give us the right to compete with another team, if an offer comes in better.
Yeah.
But that's where the whole trust thing comes in, because then Cleveland could just play the game. Oh yeah, we've got an offer.
We actually have an offer for 2 fourths.
So I'd love to know truth serum with GMs. How much gamesmanship goes on there.
Quite a bit.
Because you don't want to burn bridges either if people find out. So I imagine there's some honesty that goes in, and then there's also a lot of chicanery that goes on. But yeah, I would 100% give up a 4th round pick for Zadarius Smith. That's easy.
Yeah, that's kind of our consensus too.
Get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you brought up Trey Hendrickson. I mean, that's a whole other level.
Right.
It's another level above, and I don't know what the asking price for him would be, but it's a guy who wants out of town. He wanted out of Cincinnati before the year began, and if Cincinnati loses on Sunday,
they play the Raiders though.
I know they play the Raiders, but that's going to be false hope.
Come on, Minshew mania.
Is Cincinnati really good enough to make the playoffs at this point?
They started 0-3. Which we all know the numbers of teams that start 0-3 actually making the playoffs. Not a whole lot better now.
Yeah, I mean, they've won 3 games, and they do have Joe Burrow. But they got a guy who didn't want to be there. Does he really want to? I mean, unless he wants to be there, and you can feel like you're revitalized, although I just don't.
Well, they have issues with paying guys in Cincinnati historically and even currently, right? I mean, the Chase situation, you throw Hendrickson the value's never going to be higher for Trey Hendrickson than it is right now. So they'd really have to look themselves in the mirror and say, at 3-5, are we destined to chase a Super Bowl this year?
He's not going to get a 1st-round pick, I don't think. I wouldn't imagine. Now, the thing is with the Lions, you might get a 1st-round pick from the Lions because if a team offers a 2nd, Lions
you have to up
beat
them.
it.
Yeah.
So what do you guys got coming up?
Blitz thingy at 10:30, and I think I know exactly what's happening at the trade deadline. We'll get to that at 11.
Oh,
look at that.
Clairvoyant Doug. It's Karsch Anderson, 97.1.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Here we go. Haddonfield.
What does that mean?
Haddonfield's where Michael Myers is from.
Oh, okay.
Remember the Strode family?
Dude, I never saw Halloween.
You never saw the original Halloween?
No.
Why not? You scared?
Why does anything surprise you?
Well, I mean, this movie's been out for 50 years. And you scared?
I don't really like scary movies, but
because he's scared, Gator.
Then don't see Halloween, the original.
Is that right?
Well, I've said this before. I'll say it again because I love bringing it up. I thought it was the greatest slogan ever for a movie poster. Halloween is so scary, it'll scare the seeds out of your pumpkin. That's what it said. I remember it.
Seedless pumpkins?
I remember being at 12 Oaks Mall when I was a kid.
It's big talk.
Going past the movie theater, and there's this giant poster for Halloween. Halloween is so scary, it will scare the seeds out of your pumpkin.
Okay, so who did this song, though? Because this song...
John Carpenter,
John Carpenter.
who was the director of the movie, came up with the theme song.
Okay, because I got to tell you, this is probably the most effective theme song ever for anything.
So good. It's so simple, and it's like done on a Casio.
Like soundtracks that convey exactly what you want them to convey. This is 10 out of 10.
100%.
Yep.
I forget where I was the other day. I walked into a store, and they were playing music like this. Like, it wasn't Halloween, but it was very close to it. And I'm like, oh, you guys are setting the mood. Yeah, let's go. I'd like a cleaver, please.
A sickle.
Machete on aisle 2. Yeah.
You're in defense mode when you hear this.
Oh, yeah. You got to be ready.
Can I get an old school hockey goalie mask,
And
please?
you wonder why I wear cleats. Hell yeah, I'm wearing cleats. Day like today? Come on.
Hold on, though.
Woo!
And you're not at all torn because Halloween's all about the kids.
Not scary movies. I just had such a great childhood. I loved Halloween as a kid. I mean,
You don't say.
Yeah. Well, who didn't? You didn't love Halloween
Dude,
as a
you
kid?
didn't like Halloween as a kid, Doug?
No, I did as a kid. I'm saying it's pretty clear you liked Halloween as a kid. You just got all fired up about this movie.
Well, I
and-
start thinking about the movies, and
And
then
then
I
I
get to
think
know
about
part
all
of my
the-
life where all I wanted to watch were horror movies.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know?
look, if word got out that the family up on Summit is giving away full candy bars, it's spread around the neighborhood like crazy, and everybody beeline to that house, right? I mean,
Imagine today with cell phone technology.
oh yeah, text chains.
It'd be out of candy in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Back then, it would take a while.
Mm-hmm.
You
Full size Kit Kat bars, man.
come across Stacy and Darcy, and you're like, "Hey, girls, did you hear? Did you hear?"
Doesn't everybody growing up have one animal night where you hit 100 houses and you find yourself in places you can't believe you walked that far to trick or treat?
Yeah, and then in the end, you go back and you think about, wow, I must have been out till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. No, you were home by 8.
Yeah,
You know, it's just time flies by at a different rate of speed when you're younger.
But your neighborhood is not elite for Halloween.
It is and it isn't. Well, there's a couple streets in my neighborhood. My street is one of them where it's not as conducive for the volume of candy for the kids on Halloween because the homes are a little bit further apart. They're not, massive homes or anything like that, but they're. If you went over a street, you'd see that the lots of the homes are right on top of each other. My street, not as much.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I were a trick or treater, I might test out my street,
But it's an efficiency issue.
Well,
Like
it's
you can't hit
it's
it.
efficiency. Like if you go down my street and then you go trick or treating, and if I were a kid and I'm like, oh, I'm going to check. Okay, bigger homes, whatever, bigger lots. Maybe they've got better candy. That's the way you think as a kid. You go to the house, and then if you get like a fun size Kit Kat that has like one little Kit Kat bar in there, not even two, but you get one.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, this isn't paying out, man. I'd rather go volume, get all the houses that are next to each other, hit 50 of those in the next 20 minutes, as opposed to going down this street and getting, crappy candy for 20 homes.
Well,
there's strategy involved.
Yeah, of course.
There's strategy involved.
So
but,
we may do the fire pit, lawn chair, cooler, beer thing and sit in the driveway tonight.
I look forward to those days, Doug.
We might have when you're not
because
out.
my kids are too young to just. Hey, I'll see you back in 2 hours.
It's supposed to rain tonight?
Windy.
It's supposed to rain early, and it's supposed to be windy, but
Well,
I
that's
think
not
the rain's
conducive
supposed
to
to
fire
clear.
pit if you got wind. Yeah.
No, it's not ideal. That was the plan. We'll see if I did clean out the garage yesterday, so we may just pull the cars into the street and kind of set up on that garage, like that. I'm not gonna put the fire pit in the garage,
no,
but
don't
like
do that.
right, we'll put the chairs in the garage and the fire pit right outside. We'll see. We'll see what we do.
Watch the World Series. Oh, did the Yankees lose? Can't do that. That's just too bad.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
You really hate
You know
to
what's
see
funny about it is I wanted the thing over. Like the old joke, who do you root for, the Yankees or Dodgers? I'm rooting for a meteor strike, But I just wanted it over. I just wanted the thing over. I wanted 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody gets fired up. Oh, look at the Goliaths, and then just one just smacks the other, and it's over, and it's boring. And we almost got the sweep.
That's all right. Took 5 games, and now today is officially the first day of free agency. You can't sign anybody for another 4 days, but you can start negotiating with players and talking to players.
And I got to tell you, we got to talk about it. We will today on the show. I'm a little bit excited for this offseason. There is premium on this Detroit Tigers offseason. There is also premium on the trade deadline, which is rapidly approaching in the National Football League. And at this point, nothing yet by our Detroit Lions, which is starting to lead to some fan angst. The angst actually has been going on for over a week. We have seen accusations of asleep at the wheel. We have seen accusations of crickets. They're talking. They're going to get something done. Trust me.
Yeah,
something will get done.
I'm pretty sure something's going to get done, but I would say that if something isn't done by close of business today, then you're going to have to wait till Monday or Tuesday.
Of course.
But I think people are all excited. Oh, we got to get something.
I think we've already passed.
Yeah, we probably have. The point of if you acquire somebody today, will they be able to suit up on Sunday, right? That's what you want to hear.
We're probably already past.
It's happened in the past, and I suppose it depends on the player. But no, I'm kind of resigned to the fact that they're going to get somebody on Monday or Tuesday.
We'll get to that coming up today at 11 a.m. We got the Blitz thingy today at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson. We have open lines. I think we have to dedicate a little bit of time here to the Pistons and the Red Wings. The Pistons got to win, and the Red Wings looked awful. And it's starting to become a disturbing pattern with that team. We'll get to that coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. They specialize in auto law, and that's what you want, right, as a specialist. Michigan's largest legal newspaper reviewed all the law firms in Michigan and called Michigan Auto Law arguably the best in the business. There's a reason judges often send their personal cases to Michigan Auto Law. There's a reason other personal injury lawyers send their car accident cases to Michigan Auto Law. There's a level of care that comes with Michigan Auto Law attorneys, more like white glove service. Michigan Auto Law, they care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So we'll start with the positive from last night. How about that Piston win? Yay. Yay, Pistons got to win. And it's amazing how much better you look when you shoot the ball better, as they did from the perimeter.
Oh, it looked good.
Which was good. Which was real good.
Yeah, I mean, it did not start off well. They got behind early and then just kept chipping away. And, knowing ahead of time that they weren't going to play with Joel Embiid or George was going to be out as well, that, okay, out their two best players, you'd think you'd have a pretty good chance to win.
Please win.
Please win.
Y'all better win a game.
Yeah, and start to put this team away. And then they got a lead, and then they just didn't look back and built it up considerably. And thankfully, they were able to hold on to the lead and doing it without Jalen Duren being any factor at all in the game. He played 10 minutes, didn't even attempt a shot, and had not one, not two, not three, not five, but 6 fouls. He fouled out in 10 minutes. It was impressive work.
Mm-hmm. Jaden Ivey looked like he was the best version of Jaden Ivey, and that's something we like to see. It's they're young, but you want to see progress. You want to see. I can't say they're young forever. Now, who's not young? I guess they are young in some places. Are the Red Wings, and that was ugly last night. And there've been a lot of metrics that said, even though they were like 4-4-1 going into that game last night, a lot of metrics that said that they weren't playing great hockey, but they were just hanging on. I'll say this about the way they're playing right now, because the record isn't dreadful, but that doesn't mean they're not playing pretty poorly. I feel like there's been incredibly long stretches where the other team just possesses the puck in the Red Wings zone. And Gator, if they were playing as well as they are playing badly right now, I would say this is cool, but I'm not sure it's sustainable. Does that make sense?
I think I understand what you're saying.
If right now the needle is pointing down, if the needle were pointing up as steeply as it's pointing down after last night's performance, I would be saying I'm not sure it's sustainable. I don't want to get too excited. I'm not sure they're going to keep playing this badly and getting outshot by 10 shots a game. And
I guess I would have been the other way. If they had started off well, I would have thought, okay, here we go. It's me thinking this is a playoff team. They needed to get better. I thought they were going to be better defensively as a team. I thought the goaltending was going to be better. I thought that the offense was going to take a step back a little bit because of all the goals they gave up in the offseason with players that they let go or traded. But this is not a great start. They've had a couple of really impressive games and then a bunch of games that they haven't. And that's disappointing. It's disappointing to see that, like last night, 10 minutes that they played really good hockey. Was it maybe 10 minutes in the second period? They looked inspired, and it was the offense only came way by the power play. And if they're not able to generate scoring chances in 5-on-5 hockey, that's a real problem. And when getting outshot is one thing, but not getting shots is worse. Like if you're getting outshot 40 to 30 in a game, and that's consistent, you've got problems with giving up too many shots. But when you're getting outshot like 30 to 20, that's not good. You got to get shots on net, man, and they're just not generating enough scoring chances.
Last night, we came the closest to the following being announced. Winnipeg goal scored by Ben Sherratt with an assist to Jeff Petrie.
Right?
I mean,
that's an unfortunate goal to start off the third period.
And
10 seconds into it.
The big question, I'm sure people are going to start questioning the obviously the coach, Derek Lalonde, the guy for the job. The bigger picture question is scary is whether or not Yzerman's the guy for the job, because we all want him to succeed, but this is the risk you run. Remember how uncomfortable it got for you being around Tram all that time? And in the midst of Joe Dumars won a championship.
Dumars built a championship.
And tried to build another one that wasn't successful, and people got so hostile towards a Detroit legend. I mean, has he just disappeared? Like, it's awful. This is the scary part about hiring legends.
Well, I'm certainly not in the camp of giving up on Yzerman. I I think that there are some things that you have to. Obviously, it's too early, I think, to give up on Lalone as well. But I think you have to start taking a look here. Okay, maybe applying a little bit of a pressure, and maybe it's halfway through the season. You have to see where you're at, and if you're not where you expect to be, I mean, then you've got to make changes. I don't know how long you want to wait if you're Steve Yzerman, and I would hope that this team can just rally and get better. Maybe it's as simple as, hey, they've got the flu going through the locker room.
Yeah.
Guys are lethargic and they're just, they're not healthy just yet. Wait a couple weeks and let's see what the team looks like. I don't know. That seems like maybe it's more of an excuse than anything else and an explanation. But I did expect better from this team. I mean, Patrick Kane doesn't look like he's got the same juice as he did last year, at least to my eyes. He's trying. He's out there. He's trying to make plays, but it's just not the same thing that we saw last year. It was like immediate interjection in the offense, even though immediately the team wasn't better. They weren't winning games when he first got there, but then they figured things out. But it's not him. I don't want to single out him. It's, that top line isn't scoring. And Dylan Larkin isn't scoring as much. Lucas Raymond isn't scoring as much. And it was nice that they, kind of help each other in the goal last night, but we need more of that. We need to see the Wings start scoring 4 and 5 goals a game in like a 5-game stretch to feel better about where this offense is, because it's just a massive struggle for this team to put even one puck in the net.
248-539-9797. Tim in Royal Oak. Hi, Tim.
Hey, howdy. I was at the game last night. It starts with a D. I'm sorry. Breaking out of the zone. And they've got 3 young kids that are firing it around the boards, and they got 3 old guys, and all of them have hands of stone. What do you think needs to be done? Like 2 of them. There's 2 that come to mind, and that's Petrie and Sherratt or Hole. What do you guys think? They got to do something with them.
Well, I think that it takes younger players a while to get acclimated to the NHL, but that doesn't speak for Seider and Edvinsson. Those guys should be fine. But, Johansson is going to be a little bit of a work in progress here, getting used to a new player coming to the team like Gustafsson. But you see good and bad from the other guys that you mentioned. I've seen good from Petrie, but you've seen bad from Petrie. And I think that when you're a veteran player and if you're a fan watching a veteran player and you see bad, you think the worst, because you immediately think they're done. Why are we parading this fossil out there, right? And not recognizing there is some good that comes with them too. I think it's a little early just to really make this full judge.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and I'm doing it too. I can't imagine anything really significant happening for a few weeks here, and I suspect that they will start to play better when the flu runs its course and these guys play a little bit together. It's kind of a wake-up start to the season, because there's a lot of metrics that are just telling us this is not a good hockey team. But, hey, NFL trade deadline at 11 a.m. I'll tell you exactly what I think is going on. Fitting the puzzle pieces together, I think we can kind of tell what's going to happen. That today at 11 o'clock here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 A Ticket. We got the Blitz thingy coming up at 10:30. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDAACY. It's very popular. More and more people are doing it every day. We see the numbers. You're going to be out of town at some point, out of our listening area, and you're going to go, oh, what's that app? So go get it today, AUDACY, the Odyssey app. Then you can stream this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the country. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com, and stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. I saw they were disappointed we were not in costume today, Gator. I think they expected us to be in costume. I got to be honest, when I left the house this morning, I forgot it was Halloween. And I did have a minor costume. It's really cool. Have you seen it? It doesn't take much. They have these visors with the fake hair that goes straight up in the air. I was thinking of wearing that today, but I didn't.
Worst ever.
Anyway,
and every guy that puts that hat on, they think they're so funny and so cool. Hey, have you seen this?
Yeah, you got to see mine. It's awesome. Anyway, Blitz thingy is next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. It's Thursday, which means it's time for the Blitz thingy. All right, Gator received yesterday. I go first today. On your market set, go.
All right, here we go. Doug, question number 1. Mac Jones, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Kenny Pickett, Trey Lance, and now Anthony Richardson. Some of the young quarterbacks this recently that have lost their jobs completely or have been benched. Does the NFL have a quarterback development problem?
No, I think the problem's the same as it's always been. It's really hard to identify which guys are going to be able to make it work and which guys won't. My theory is the physical tools can be identified. You can see who's got arm strength and who can run and who throws an accurate ball and who can spin it. But it's much harder to identify the things that really, I think, set you apart from the pack. And that's the ability to process information quickly and act on that information, desire, heart, toughness. And I think those things drive this. So many first-round picks have a ton of talent. They have a ton of talent. But there are other things that lead to success and failure. And a lot of it has to do with matching the quarterback skill set with the system they're in. So I think it's the same as it's always been. You go back and there's always guys that fail.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Doug. I think the key to development is giving the quarterback a chance. You've got to have weapons to work with. It'd be nice to step into a situation where there's an offensive line that's going to protect you. Or if you have a running game that helps with the play-action passing, or if you've got receivers to throw to. And a lot of these guys did not have that situation. But, what about guys like C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy or Jaden Daniels or Caleb Johnson? Those guys, or Caleb Williams. Those guys have all gotten off to pretty good starts to their career, and it's not a development issue. It's an issue about setting them up for success when they get into the league.
Yeah, I disagree with you guys. I think that the NFL does have a developmental issue with the young quarterbacks, and I think it's because they're rushing them too much. You have special guys. You have C.J. Stroud. You have Jaden Daniels. That's going to happen. The exceptions to the rules, I call them. But I think Tom Brady might have been right. I think we have a lot younger coaches now, and these younger coaches are more impatient than the older coaches that preceded them. When back in the day, and I don't even think it's back that far back in the day, you used to draft a young quarterback, and you would sit him. And he would sit and watch and learn. And I don't think that really happens much anymore. So that you're going to get guys like Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Zach Wilson, whatever, get thrown into the fire, and they're not going to be set up to succeed. So I just think they do have a developmental problem.
Back in the day, guys got thrown into the fire right away, too, though. The class of 83 quarterbacks, all those guys started right away. So I don't know if I agree with that.
You don't have to agree with it. It's my answer.
Oh.
Which quarterback, speaking of quarterbacks, that has lost his job, but you still strongly believe in?
For me, it's Justin Fields. I always have. He's a problem for defenses because of his strong arm and because he can run almost as well as anybody else in the league. But he needs, like the previous question, he needs to go to a team that can give him the tools to success. If he had gone to the Minnesota Vikings, the Vikings would be a real problem in the NFL. I mean, people think they already are with Sam Darnold, and they're not because Sam Darnold's terrible. But if Justin Fields were in Minnesota, they'd be killing it right now because he'd have weapons to throw to, an offensive line that can protect him, and they've got a running game. So that's been my guy, and unfortunately he's gone to a team where they already brought a quarterback in there that they envisioned to be their starter, and he was hurt to start the season.
Quarterback reclamation projects is going to become the new hotness with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, and I think Mac Jones. I like Justin Fields, but I also like Mac Jones, and putting him in the right situation. Like Malik Willis went to Green Bay. And I was a big Malik Willis fan, but I'm not dumb here. He's got all kinds of weapons now, So I think put Mac Jones in the right situation. I'd like to see him get another shot.
So, I mean, you guys probably know where I'm going with this because I feel like I have to. I'm going to have to stick with Anthony Richardson. I hitched onto him really early, and at this point, I think it's really too early to just say, hey, he's done. I actually agree with the benching, though. It goes back to my earlier point. I think he needs time to watch and learn the game a little bit more. His issue was the guy had like 0 starts going into the NFL. He was barely a starter in like high school, and then college he had very low, limited amount of starts. I look at guys like kind of similar to him, like bigger quarterbacks that can run with nice arms. Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. They were 52% completion percentages their rookie years, okay? They took big leaps the following year. The issue with Richardson is he did not take a big leap the following year. He actually went backwards in completion percentage. I think that he needs to take a step back, really learn how to play the position, and hopefully he still has, he's a very young quarterback. He still has time to learn and play the passing game because physically he can run and he has the arm strength.
And he's tired.
Yeah, that's not a good look. All right, Jags, Browns, Jets, or Raiders, which 2-6 AFC team has the best chance to still make the playoffs?
What a horrifically impossible question to ask us. Somebody's process of elimination. It's not the Jets because of Aaron Rodgers. Full stop. The Browns have the third toughest schedule the rest of the way, and I don't believe in Jameis. So that leaves me with the Jags or the Raiders. And I'm going to go with the Jags and our guy Trevor Lawrence. I'll give them the best chance to turn it around. Although I'm not completely stoked about this answer, none of the answers would make me stoked.
I like the way you answered it. I agree with you. King's a jerk for putting this question out there. But the way they're constructed right now, I'd say it's the Browns because of their defense and also having Jameis Winston at quarterback. I feel not completely the opposite of you, but that I think he's more of a plus than he is a minus quarterback in this league. And look, he got the team a W. They ate a W last week. Unfortunately for the Browns, they're likely to be sellers in 72 hours. So that could disrupt the whole thing. But like I said, as it's constructed right now, I'd go with the Browns.
Yeah, maybe not. But if they pull a win off this weekend, Gator, they could still stick with it. And I think the thing is, the odds aren't in the favor of any of these teams, of course. But it might happen, and teams don't give up. If they pull out a win this week, especially for these teams, they're not going to sell. I think my lean was Jets or Jags. I'm going to end up going the Jets. So we have 3 different teams here. And I'm just going with the Jets because Rodgers, although he doesn't look the same and isn't the same, he does have the resume of being able to do it. I thought about Trevor Lawrence and the Jags, but I think, like I said a few weeks ago, he might be the best, worst quarterback in the league. Like, he got this huge contract, but I don't know if he's deserving of it at all. Rodgers, they got his boy Devontae Adams. They do have a good defense over there. If I had to pick one of these terrible teams, I'm going to go with the Jets. All right, the Bears, they lost on a Hail Mary last week. Is losing by luck worse than losing by skill? For example, like a methodical game-winning drive?
Obviously, you don't want to lose, period. It sucks either way. This is another one of these difficult questions. This is why you're good at what you do. I think losing by luck gives you false hope. I think losing to a methodical drive shows that you need to get better. So I'd rather lose because I know what my deficiencies are as opposed to thinking that, we're so much better than what we are. I think it's just getting drubbed.
Interesting. I think losing by luck is way easier to lose by because I'll tell you what's going on at every single team this week. They're all practicing the Hail Mary defense. That's one thing you got to correct. When you give up a long, methodical drive, chances are a number of things need corrections. So I'll go with the one problem to fix as opposed to a number of problems to fix.
Yeah, clearly both ways. Losing is, just sucks in general. But if I had to choose, I think I'd just rather lose straight up. A Hail Mary, it seems just the worst. I mean, a lot of us, I know we made fun of the Bears defensive backs celebrating. I'm sure a lot of fans were celebrating as well. I mean, the difference is they're not playing, and then they have to still have a responsibility to stop the final play. But that game was over. There's no reason that should have happened, and it did happen. And I think if you beat me straight up, I think I can hold my head high and be like, we gave it our best effort. It wasn't some kind of, lucky bounce or anything like that. Hail Mary, although it's fun because I enjoy walk-offs in any sport, as the losing team, that's got to suck. All right, guys, it's Halloween. What team or player has tricked you this year, and what team or player has actually been a treat?
Okay, I don't have any affinity towards this team, but I think the Commanders are a fun watch. They are the treat. For the trick, I went deep, and I just decided I'm going wishful thinking. The person that tricked me was last Thanksgiving. Jordan Love tricked me. Jordan Love has thrown a league-high 9 interceptions in 6 games. 9. The guys he's tied with have played 7 and 8 games. He's only played 6. So there it is. That's the guy that tricked me.
For a trick, I'm going to go with San Francisco. I think we all thought the Niners were going to be a better team this year, and they've gotten beat up with injuries, but everybody's got to deal with injuries. They still have their quarterback. They still have a receiver, and the running back that came in place of Christian McCaffrey has been really good. So it sounds like an excuse with the injuries. So I'll just revert to the fact they are 4-4. That's disappointing. It's a team that made it to the Super Bowl last year, and they don't look very good right now. For the treat, I'm going to agree. It's Washington. I love Jaden Daniels going into the draft. He would have been my number one quarterback to be taken off the board. I would have drafted him first overall. I love him, and he's done nothing to say otherwise. He's been better than advertised, and their defense is pretty good too. It's a fun team to watch in Washington right now, and I have never liked watching Washington play, but with Jaden Daniels there, I do.
No, the Commanders and Jaden Daniels has been a pleasant surprise for if you're a Commanders fan. I don't have a horse in the race either, Doug. But I went with I dug a little deeper here for the treat. I went with the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, I thought honestly they'd have a top 5 pick at the end of this season. I think Kyler Murray is actually kind of underrated what he's doing over there. They don't really have any stars. Marvin Harrison Jr. hasn't been that good this year in his rookie season. Maybe Budda Baker on the other side, but no one's talking about James Conner or Michael Wilson. I mean, Trey McBride's supposed to be an up-and-coming tight end, but they're not that. Their roster is not that good, and for them to be, the division's not as good as we thought it'd be. But I think they're 4-4 and right at the top of that division with a chance to make the playoffs this year. Like I said, I thought they'd have a top 5 pick, so that's my pleasant treat right there. My trick is I was tricked by the Panthers. I just thought Dave Canales and Bryce Young would be better together. What he did with Baker Mayfield, I thought he could kind of translate with Bryce Young, and I always thought Bryce Young he's not as bad as I think it seems right now. He might need a whole new organization, a whole new team. But they tricked me. I thought they'd be a little bit better.
I think it's another start this week.
All right, last one, guys. Per The Athletic, Uncrustables. You know what they are? They're these peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They don't have crust on them, but they're packaged, all right? They are a very popular snack for NFL teams. Apparently, the Denver Broncos eat a whopping 700 Uncrustables a week. Coming in second, the Seahawks with only 320 a week. So they more than double them. What's your quick go-to prepackaged snack food?
Okay, I need clarification.
Sure.
Can this include something that you get in bulk that you can microwave, or is it just something you just pull right out of the pantry?
Pull out of the pantry is what I was thinking. Hopefully that didn't hurt you too bad there.
It changes my answer.
Yeah,
I've got the answer. First of all, let me just say this about the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, how awesome it is.
Mm-hmm.
I remember years ago going to Allen Park for Lions practices and stuff, and in the break room for the media, where they would have a vending machine, they also had set up in the corner was like a loaf of bread and then little cups of peanut butter.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely a thing, and I love it. I've never bought Crustables. I'm sure I would love them, but for the prepackaged snack, it's got to be the pizza pretzel combos. Just a little snack bag.
So at halftime, we're throwing bags of pretzel combos to Gator.
It's funny. The Uncrustables have been a regular staple in our kids' lunches since about 2017, and I love the Uncrustable. I'll grab an Uncrustable every once in a while. I put out an Uncrustable for our little guy today to take to school. So the
Karsh household
we are
loves
the Denver
Uncrustables.
Broncos of
I love how you
households.
call him the little guy. He's bigger than you are.
Yeah, he is. But for me, we also get them for their lunches like bags of chips, like the baked Lays, and the Skinny Pop popcorn is my favorite. Not the Smart Food. I like Smart Food, but the Skinny Pop, I open it up and I put a little pepper in there.
Oh, do you wash it down with your Stanley Cup?
No.
I'm going with the Ritz cheese handy snacks. The little fake cheese that Doug can't stand and the crackers. You kind of peel that off. I think that's a great snack to go, man.
That's solid.
Yeah. So for me, if it's halftime, toss me one of those. I get re-energized.
The peanut butter, cheese, and cracker.
Whatever floats your boat, man.
Yeah.
There it is, and that concludes the Blitz thingy here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 want to take a quick follow-up here. A couple things with the Blitz thingy. One is Tom Milliken for the morning show came in and made a hell of a point about the question of, is it worse to lose on a Hail Mary or a long methodical drive? And he said different answers for regular season and postseason. Losing in the postseason on a Hail Mary like that would be torture because you've basically got the game won if you go out and execute. One of the easier plays to defend. And like I said, there's no, if you lose in the postseason, it's not like you can fix it for next week. You can practice it, during practice when you get back on the field on Wednesday. If you lose in the postseason that way, that is a torturous way to lose. But regular season, it's a different thing because you do have a chance to fix things. But my God, could you imagine losing a playoff game on a Hail Mary?
That would suck, but I really don't know if it's worse either way.
Don't you?
No, I don't. I
think it'd be a lot worse.
Yeah, because the end result's the same. So I don't know. Yeah, it's always a tough question to ask or answer. I think it's the same thing. Like, do you hate to lose or you'd love to win? I mean, one of those just weird questions that I don't know if I even have a 51.
Well, I do. The other thing is, I want to make sure I'm emphasizing the Jordan Love answer on who tricked me. I said at the beginning, this is wishful thinking. I am so scared of Jordan Love because of what he did last Thanksgiving. And the 9 interceptions, not everything has been his fault, but I'm just crossing my fingers that he's going to throw like 18 interceptions this year. I'd feel a lot better.
It could happen, Doug. I mean, it's not he's done this for a decade against the Lions. He had a really good year last year that I think that a lot of people didn't expect.
No.
And
he has said this week, because he got hurt again, he said this week that it's realistic that he plays this Sunday. He did not practice yesterday. If he doesn't play, we get the Malik Willis experience. And there's something about this guy in that he goes to Green Bay and you put the weapons around him and he suddenly looks better. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that for those that wanted him drafted out of college, that this is any kind of victory lap. I think he's been put in the right situation and completed 75% of his passes for 380 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He's averaging 9 yards a carry on 16 carries, around 9 yards a carry, and he's running their offense. Here's what's crazy, is he's beaten 3 teams. He was at Tennessee. Did you see the 3 teams that he has beaten this year in Green Bay?
Why don't you tell me?
Jacksonville, Houston, and Indianapolis. The 3 other teams in the AFC South. So I'm looking at this today. I'm like, wait a sec. He beat the 3 teams that he's scouted, been preparing for, even if he didn't play in the games, backups prepare for the games. If he plays this weekend against the Lions, we'll see what happens. But it's really weird that the games where he didn't beat Jacksonville by himself, but those are the 3 games that they've won where he's really played a big role. And they're all former division mates that he's played against. So maybe he had a specific familiarity with their roster and what they did that helped him in those games.
Maybe. I think he's a scary prospect for the Lions defense that is without Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah. Because Hutch, even though sometimes he would get a little over exuberant about trying to get to the quarterback and maybe lose contain, if it happens once, that's all it takes, and then he adjusts. Because we don't know who the Lions defensive ends are, and they're bringing guys up in the practice squad to play. Mm-hmm. I just feel like it's a bad recipe, for players that are really trying to make the mark on this team and want to get after the quarterback, that if he gets outside on those guys, it can be real trouble.
As far as the Lions are concerned, they are coming off, and this is kind of our first look at the Green Bay game. They're in the midst of an incredible offensive heater. ESPN put that out yesterday that Jared Goff, the last 4 games, his 83.5% completion percentage is the highest, is an NFL record for highest completion percentage over any 4-game span in NFL history. He's been more accurate than any quarterback has ever been before for a 4-game span. In the last 4 games, the Lions are averaging 44 points a game. They've thrown 10 touchdowns, not all Goff, 10 touchdowns, no picks. And his QBR is 155 in this 4-game stretch.
It's quarterback rating.
Yes.
QBR is the other stat.
Sorry,
that
that's the
ESPN
ESPN one. My bad. But yes, his quarterback rating is 155.
It's near perfect.
Yeah. And I just got to look up right now because the league leader in quarterback rating right now is 115. Lamar Jackson's at 115.4. Jared Goff is 115.3. Last 4 games, he's been at 155.
He's been ridiculously accurate and deadly, and that's a testament to the offensive line giving him time to throw. It's everything working together. It's having a run game that teams have to respect. His play-action passing is top of the charts, but he's also like the best passer in the league when it comes to dealing with pressure.
Mm-hmm.
You want to blitz him? Good luck, because he just knows the offense. This is where it's between the shoulders and in between the ears of how good he is. And to your point, what you love about quarterbacks is being able to process things. He processes things very quickly, sees the field, knows where the ball has to go. And like Dan Campbell has said, he's not trying to do too much. So he's not forcing the action. He's going to take what's in front of him. And if that means that it's a 6-yard gain that's instead of, trying to make some play for 20, then he'll take the 6 yards. And when you look at the game on Sunday where the Lions blew out Tennessee with 52 points, he completed 12 out of 15 passes, but he didn't even have 100 yards passing.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't matter that he was averaging less than 8 yards of completion. That didn't matter. What matters was that 3 out of 12 of those completions went for touchdowns. Or maybe more importantly, it's 3 out of the 15 attempts that he made went for touchdowns. It was 4 out of 16 when you look at the team. Well, I guess if you throw in David Montgomery's touchdown, and then you had a couple of passes, I guess, that Hendon Hooker threw as well. But it's a ridiculously high percentage in that game alone. But it's just a continuation off of what they've done over the last 4 games. And you ask yourself, is it sustainable? I think as long as he's got protection, it's sustainable.
Well, and this Green Bay defense, they give up some yards passing, but they have 10 interceptions, which is tied for second in the league. They've been making the plays on footballs. They will challenge. Now, they're banged up a little bit in the secondary as well, and they got some guys that need to get back and get on the field. And if they do, at full strength, guys like Evan Williams got a hamstring. Jair Alexander's got a knee. Any of those guys practiced yesterday. I kind of want them to be at full strength because I want to see what this thing looks like, I want to see Packers and Lions. I know the Lions won't be at full strength. They're not getting back Aiden Hutchins. It's supposed to rain Sunday in Green Bay.
Oh.
So that could be play a factor as well.
Well, and Goff's health. He's coming off, he's got an ankle issue that he didn't practice yesterday. He's expected to play, but, we've all suffered a sprained ankle. We know how gimpy you can be and how long it might take to recover. A little different there in the NFL because you've got the facilities to recover, and that's their whole purpose. But I would imagine it changes the strategy from Ben Johnson of what they want to do, particularly if it's going to rain.
Yep.
The running game is going to be key for the Lions, and they do it better than most in the league. So this might be just one of these slow, methodical, keep it on the ground games.
Okay, so trade deadline. Nothing yet from our Lions, which has a lot of people asking, what's going on? I think I know exactly what's going on, and we will get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
There are a lot of people in the building with costumes on today.
I've noticed one.
I think there's probably a bunch on the other side of the building there.
Sales staff?
Yeah.
You want to go check it out?
I mean, not really.
Okay.
I was just curious if you had seen anything that.
Hey, do you know if
said you
anybody's
saw
doing
one.
this? Yeah, are you interested in checking it out? No, I'm not. I'm just wondering if anybody's doing it. Yeah, there's.
Well, we've got a show to do. I'm not going to get up during the show. But
No,
maybe
during a commercial break,
maybe.
maybe you could go wander over there and see who.
What'd you see?
I saw it looked like somebody had a like a sheet over their head with a top hat. Is what it looked like to me. It wasn't like somebody went.
Was it
It
Dapper
wasn't
Casper?
It wasn't something super cool like visor fake hair, which I was going to go with. I seriously.
Were you just going as people Gator strongly distaste? Just like,
Yeah, I could.
dislikes?
I could have. Yep. All right. So trade deadline. And look, TikTok, right? Deadline's Tuesday, and I think some people are getting antsy because of if you look at what's going on, stuff's happening around the league. You know, just this week, Christian Darrisaw, left tackle, gets hurt in Minnesota, and they trade for Jacksonville backup Cam Robinson to fill that hole. Ravens, right, Kang? What was it? Ravens got the
Deontay
receiver.
Johnson from the struggling Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, so you're looking at teams making moves, and what's the hang up here? With all this stuff whirling around, and our team hasn't made a move yet. And I know some people have the default position that we are incompetent, or some people have the default position that our guy's a moron. I can't believe he's sitting on his hands. We've got asleep at the wheel accusations, which, you know, I mean, there's been nobody that's proven to be more competent that's run the Lions than our guy. So if it's being run competently, what would make the most sense why something hasn't been added yet? Because we've probably passed the 0 hour for adding somebody right now and having them play on Sunday. So Sunday's game wasn't any kind of deadline for them. But they still could have swung a trade, so why haven't they yet? Here's what I think is going on. I think Brad Holmes has a deal or two in place right now. Just pull the trigger, make the call, and the deal would be done. Like that. I think he's probably agreed to terms with a couple of teams for a couple of trades. Now, is it, and I don't mean they'll make two. I think he's probably got a couple things in the that are basically the parameters have been laid out and both sides would agree to it. He just hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Well, why hasn't he pulled the trigger? What would make sense? What makes sense is that you have a number of teams that have said to Brad Holmes, I want to wait to see what happens all the games leading up to the trade deadline. Because even though you look at teams and you go, well, Cincinnati's fading or Cleveland's fading, Raiders have no shot, you know, it's hard to convince those teams to give up on the season. Because if you trade a big piece, if you're Cincinnati, Cleveland, maybe even the Raiders, and I don't think the Raiders are going to move on from Max Crosby. If you trade a big piece, you're giving up on the season, and your entire locker room knows it. And if you're Cleveland, you have to make sure, you got to make sure that Jameis Winston isn't lightning in a bottle and can be the next Baker Mayfield. Even though I doubt it, I think they're making sure. I think Cincinnati doesn't want to move Trey Hendrickson because they're still going to have Joe Burrow next year, and they can try and win next year too. But I also think if they win this weekend at 4-5, it doesn't make sense to give up if you're just a game under 500. So I think what's happened here is that the Bengals, the Browns, the Raiders to an extent, maybe even Jacksonville, they've got players that you could use, have all told Brad Holmes, wait till after Sunday. And maybe it wasn't like they're not saying it today. They might have said it a week ago, 2 weeks ago. We want to see all of our games leading up to the trade deadline. And that's why I think he's waiting. I think he's waiting because there are bigger deals to be had. He's just waiting to see who's going to be a willing trade partner to essentially pull the plug on their season.
I think there is a football game on Sunday that Detroit Lions fans should be watching with great interest. It's a 1 o'clock game. The Lions play in the 4:30 game.
Yep.
There's a 1 o'clock game.
where the Chargers are at the Browns. And we're all talking about the Browns, right? And Zadarius Smith, and rightfully so. And yes, I think the point has been made that not only by you but by others that if they think they're still in it, then they're not going to. If Cleveland wins, then they feel like they got something going with Jameis Winston. They've got 2 in a row here under his belt. Let's go. Let's make a run for it. Steelers are on top of the division at 6-2, but the Steelers don't feel like this juggernaut of a team.
Nope.
Feels like they're a team that's gotten by and won some close games, and okay, they've played well enough, but then maybe Cleveland feels like they can get something done. So Cleveland wins. What does that mean for the Chargers? The Chargers have dropped to 4-4, and they're in a division with Kansas City, who's 7-0. Denver is 5-3 in that division. If Denver wins, then they have a couple games up on the Chargers. So it becomes interesting because the Chargers, they have some players we'd like, or at least one, Khalil Mack, I think would be a nice addition to the Lions for the edge rush position. So there are players out there, and I agree with you that I think that maybe not for the same reason, but I think that they're going to wait till Monday or Tuesday to pull any kind of trade because teams are still not sure where they're at this season. They're ready to give up if they lose.
You hang on as long as you can hang on.
Yes.
You try and win as long as you can try and win. And I will say that we have some experience in this field of being a team that is out of the playoffs, but looking at it and going, only a game and a half out. Things can change in a hurry.
Yeah. And the other thing with Cleveland's Zadarius Smith is he signed for another season, right? So they don't have to move him. Like if they feel that they're just a player or two away from really competing, they realize that the Deshaun Watson thing isn't going to work out. I mean, he's out because of an injury. But if they found something with Jameis Winston, or if they feel like they can get some other players healthy and add to this team, and maybe 2025 is their year, then why get rid of the bookend defensive ends? Why break that up with Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith? I mean, yeah, you can get something for Zadarius Smith, but if it's a 4th-round pick, you try selling your fan base that a 4th-round pick is fun, because it's not.
No, it's not, and that has been thrown out there, and we'll play the soundbite. Zadarius Smith there's a potential out after this year. His cap hit next year is, I believe it's only $1.5 million because you wouldn't be responsible for
signing
the bonuses. So, that's very, 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 very affordable. So that's why I'm sitting here. I think a big trade is still possible. I think it's up to the teams that have those players that are most coveted, getting all the possible information, all the data they can, which is this last game. Do we win this last game? Do some others lose? Do we creep within a game and a half, 2 games of the playoffs? And is that good enough to go for it? That's what I think is going on here, Gator. I think a big trade is still possibly in play. And I think it's also possible that Brad Holmes will go, all right, you asked me to call back. I'm calling back. Hello, Mr. Cleveland Brown. I'm asking you to call. Oh, no? Okay, you're going to stick with your group. All right, thank you. Click. Hello, Cincinnati Bengals. Oh, you still want to keep? Okay, you're still going for. All right, cool. Click. Hello, Vegas Raiders. Okay, you never even want. Okay, got it. Yep. Click. Hello, just keep calling everybody back after they have all the information, and figure out if you have a willing trade partner. And if not, then you start getting into the Jadeveon Clowneys or Baron Brownings or Azeez Ojulari. I've seen that name thrown around. You start getting into that tier of players.
I've thrown out Carl Granderson from New Orleans.
Yep. That next tier. Now, again, will Tennessee part with Harold Landry or Arden Key? I think you've kind of got 3 tiers there. I think Harold Landry 1, Arden Key 2, and Sebastian Joseph Day 3. As far as the want list, they might, because Tennessee, even if they win this weekend, do they play this weekend? I think they got to buy. They don't, right? If Tennessee wins this weekend, they're not. It's not like it's going to change their mind. Yeah, they play New England.
Yeah, no, Tennessee's done.
Yeah, so that might be the one where they've got a deal struck. He's just waiting to see if he can get a better deal Monday or Tuesday. Because you know what you'd hate to do? Strike a deal right now for, let's say, a Sebastian Joseph Day and then find out on Monday that actually the Browns are willing to move players.
Well, but at the same time, you can do both. You can add 2 players at the trade deadline. Nothing says you only have to do 1. They are missing their starting 2 defensive ends.
That would be
for
awfully
the year.
aggressive. Yep.
So, well, it'd be awfully aggressive, but if, let's say Arden Key, okay, and Arden Key is available for a 6th-round pick, just throwing it out there. Well, what?
I just saw a text that came in.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with you.
So if Arden Key's out there and you can get him for a 6th-round pick, and then you can get Zadarius Smith for a 4th-round pick, or maybe you have to give up
You
next
can get
year.
Arden Key for a 6th-round pick and Arden Key for a 6th-round pick.
And maybe you can get Zadarius Smith for, maybe it has to be a 3rd-round pick in 2026.
Yeah.
I mean, these are things you would do.
I mean, this feedback that's coming in, I just find it disturbing.
Is it more Jamo trade?
Kang, this stuff, is this prevalent, what people are saying?
What? They have thoughts on the trade deadline coming up here.
We'll get to those texts at 11:18. 97.1 The Ticket. Is your home's brickwork or chimney in need of repair? Call Brickworks Property Restoration. These experts specialize in brick repair, chimney restoration, and tuck pointing. Look for cracked bricks or crumbling mortar. Those are signs that your home might need some TLC. Whether it's restoring your brick walls or making your chimney safe again, Brickworks has you covered. With 0% interest financing for 12 months, Brickworks make it easy to get the job done without breaking the bank. Plus, they're locally owned, supporting our community. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. Brickworks, your trusted choice for brick and chimney care, because nobody works like Brickworks.
You ever had to deal with somebody egging your house or do the toilet paper thing or any retribution at your home?
Years ago, yeah. Years ago, we had a toilet paper situation.
How'd you feel about that?
It was a pain in the ass. A massive pain in the ass. Not funny at all.
No.
No.
Do you think that was a result of somebody being upset with one of your children or you or?
No, I think it was their kids' friends. My kids' friends thought it'd be funny.
So did you make your kids clean it up?
Yeah, they helped. But I ask you, were you ever the perpetrator of an egging or a toilet paper TPing of a house?
Never did the toilet paper thing. Egging, I may not necessarily been related to Halloween. So I may have done something like that.
Hey, it's Wednesday. Let's go egg someone's house.
Well, I can't say yes or no definitively. Like some things I don't remember, believe it or not, in my childhood. That is something that I could see myself being part of a group that would have done something like that.
Yep.
I do remember one Halloween when I was in high school that not proud of with a group of people that I was with that I did not expect them to be doing some things that they did. And I'm like, I want to get out of this vehicle because this is not. They weren't the normal kids I would hang out with. So it was a bad situation I want to get out of.
All right, so I had a visceral reaction to when I looked down and read some of these texts.
Yes, you did. Thought you were upset with me.
Colin in Ann Arbor writes, Holmes has a great track record in the draft, and sure, he's made a few decent free agent signings, but I can't think of a decent trade he's made. Maybe this isn't where he's strong. He traded Matt Stafford to the Rams for an MVP caliber quarterback, 2 firsts, and a third. And you can't think of a decent trade he's made. Maybe you forgot that one. The one that set them up for the successful run. That if they win a Super Bowl is probably the moment that kickstarted the rebuild. Was that a decent trade? When he traded back in the draft and still got Jahmyr Gibbs. Was that a decent trade?
I mean, the trades he made on draft day, he does a lot of maneuvering on draft day, and I haven't been terribly upset with that. He was on the job for 2 weeks. It was just barely 2 weeks before he had to make the Stafford trade. Stafford was traded on January 30th. Holmes was hired on January 14th. So literally 2 weeks later, he had to trade Stafford. I don't get that. I think what it is people were upset last year at the trade deadline that they didn't make a move for a defensive end or an edge rusher. That's what they were upset about.
Of course they are. They're still complaining about it to this day.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that's what it is. And they forget about everything else that's happened. Maybe he's had a free agent signing here or there. I mean, you can argue his free agents, the free agents he's brought in have not been great. I think he's been a lot of hit and a lot of miss.
I think you can argue that he doesn't bat 1,000.
No, certainly not. And I think the free agent route we saw that when he first got here, the wide receivers he brought in did nothing for the team. It's kind of been an Achilles heel a little bit, but at the same time, he's also picked up Tim Patrick off the scrap heap, and that seems to have worked out. He traded for Josh Reynolds. That worked out, and we know he can draft.
He signed Josh Reynolds.
Sorry, signed
Yeah,
him.
he signed Josh Reynolds off the street.
But it was
off the street.
Like a trade deadline thing, though. But it was right in the middle of the season, I guess is what I was saying. So, I think this is a reaction to what happened last year.
Then there's this coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. Guys, Brad Holmes needs to get a deal done ASAP. Quote, this is from a texter. It's gross negligence on his part that nothing has happened yet. This is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I would say that, and even if let's say nobody has moved at the trade deadline, if there are no edge rushers moved in the National Football League at the trade deadline, I would go into that camp and say it's ridiculous. You need to make something happen because I think this team desperately needs to make something happen. If they had Aiden Hutchinson, you could convince me otherwise, but they don't. They don't have Marcus Davenport, and now they don't have Aiden Hutchinson. They don't have an edge rusher that creates pressure. But I'm not going to fly off the handle until we get to Tuesday at the deadline and it passes and the Lions don't pick somebody up. If they don't pick somebody up, then I'm not going to be happy about it. I think you're putting a Super Bowl caliber team at risk of not getting there if you don't do something. But you can't say it now from a strategiok standpoint.
Dude, it's gross negligence that it hasn't happened yet, according to this guy.
That's what I'm saying. You can't say that right yet. You know, they won the game last week. They won last week, but without making a move. They won the week before without making a move.
I mean, look, and sure, this is a bigger game, and it'd be cool to have somebody, but you're not going to win every game. They're not winning every game from here on out. First of all, prepare yourself for that. When I see the term gross negligence, to me, that's a fireable offense. If your team does something that's, quote, gross negligence, now maybe he doesn't look at it like use that term with that kind of weight, but how about this one? Brad Holmes won't make a deal because he's arrogant and he thinks his guys will step up so they don't need help, just like last year. Do we have a good football team here?
Yes, but fans want to add to that team for this year.
That's okay. But gross negligence, arrogant. Like, why are we calling the best GM we've ever had using these terms when you haven't seen him even what he's going to do yet?
Well, that's the thing. It's the preemptive strike. And don't do the preemptive strike. It's unnecessary. Tuesday, you can save your vitriol for Wednesday's show if they don't do anything, right?
But the amount of competence this guy's operated with to go straight to gross negligence and arrogant and not give him the benefit of the doubt is absurd to me.
But they're forming an opinion on what could happen. All right? I wouldn't look too much at the ASAP stuff. And say he's got, I know, but you're reading it literally, and I get it, okay? But if you were to get these people in a cross-examination and say, what if they wait till Tuesday? Are you okay if they make a move Tuesday? And then they would say yes, okay? So go under the assumption that it's nothing happens after Tuesday.
Fair enough. This guy literally has said the words are, it hasn't happened yet. It's gross negligence. Nothing has happened yet.
Well, you can't do something now because it's Thursday. I mean, you can, I suppose, but you're not likely to add a player. We're not going to see a whole lot of – I don't imagine we're going to see any players traded until Monday at this point because teams are in prep work for the games on Sunday.
Now, if you're expecting Max Crosby and it's gross negligence if you don't get it, then you're going to think he is gross negligence because they're probably not getting Max Crosby. And they're probably not getting Myles Garrett.
They're not getting Myles Garrett.
I mean,
and they're not getting Max Crosby. Neither player is available.
I think that just speaks to how frustrated fans are, Doug. And I know you're reading it literally, and I think Gator's more right than wrong as far as if they make a trade at least before the trade deadline, those fans will calm the F down. They will. Right now, they're enraged because maybe they want that guy here now so we get more acclimated with the system, with his teammates, the coaching staff, all that stuff.
Beat Green Bay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not going to say – I mean, obviously you don't think it's criminal if Brad Holmes doesn't make a trade, but should he be thrown in jail if he doesn't make a trade, guys? No, of course not.
Well, I think they'll calm the F down, but there's a caveat to that. If they make a trade and it's somebody who you think is of no consequence, like if they just add like an Isaiah Thomas type player, if that's the trade that's made, something like that, then I think fans will freak out again. But if they were to add a Trey Hendrickson, everyone's going to calm down. If it's Darius Smith, people calm down. Khalil Mack, people calm down. But if it's Arden Key, I mean, some will calm down because of the recency bias of what he did to the Lions, but in his career, he hasn't been special. If it's
Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, I'm not going to be thrilled if it's Jadeveon Clowney because he can't play the run, and he really hasn't ever been a great pass rusher in the league. But I'd be happier.
But is it better than nothing?
It's better than nothing. I think.
Because right now they started Muhammad from someone else's practice squad. That's what they started last week.
No.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Look, cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. Why? Well, because the springs and the rollers and any of the moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops, and we're going to start seeing the temperature dropping really soon. This is why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. I've had them over my house. They've serviced the garage doors, keep them up, and keep them running. And when the point came that I had to get new garage doors, you guessed it, I called Precision Garage Door because they are amazing. Plus, they have the garage doors in stock at their warehouse. They can install a new door in as little, I should say, as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors or even some repairs or just garage door service, call Precision. They're the place. Give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment at precisiondoormi.com. I'll stick up a little bit for the fans that are upset that they haven't made a move. I'm not happy with the fans that are saying it now. Right? There's no reason to be upset with things now. I think if they don't make a move by Tuesday, the trade deadline, you have every right to be upset. The writing is on the wall. This is a Super Bowl caliber team. The start of the season, boom, one leg gets lopped off because there goes Marcus Davenport, gone for the year. And then a few weeks ago, boom, there goes the other one, literally, with Aiden Hutchinson. He's gone for the year. You have no defensive ends. They don't have anybody on the practice squad or backups that can be that capable guy. Maybe you like Unzarike and Pascal, but they haven't shown the ability that they're going to get there consistently. And Josh Pascal's out for maybe he'll play Sunday, but maybe not. I mean, he's hurt right now. And again, it's not this great option to have. They are very thin, and they need to get somebody.
If they don't make a trade, and let me reiterate, I can't imagine them not making a trade. I'm almost positive he's going to make a trade. I think he's probably got several in place, and he's just waiting until after Sunday to circle back one more time to teams like Cleveland and Vegas and do his due diligence and just to make sure no means no. But if they don't make a trade, I'd be fascinated to hear why the most competent GM in our lifetime and a guy that's built this thing and built this thing in a sustainable way that right now is arguably the best team in the NFL, and arguably the best offense in the NFL, has done so much right that, quite frankly, I'd be fascinated to hear his reason was why, because it doesn't make a ton of sense to me not to make a move. But I would also want to hear his reasons why. If nobody gets moved, like, do we got the soundbite from Tannenbaum? I mean, we've been saving this, but I think it's pertinent to this conversation. This is Mike Tannenbaum, ESPN, asked, you're a GM. If you're a GM, who's the GM that most needs to make a move right now? And here's what the former Jet GM, who now is an NFL analyst on ESPN, Mike Tannenbaum, had to say. Okay, so that's an interesting soundbite, right? He basically says, you name the price, I'll pay it, which is a dangerous game to play. But he says, you name the price, I'll pay it. And after that, we found online like some Cleveland people talking about this soundbite, and one of them immediately said, I'm hanging up the phone. He's not trading Myles Garrett. Like, this is so, and look, it's probably not everybody from Cleveland, but we've heard the Raiders say, we're not trading Max Crosby, and I think it's authentic and they mean it. And this guy said he wouldn't trade Myles Garrett for any price. So, this is people want a big splash and want those names, but they just simply might not be for sale.
Well, Andrew Berry is the general manager with the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall him coming out publicly and saying we're not moving Myles Garrett.
No, he hasn't. So you ask. Of course you ask.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the difference between what they're doing and what the Raiders are doing. Like, the Raiders have flat out said, not happening. Max Crosby's not going anywhere. Yeah. So if he hasn't said anything and we are days away from the trade deadline, that tells me that he's open to the call, but it also tells me you're going to have to blow him away because it is Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's open to that call. He might be open to the Zadarius Smith call, but
he could.
You always ask. You always ask. But just keep in mind, some people think that there's just no access to that player, even if you.
But if they're fans that are saying that, then those are fans.
No, it was like an analyst. I don't know who the guy was. It was one of the Cleveland guys, but
Cleveland. Doug, would you feel better if these ticket texts were coming in Wednesday? Like, hey, this is negligence that Brad Holmes hasn't made.
Oh, I mean, even then, I still would have faith that Brad Holmes said no for. Like, I don't think he conjured up a great deal and then didn't make the trade. Like, I don't think there was some, like, I highly doubt, like, so there's this report floating around in Cleveland, take a fourth for Zadarius Smith.
an early day 3 pick. Yes,
Yeah.
which
Okay,
would
if
be
you give
fourth.
up a fourth for Zadarius Smith, sounds like a yes 100 times out of 100. I doubt that Brad Holmes would turn that down. I doubt it. I doubt he would turn down a good trade.
Right, but if you find out that it's some team that looks like they're middle of the pack right now that makes that trade for a 4th-round pick, then the Lions would have to step up their game. And then if they didn't, if somebody else got him for a 4th-round pick and you knew that you had to outbid that team and they didn't, then people would be upset.
The one thing to keep in mind that you always just don't know is the behind the scenes. Does that player fit from a scheme standpoint? Does he fit into your locker room?
Yeah, I mean, this show feels really reminiscent of a year ago with
It
the
feels
Chase
really
Young
reminiscent, and that's
and
probably why
Montez
people are
Sweat.
quick triggered. Let's go to Jeff in Detroit. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
You just hit on the point I was about to make. Is there is an urgency, but don't we need to get this person in and see if they can learn our schemes and learn his fellow defensive linemen and how they play and how they react to plays? Isn't that some urgency in that?
You know, there was something that Dan Campbell said last week about how guys play with the guys next to them. Are their skill sets redundant? Do their skill sets complement one another? And, you know, it's an interesting thing that, you know, the nuance of the game that is part of this decision. Yeah, I would agree with that, Jeff. But you have to make sure, because there's certain people that play edge rusher that what they do well wouldn't fit with what Detroit wants to do.
But I also think that because of the position, it's way different than other positions on the field. You know, you're not having to learn an entire playbook like an offensive lineman would, or different route trees and terminology like receivers would, or running backs would, and certainly a quarterback would. You're talking about a defensive end, you know, where you're basically told, you know, where do I line up? And and what are my responsibilities versus the run versus the pass?
Yeah, and if you can't execute the responsibilities against the run, you've got James Houston, apparently.
Well, right, exactly.
Yeah, so that's why you have to be, does the guy fit? Sean in West Bloomfield. Hi, Sean.
Hey, Doug, I think the skepticism is very justified at this point. So just let me try to walk you through this, all right? So Brad Holmes is hired January 2021 and does a massive move immediately, right? So he trades Stafford. But he's been around now so if I think of the big holidays for an NFL fan, it's draft day, it's trading deadline day, and it's the first day of free agency. Those are the big, like, Christmases, right? So that's Thanksgiving, Christmas, and your birthday if you're a kid, right? So look, Brad Holmes, if the draft is Thanksgiving, man, Dad puts out a hell of a spread for Thanksgiving. It's always amazing. It's wonderful. But I've been getting nothing but socks and underwear for Christmas and my birthday for 4 years now. That's 8. This will be the 8th time we've had either the opening of free agency or the trade deadline day, and all I've gotten is socks, right, so far. So
all you've gotten is a 6-1 football team that's one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Because
he's built it through the draft.
The Thanksgiving's absolutely amazing beyond measure, Doug, right? So but you can't blame people when they haven't, like, at this point, I need to see it, okay? I don't believe I think that he's got a philosophy, and it is working, to your point. But that feeling of euphoria on your birthday and on Christmas morning, that has not happened yet, right? So that's why people are skeptical, I believe. And I don't know if I'm making sense to you or not. I hope I am. But
I understand what you're saying. They definitely built the team, but now's the time to let's step it up with this team built, with the foundation in place, with the contracts you've handed out for the future of this team. Now you've got an opportunity in front of you, hopefully, to go out and acquire a player that takes you over the top. They want the player that takes them over the top. They want the sizzle that goes with the steak. We've already got the steak. Let's get the sizzle.
I don't know, man. You lost your steak. I think they're still trying to get. Hutchinson was the steak, right? At this point, yeah, everyone would love a Garrett or a Crosby, but I think people are so desperate right now because you see other teams, championship teams, making moves. You lost Hutch, and they've done nothing as far as the trade market.
I don't want our GM to be as desperate as a lot of these listeners sound. I think when you're that desperate, you get rooked.
Well, you and I, let's also make this clear again. We both think they're making a deal before the deadline.
Yes.
All right? Don't expect a deal today or tomorrow. Don't expect a deal on Saturday or Sunday. But Monday or Tuesday, the store is open. start making calls, make a deal happen, and bring a defensive end or edge rusher here because it's a glaring need on this team.
You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. Do you know they actually have a scratch kitchen? Their team is in there at 7 a.m. every day preparing all the food that you're going to enjoy, whether you're in town visiting family or just want to bring some takeout home. They smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips. They craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings, make their own salad dressings. They even hand make their own croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. Try their trophy trout or mom's pot roast and see for yourself. Dine in or carry out with friends. Share these barbecue favorites with family. Now we've touched on the food. What about the bar? The bourbon list. It's high-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson Reserve, and Blanton's. High-end tequilas as well. Soncor Añejo, Don Julio 1942. And they got the coldest beer in the state. Teeth chattering, 29 degrees. So, Twin Peaks. Check out Twin Peaks and the Twin Peaks girls. Check out an awesome matchup tonight, Houston and New York. So, find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Gang, the Lions have tweeted out 10 minutes of tricks as a Halloween treat. So it's a 10-minute video of like trick plays.
I like trick plays.
It's so great.
And with the Lions and Ben Johnson, the well is deep for trick plays.
Very, very deep. Very deep. But just going back and in recent history with the Dan Campbell years, but also some Stafford years too. And forget some of these plays, like David Blau throwing a touchdown pass to Taylor Decker, or David, I should say Danny Amendola throwing a touchdown pass to David Blau. I've seen a couple of plays to Taylor Decker for touchdowns. It's just fun, and it's just one of the great things you love about football. Seeing all these Jack Fox fake punt passes, it's awesome.
Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Rob, you're next. What's up, Rob?
Hey, good afternoon or good morning, I guess. Calling from North Florida here, but a lifelong Detroit Lions fan.
Awesome.
Listen to some of these callers this morning and listen to the text that you're reading. Some of these fans have PTSD pretty severely.
Yeah.
I don't know what birthday party went wrong for that last caller. He's got some childhood trauma to unwrap. But listen, we are 6-1. I'm 56 years old. We are 6-1 for the first time in my lifetime. And listen, some of these folks have PTSD. If Brad Holmes doesn't make a move, it's because the right move wasn't available. Let him be arrogant, but to use terms like gross negligence and too arrogant, he deserves to be arrogant. He's built a fabulous organization with the other leaders in the organization, and every right to be arrogant. If the right move isn't made, if it's not available, I trust that's because it wasn't available. Period. End of story.
Well, but would you say that it's sustainable to keep going at the way that they're going without having a pass rusher?
I don't know if it's sustainable or not, but here's the deal. You can't make a move just for the sake of making a move. And I'm not going to second guess the leadership that has put us in a position that I've not seen in my lifetime, and I don't know how old you guys are. I don't believe any of you've seen in your lifetime with the Detroit Football Lions.
Well,
okay?
we haven't.
So
Look, it's the most. I feel like there's two things that are going on here. One is people's default position is that the GM's an idiot because their entire life the GM's been an idiot. And two is
right. Well, that was New England. That was New England, right? We dealt with the New England folks.
Yeah,
okay, but now we've got a team that has been put together well. Trust the system.
Two is fans feel a 60-year desperation, and Brad Holmes doesn't. And I actually think that's healthy. But this is a 60-year quest for many people out there. This is however old you are, quest for many people out there. And it's possible that the GM he's operating as this is year 4.
We both agree that we think he will make a trade. Let me ask you a different way. Do you think they need to make a trade?
Basically, can they not win the Super Bowl if they don't make a trade? No, I don't. I think they can win the Super Bowl if they don't make a trade. I don't think it's as likely, but I absolutely think they can win the Super Bowl if they don't make a trade. It's going to be tougher. I would prefer they make a trade, and I would strongly. I would love if they made 2 trades. I think they might.
King, do you think they need to make a trade?
Oh, see, this is a really tough question, man.
Yeah, how do you like that?
Yeah, thanks.
Tables are turned.
I like it the other way. No, I think the Lions can still win the Super Bowl if they don't make the trade, but I don't feel comfortable about it. I'm to the point, guys, where I would give a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. I would, because this window right now, this team is so good everywhere else. They're down 2 defensive ends, if not 3 if you count Pascal. It's such a glaring hole and need just to fill it with someone a little bit better than what you got at least, So I don't know if that answers your question, Gator, if they need to, but I just don't feel – I need to feel more comfortable, and I just don't right now.
I'll answer my own question. I think they need to make the trade to solidify their chances of winning the Super Bowl.
If they don't make a trade, you don't think they can win a Super Bowl?
No.
Wow.
No, because I think
they're out.
Well, I think they can compete to try to get there, but I don't think they win one. I think that they desperately need to get a pass rush. They don't have a pass rush. And I don't know how much it's going to improve with the guys that they have.
Well,
so I think they need to go out and the thing is they can.
Okay,
they
so
can
here's why I believe that they can still win a Super Bowl. Because the pass rush is important, it's not the only component of pass defense. And I think they're stronger in the secondary by a wide margin from a year ago, as
I
it
agree.
stands right now. And so while they've lost some up front, they've gained it on the back end. I think their offense is better than a year ago. I think their back seven is better than it was a year ago. I think their run defense is on par with what it was a year ago. And I think last year's team was good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I think this year's team would be as well. With that said, I still prefer they make a trade.
Yeah, I think the back end of the secondary is definitely improved over what they were last year. But to this point, they haven't faced the tough part of their schedule yet.
No, this is
this is where it gets a little scary.
This matchup with going up against Reed and Watson and Dubs and Kraft. And if Jordan Love is healthy, this is a hell of a test this weekend. I would agree with that. Let's go to Steve in Rochester Hills. Hi, Steve.
Hey, gentlemen. I hear all the passion from a lot of people, fans, positive, negative, and all that. I agree with you, Doug. I think that they can win it. Yeah, I think so. If everything goes exactly like we hope it goes, and certain teams can get knocked out. I mean, but should they do something? Absolutely. I think it's a no-brainer. I also think Gator. I think sometimes because people can be upset. I mean, not to the crazy notion that there's some kind of like someone's doing some treasonous thing or something like that. And we all know people sensationalize everything now in all their words. Everything is super great, fantastic, even though it was mediocre. So, we know that with people with their words. But I think with this current cast of players that we have on that position, we need help. And if this doesn't scream, and I blame this, partially on with our GM, is basically why are they keeping James Houston when he's done nothing for 2 years?
What else are they going to do?
He was hurt last year.
I mean, last year he missed most of the season because he had a broken ankle. But what are you going to do right now? Would you just waive him?
No, I'm not talking about right this second. I'm talking about. I mean, the guy has not even been on the field.
Well, he has been on the field. Yeah, he had 19 snaps last week. He had, I think, 14 the week before. He's getting back onto the field on a necessity because of injuries right now.
Made a couple tackles last week.
Okay, so all right. I mean, if he can muster up anything, that would be a plus. But I mean, I really do believe that this we have to get somebody decent, not somebody just to fill a spot and have a body there. We need someone that's pretty good.
No, they have to. You can't just get somebody who's on par with what you have. You have to get somebody who's an improvement.
And I'm going to suspect they will. The problem is, I also right now feel like it's not going to be a massive name, and people are going to be pissed.
That might be.
And that's
where
where
I'm trying
even
to-
though it's a guy that can come in and help them, people will be pissed because it's not Max Crosby.
This is why I'm trying to throw out other names out there
I
to
hear ya.
prepare myself for what might be, and that's why I brought up the name Carl Granderson, who people don't know much about, but the veteran in the league playing with New Orleans. He's a defensive end. He can get after the quarterback a little bit and has. A guy that Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn know. Could see that, and I brought this up a couple weeks or last week anyway when you were out, and I think I brought it to you early in the week. I'm not going to be completely surprised if Chase Young's name comes up again, just from the pure pass rushing standpoint that they need to have that, and just use him as a pass rusher. I think there are other players out there, but are people getting all their hopes up that it's going to be Zadarius Smith or Trey Hendrickson or bust? I feel like that's
they
definitely
are.
how
And I
people
think
are
that's a
starting to set
dangerous
up.
place to put yourself in.
Or
But
Khalil Mack or whatever. Yeah.
Well, it's because if it was easy without Hutch, why even re-sign Hutch? Why even extend Hutch? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They still need somebody, and I'm almost leaning to the side of you,
Well,
Gator.
they
Like,
haven't extended him yet.
I know, but if you could
Yeah,
win
right.
it without
If you
him,
could- if you
you
could
don't
just
even
do it,
need
you
him.
don't need him. Yeah, just
no,
disposable.
you need a player like that, and I'm almost to the side of you, Gator. I'm gonna say they need to make a trade.
They need to make a trade.
They need it.
I think they need to.
They need it.
97 won the ticket. Okay, so here's the deal. We set the premise up. It's a lot of stuff is happening around the Detroit Lions. There's players, going through and getting traded, and the Lions haven't done anything. And I know it's led some people to be uncomfortable. And sure, TikTok, we're getting close to the trade deadline. We've likely passed the 0 hour for trading for a guy that could play on Sunday. So what's going on? What's going on? Why haven't the Lions made a move yet? Here's what I think is going on. Dan Campbell's worked the phones. I'm sorry. Brad Holmes has worked the phones. Dan Campbell has told us about not only is he constantly working on this, he's running stuff past Dan. Dan even said a couple of things. So, and he also said, I feel like it changes every day. There are things, there's movement, right? I feel like here's the most likely case scenario, in my opinion. Brad Holmes has a deal in place, maybe even 2 deals in place. Maybe he'll strike both those deals, maybe just one. But why the delay? Because it stands to reason that a bunch of teams with valuable assets said to them, circle back after we finish our games before the trade deadline.
Yes.
Cincinnati, I don't think they're moving Trey Hendrickson personally. If I were doing the show in Cincinnati, I'd be against it, barring some blockbuster trade, including a first-round pick and then some. Because I'm still trying to win the Super Bowl next year, too. I got Joe Burrow under contract.
But he's unhappy.
I know.
Not Joe Burrow, Trey Hendrickson.
I know, and wants a new deal and all that. But it doesn't mean they have to trade him. Cleveland's probably just wanted one more look at Jameis Winston to see if he could be, the next Baker Mayfield, that he's put in the right position in the right offense. And I don't think that's the case. But if Cleveland, I don't blame them for wanting to see him again before they pull the plug on their season and move as Zadarius Smith. I don't think Myles Garrett's realistic personally, but Tennessee probably has players that could be had. In fact, Tennessee might be the team that Brad Holmes has agreed to a deal with. Others, Jacksonville, look, they got a couple of players that could be useful, including Josh Hines Allen and Walker, the guy who went 1-1. No, probably not. And I don't think there's any way Max Crosby's going, but you call those teams and ask again if they lose again this weekend, if they had a change of mind, because that's another game that's passed and they're not closer to a playoff spot. These are the things that I think that is holding it up. Is he's got a decent move in place, but think about it. He's probably got a better move that he wants to make sure he can't make. And those teams with those valuable assets are trying to run it to the finish line before the trade deadline to make sure they can't creep back into a playoff chase.
Well, there's 2 things. There's that. I think those teams are waiting to see, just to make sure that they don't have a playoff run in them. And the other thing is that those teams are also going to hang on to the assets probably to the last minute to get the most that they can.
See if they get other bids.
Yeah.
That's quite possible, too. So, 248-539-9797. There's still some anxiousness coming in via feedback and calls and people that we've had the terms. We've had to sleep at the wheel. We've had malpractice. And now what we have, grossly incompetent. What was the term we had?
Gross negligence.
Gross negligence used, that they haven't made trades yet. I mean, come on, people. 248-539-9797. Doug, your theory on Brad is flawed. The Jags, Browns, and Raiders have all sold players this past week. Why would they be waiting on now? Because the players that the Lions are after are players that they want to keep around. That they aren't the players that they trade are probably not players that they're really that interested, that they think they can survive without. I'm going to guess moving Devontae Adams is way easier than moving Max Crosby for the Raiders. Myles Garrett is hard to trade. And there's some speculation out of Cleveland that he's not even available. Well, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Sam here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
I pose a question to you both. If the day after Brad Holmes was hired, I called you guys up and said within 3 years we will be a fourth quarter dropped pass away from the Super Bowl, would you have considered that a bold-ass prediction or a dumbass prediction?
I would have been bold-ass, not dumbass, because we know that you can turn things around quickly in the NFL, but it would have been a bold-ass prediction.
It would have been a bold call by you, Sam.
Yeah, well, for all these guys who are going out of their mind and saying things like arrogant and whatever, gross malfeasance or whatever the words are they're using. I mean, this guy has done an unbelievable job. And if he, I'm going to assume, based on his track record, that if he doesn't make a deal, it's because there wasn't a deal to be made. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Well,
I know he wants to win the Super Bowl, but all the moves he's made to get to this point have earned him a hell of a lot of credit.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We go to Ed next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ed.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call, or good afternoon. I think, the trade has to be made, like a gentleman said, if there is a trade available. I mean, a case in point, you look at the Rams when they won it. First, they acquired Stafford, and they had arguably the best defensive player in Aaron Donald on their defensive line. And what do? To solidify that defense, they want to acquire Von Miller. And he corralled that whole defense. He made it all right. I mean, and they weren't losing Aaron Donald. They just acquired him to solidify that defense, and that's an example of what the Lions need to do this year.
Well, it's an example of how one team got it done, for sure. He was traded. That was a second and third round pick for an impact player, and I would have no issue with that. Look, if there is a trade to be made, I'm pretty confident. A good trade that helps them. I'm more than confident it will happen.
If you can go all in, go all in. But those players have to be available. And the Rams did that over a couple of years with the acquisitions of Stafford and Jalen Ramsey, and then, as you mentioned, Von Miller.
So I pointed out that I think some of these extreme takes on Brad Holmes is the difference between fans who are on a 60-year quest and Brad Holmes who's in the fourth year of the quest. And someone writes, yeah, we are desperate, Doug. We've never even been to a Super Bowl. I'm fully aware of that fact. And I'm not. Just think about, do you want your GM to act desperate? Do you want him to act desperate? I don't think a GM being desperate, it's fine if you feel that way, and I get it. I don't want the GM acting desperate. I think we got one of the healthiest teams in football right now.
No, you don't want him acting desperate, but this is kind of a desperate situation for the team with no pass rush and a team that's capable, if they did, of winning the Super Bowl. It's a team capable of winning playoff games without doing that. But, boy, having a defensive end or edge rusher, however you want to put it, somebody gets after the quarterback, if you get that player before the deadline, then you certainly feel better about this team's chances in the postseason than the way you do now.
It's not desperate necessarily, Doug. It's sense of urgency, and I'm not saying Brad Holmes doesn't feel that. I don't know what he's feeling, but I do know Lions fans, myself included, I don't want him to give up the next 5 first-round picks for a player. That's desperate. But I do want there to be a sense of urgency where, hey, man, there is a moment right now that we need to take care of. There's Minnesota lost their left tackle. They went out and traded for a left tackle. I'm not going to get super pissed until after Tuesday. We'll find out what happens. But I do know the moment is now, Doug, to be seized.
I'm not even disagreeing with that. I just don't want my GM acting desperate.
Well, acting desperate would be giving the return that you think is too much. But going out and getting the player of need is not an act of desperation.
No, it's not a good. But I'm saying a desperate GM gives up 2 first-round picks for
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, that's the move a desperate GM makes. And just keep in mind, well, yes, you want to be able to rush the passer. That's a component of pass defense. I like the back 7 better than I did a year ago.
I love the back 7. I think it's so much better than it is a year ago. They need a pass rush.
Well, they probably, without a pass rusher, they're like, I'm going to guess the totality of a better secondary and not as good up front because they won't have Hutch. Probably leads to them being a similar pass defense than a year ago. But that defense was dangerously close to getting that. That's why I still think they can win the Super Bowl even if they don't make a trade. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as I don't want them to make a trade. I want them to make a trade. I guess I'm just not. I'm not on the trade or bust bandwagon, and I'm certainly not on the Brad Holmes is committing malpractice already. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I would love that for a fourth-round pick.
So
would love that. I hope that the Jeremy Fowler sources are right. A day 3 pick for Zadarius Smith would be outstanding.
Well, I think it's kind of where people thought, people kept saying 4th and 5th round pick, and that would be day 3.
I hope he's right. I hope that's a ticket. Hi, Kirk.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, thank you.
So, I definitely see the PTSD. Having said that, I do believe 1,000% in this current regime, and I think they do have something going on. My fear, and what's going to, send a lot of people over the edge next Tuesday is, what if these top 2 or these second tier guys twist an ankle, get hurt on this Sunday, and now Crosby's not available, Garrett we know is not available, and the second tier guys we were going to go after, now they're hurt. Now you're forced to get subpar bodies just to put on the line. Now we're not just replacing Hutch. There's 4 or 5 guys on that defensive line now that are not going to be there this weekend. And so it's not just one guy. We need a couple.
So wait,
and I'm concerned that if somebody gets hurt, where are we picking from?
You're talking if somebody gets hurt on another team?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
what if the guy from the Darius gets twists his knee just a little bit?
Then I would
not enough to keep him out, but it's enough to he's not 100% anymore.
Then you could probably get him for
anything
cheaper.
can happen. I don't know why the delay.
Then it's why the delay?
Yeah, I mean, why we haven't already made a move? If they're going to get hurt, I'd rather them get hurt as a Lion because we made an attempt to make our defense better. If they get hurt before they become a Lion, obviously they're not going to become a Lion.
So you'd rather
miss out.
You'd rather give up draft capital in the future to land a player that gets hurt than not make the trade.
No. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you trade for Zadarius Thomas, let's say you trade for him today, and he gets hurt Sunday as a Detroit Lion. Okay, we made an attempt. He got hurt. If you don't make the trade today, and you plan to make it on Monday, but he gets hurt on Sunday, you can't make it. You lost out.
It's
and now we got nobody.
Because you didn't waste the pick.
Right.
Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Why are you making an argument about somebody who's going to get hurt?
He'd be
you don't have to
happier
do that.
because they tried something, even if the guy got hurt and they gave up draft capital, than if he got hurt somewhere else and we didn't make the trade and didn't lose the draft
That doesn't make
capital.
any sense. You'd be miserable. We just lost a 4th round pick.
I mean, come on! Is this a real person?
But they would have tried, Doug. I can't defend that call. I think it's horrible. When your whole premise of the call is to bring up the possibility of an injury, and you'd rather have him hurt as a Lion as opposed to hurt as a Cleveland Brown, makes no sense. Because you would, as you said, you give up the draft capital to acquire a player, and then you don't even get the
but at
player.
least they
But that's
tried.
better than say not doing it, and then he gets hurt. Here's the other thing. Here's why it's so much better in your scenario, buddy. If Zadarius Smith got hurt as a Cleveland Brown, because you haven't made a trade yet, you still have the assets. You simply pivot and look at another player.
Let me run this
How
past
about
you.
that?
Okay. What do you think of Trey Sweeney and Fayon Lorenzo? What do you think of them? The 2 players that got
Tyrone
back.
Lorenzo?
Yeah.
The players that got back from Jack Flaherty for the Jack Flaherty.
Yes.
trade.
What do you
I
think
like
of
them.
those guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Lorenzo right now looking like one of the hottest young hitters in the Arizona Fall League?
Yeah, only behind his teammate, Jose Briseño. Yes.
That looked like a trade that when the day went down, it didn't feel like a win for the Tigers. Sweeney comes in, locks up shortstop, plays decent enough shortstop on a team that comes back, wins the division. He could be the shortstop long term. Lorenzo is looking like he's going to be getting on lists of one of the top prospects in the game the way he's playing right now. He wasn't playing like that in the Dodgers. They didn't win on the trade deadline day. That was not considered a great win.
Not a great one, but it was considered a win. Lorenzo was thought of as a decent prospect.
Fans wanted more.
Well,
but
fans may have wanted more.
I know, but here's my point.
Fans always want more.
On the trade, that guy would rather win a trade now, even with no return, literally no return. He wants to win a trade now instead of get about the business of winning the Super Bowl.
I don't want you too worked up. It was a dumb call. It was dumb premise all around. All around. We all agree on that. We can move on.
Well, I just think it's ridiculous. I don't want to call anybody. You didn't call him dumb. You said it was a dumb call.
So it was a dumb call.
But I think it was a ridiculous.
Do you need some kale?
Do you have some? You got some?
King, we don't have to go to the emergency stash. Do we have anything? We got a carrot stick anywhere?
Oh, carrot sticks. We might. No one else likes kale.
I think
though,
I
so.
brought carrot sticks. So
Well,
He's got, yeah.
You know what? Have a carrot stick.
There you go.
Relax
Jason,
a little bit.
Jason, you're next. Hi, Jason.
There we go. How's it going, guys?
What's up, Jason?
Hey, good. Listen, you guys, I'm freaking out right now because nothing's getting done or nothing's saying that they're going to get done. And you guys are talking about it not, or maybe it does. And I just wish that Brad Holmes would come out and be like, hey, listen, we got it covered, and it's not going to be anybody that we have at our.
Why would he say anything?
No.
He's not going to say anything, Jason. And I need to help. I want to help you out here. Nothing's going to happen until like Monday or Tuesday. Teams are worried about their games on Sunday. Nothing's going to happen today or tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday. You got to wait till after the week's schedule is done, and then you can start to feel pressure. But when's it going to happen? And then you're going to start to hear tons of rumors of who's going where or who's interested in whom, because it'll be another week where teams get further away from being a playoff contender or they get closer to. So some players will come off the list and some players are going to be, number one with a bullet. Got to get this guy because that team is going to shop him.
Okay, but I know Casey's already done something, and it just seems like.
Do you want Josh Uche? Is that the difference maker?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but what are you saying? Because they made a move at another position at wide receiver to add Hopkins, which was a clear need for them.
I'm just saying that they made a move and their fans are whatever. I'm just nervous. That's all.
Relax. Relax. It's okay.
I need some kale.
Yeah, do something, man. Just relax. Nothing's going to happen.
Have
just
a sandwich.
Nothing's going to happen. Now, I'll tell you what. If things come and go on Tuesday and the Lions don't do anything, you can be anxious, but there's no need to be anxious now. There's no need for that. Let's have a chia seed or so. I don't know. Pepitas. That's a good.
Some effing thing.
How about pepitas? You like pepitas, Doug?
What's a pepita?
It's the pumpkin seeds. You like the pumpkin
Yeah,
seeds?
I do.
I hate the pumpkin seeds, but some people love the pumpkin seeds.
I do like them.
Have those. Yeah. Relax.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Okay. Working my way through it, Gator. Working my way through it. Here's the deal. What we're seeing, what I think what we're hearing in some extreme takes and saying that Brad Holmes is already grossly incompetent and arrogant and malpractice, and some of these terms have been used because they haven't made a trade already. I have to cut people some slack because this is the manifestation of being a fan of what has been a pretty brutal organization for everyone's entire life until now. They're not a brutal organization anymore. In fact, they're a damn smart organization. And they've made more good decisions in the first 4 years of the Brad Holmes era than probably, honestly, the totality of any previous regime. If you put up all their good decisions, I think they've probably lapped the field with good decisions. And so there is indeed a desperation because we've never seen a team that was Super Bowl worthy actually do something like make the Super Bowl. And there's no reason to think that this group can't. Hell, we've never seen 2 playoff wins. Like literally. In our lifetime. Never seen 2 playoff wins in a season.
This is true until last year.
Yeah. So there's already ceilings being broken, but some of the takes, like that guy would rather them make a trade for a player to get hurt in Detroit than not make a trade and find out that the player they wanted gets hurt elsewhere because at least they tried. That is a manifestation of how desperate we are to even think that way. He's thinking already that the player that we covet this weekend is going to get hurt. So trade for him now, so if he gets hurt, at least he gets hurt with us.
So it could show to him that at least they tried.
Yes.
They tried and it failed, but they tried.
Yep.
Yeah, look, I think it's a moronic take, but that's okay.
Yep. But
I also think that it's not just the 60 years. I think this is every fan base in football. You don't think the Chiefs fans are screaming they got to go out and get somebody?
I don't think
and then they're relieved that they did?
No, actually, I don't. I think this fan base has been through something so unique that it probably leads to some unique stuff. But 248-539-9797.
Also, Doug, this is a fan base now with expectations. You know, we feel like we have a new job after a couple years, right? Well, this is what it's like. I mean, there's real Super Bowl aspirations, not just from management and the players, but from the fan base. So they see an opportunity. Yeah, you're going to take some crazy calls. Like that last call is, the one trading for a player that's hurt. That Gator and I cannot defend that, okay? But it shows to the desperation of the fan base wanting to make a move while they
question.
have a chance.
And, Kenny, we were doing a commercial break. I was outside the studio. I went and laid down on the couch out there. It was healthy. Kenny came over and said, you know what this is? He goes, you date and you get cheated on, you date again and you get cheated on, and then you got another girlfriend, she cheats on you, and then you got another girlfriend, she cheats on. Now you got a girlfriend that's good, but guess what? You have trust issues. And the fan base has trust issues with the organization still. And so even though I think most people would say Brad Holmes has been a hell of a GM, they still have some deep-seated trust issues. 248-539-9797. Ralph, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ralph.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
Okay.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. So this may be an extreme take, and I never heard anybody come out with this approach. Even Mike Valenian, I'm kind of shocked. So we all can agree that Aiden Hutchinson can't be replaced, okay? He's one of not many, right?
Correct.
So here's my theory. Considering that Wingo is coming back, and Broderick Martin just recently came off. He's coming back this week. Well, considering that Hutch can't be replaced, is it possible that Brad Holmes, who loves his draft picks, is it possible that he's looking to replace Barnes, if anything, to which my choice would be Arden Key. I like Zadarius Smith, but I prefer Arden Key, as well as with everything that's going on with Jamison Williams, not knowing with all the legal issues and considering that the NFL may possibly suspend him for more games, maybe Brad is taking his sweet time, and the ultimate situation is that he'll double down on the offense and maybe he might pick up a elite receiver to replace Jameson.
Elite. I would think that Brad Holmes would have a good handle of the situation of the likelihood of Jamison Williams getting a further suspension.
Look out!
What happened, Ralph?
I'm here. I'm
okay,
sorry,
it wasn't you they were coming after, right?
No, it sounded like an ambulance.
No.
Well, good. I'm glad. So replacing Derek Barnes is different than replacing Aiden Hutchinson. You're right about that. Is that something that they may try and do and get more of a linebacker type, a more versatile player? Yeah, that is. As far as adding, I mean, you use the term elite receiver. I don't know that you need to add an elite receiver. Would they get another one?
Oh,
maybe.
I guess I would look at this another way. I mean, the players he mentioned with Mekhi Wingo and Broderick Martin. Broderick Martin's a defensive tackle. Yep. Mekhi Wingo is one of these versatile guys, can play inside, outside, but he has shown nothing to make you think that he's going to be an answer as a defensive end.
Not yet.
So that has nothing to do with what they go out and acquire. And as far as you want Arden Key over Zadarius Smith, that might be the most recency bias thing I've ever heard. Zadarius Smith is a proven Pro Bowl playing edge rusher. Arden Key had a nice game against the Lions.
If Arden Key is traded for and thought of as the replacement for Derek Barnes, I could see that. But I don't think of him as he's not the replacement for Aiden Hutchinson.
I guess I would say I better see more than that.
Yeah, but you know what? I know it's recency bias, Gator, but he's done more than any defensive end that the Lions have brought out there since the Hutch injury. As far as beating a man one-on-one, and Taylor Decker's a decent left tackle in this league. You know, he ran right around him twice, right? And I think Trevor Nowatzki actually is going to be the Barnes replacement.
Yeah.
I think I'm strictly looking at a defensive end at this point that can just occasionally, because no one's going to be Hutch, but that occasionally can beat his man and get a sack when the Lions need it.
Yeah, I guess I'm not jazzed about Arden Key unless he's a second piece to the puzzle. You get me Zadarius Smith alone, I'm fine with it. Zadarius Smith and Arden Key, there we go. If it's just Arden Key, not so much.
Arden Key is like a 6 sack a season guy.
At best.
Yeah.
His career high is 6.5.
So here is his last 4 years. 6.5, 4.5, 6. He's got 3 this year. So, I mean, that's probably what you'd be getting is a guy who had a few sacks, but at least he can pressure the quarterback and play the Derek Barnes role. In fact, he might be better at the Derek Barnes role than Derek Barnes.
Give me another player, too.
Still
don't have a defensive end.
Let's go to Matt. You're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
What's up is this. I listen to you guys all the day. Every day, excuse me.
Thank you very much.
And I really do. But this is going to offend some of your listeners out there. But some of the people that call have no clue of what they're talking about. I have no idea where they justify these things and how they even think of these things. It's like they're a bandwagon fan or something. I trust Brad Holmes. He knows what he's doing. You know, us in listener land, we have limited information. Brad's got all the information, him and Dan. You know, I trust the man. He's doing the right thing. He's going to make a move if there's a move possible to make that's going to help this franchise and not hurt it. For you guys out there that just wants to bring in Max Crosby, okay, all right. Let's just say the asking price is Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Gibbs. Are you going to say that? No, you're not going to. That's what you sound like on the radio when you bring up these idiotic, things or directions that we should go in. Please, guys, please do some studying because there's times I just can't listen to you guys because these guys call in and they are way off base.
So, look, I think a great skill, and I appreciate the phone call, Matt, up against it here, but I think one of the great skill sets in life is being able to know what you don't know and then try and figure out how you make up for that flaw and work around it as best you can. I think some people don't know what they don't know, but at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want the Lions holding up the Lombardi Trophy. And if they don't make a trade, do I still think they can win the Super Bowl? I do. I'm not giving up on the season if they don't make a trade, but I've said it. I want them to, and I suspect that they will. I don't think it's going to be a huge move. But I think the reason nothing has happened yet is because they're still working on a huge move. The people that want a trade to happen now are people that are likely, like don't think anything's going to happen. It makes no sense. It makes a ton of sense that those teams that have those great assets are taking it to the finish line, that want to play all the games before the trade deadline and see where they stand. That's why nothing's happened yet, in my opinion. 248-539-9797. This NBA season, you can make every play, pass, and point mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. Doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before a game starts or after it's already tipped off. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance at $300 in bonus bets with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. What I like most about FanDuel, the top of the app, there's that bar where you can scroll through and find yourself some same-game parlay insurance or profit boosts. The profit boosts are great because you can bet on a favorite and still feel like you're getting, on the money line, still feel like you're getting a decent return. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Gator?
Doug?
College football this weekend. Michigan State plays Indiana. Michigan plays Oregon. I can see a path to victory for both teams. And
does one include food poisoning?
No.
Okay.
But they do include intangibles. I think you've got a classic adrenaline dump coming for Indiana, and I think you're talking about, with Oregon, it's 2 trips to the East Coast or to the Midwest in 3 weeks that could impact the outcomes of those games. I saw a stat about Michigan State that stunned me, though. Do you see how many sacks they have in Big Ten play, Spartans?
They won?
One. That's something that they need to trade for an edge rusher. They need Zadarius Smith.
Well, some of that is, who you've gone against, and some of that is certainly lack of a consistent pass rush. They had they had a pass rush to start the season. Bogle got off to a pretty good start, but they just haven't really been able to sustain it at this point. I mean, they're getting, even when they blitz with linebackers, they're just not getting home with that.
Yeah.
So it's tough.
What's the latest on Curtis Rourke, Indiana's quarterback?
Last I heard was he's practicing, and that they're hoping he's going to be ready to go.
For Michigan, it's get off to a much better start than they did in the Texas game. Texas took the opening kick, went right down the field, and really just drove the length of the field the first few possessions and roared out to a 24-3 lead. They got to get the fans into it and make it a hostile place to play. Health-wise, they need some guys to get back on the field, and their defensive line has to be the best possible version of themselves to give them a chance.
Well, I think to give them a chance, you're right. But if you're worried about Indiana having an adrenaline dump, what about Michigan having an adrenaline dump? I mean, they just came off a very spirited game on Saturday night, and the fallout and all that. And yeah, you've got one of the top teams in the country coming to town.
I don't think I'm worried about them being up for number one.
No, I don't see any path for victory for Michigan.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Chris. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. I want to comment on the Lions trade deadline, but I wanted to touch on the Tigers. If I'm in charge of the Tigers over there, I'm putting the full court press on 2 guys, Shane Bieber and Walker Buehler. Both guys wouldn't command the contracts that, Max Fried or Corbin Burns would require. They'd be low risk, high reward guys. I think they fit in nicely, especially stealing Bieber from within the division. But touching on the Lions.
Well, hang on, before you get to the Lions, let me just say this: I think you brought up 2 interesting names in terms of pitchers, because they're not the top names that are on the list there that most people would want to bring up. The way Walker Buehler pitched, though, in the World Series, he may have just got himself several $1 million more per season with that performance. But I would love to see him in a Tigers uniform. I think both names are really intriguing.
Yeah, I'd give it to him, and because obviously it'd be probably less, probably half the amount that Corbin Burns could cost, and he could give you that same kind of impact on the team. But as far as the Lions go, look, they're not in a desperate situation yet. They do need a pass rusher or 2. I think what Brad Holmes is doing is something that benefits the culture of this team. Yeah, when Aiden Hutchinson goes down, obviously that's a glaring hole there. But if you just go out and pick somebody up to replace him without giving guys that are on the team opportunity to produce and pick up some of the slack, I think that has a negative impact on the culture. Now, we have obviously seen
Chris, they're gonna get a number of games. They got a couple of games here to prove something, and they really haven't. I mean, maybe somebody bursts out and has a great game against the Packers, but the pass rush was lacking against the Vikings. Darnold had a ton of time, and they didn't get home enough against Mason Rudolph. They had 1 sack.
And it came on an unblocked play.
Yeah. So haven't those guys? They're going to get this Sunday too. So they're going to get 3 games. I mean, I don't think anybody in the locker room would be offended if Sunday's no different and they made a trade.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm saying, if they did it right off the rip, right after he got injured and just went out and made a trade, I think that sends the wrong message to the locker room. But obviously they have not gotten much pressure.
They haven't, that can't send the wrong message to the locker room, because the message it sends to the locker room is that we want to win. We have a good football team that we need to win right now. And it's not, I think people keep forgetting this. It's not just Hutchinson. They lost Marcus Davenport to start the season, right? Play game 2, he gets hurt. People conveniently forget that and they think it's all about Hutch. It's not all about Hutch. Hutch is the best player on the defense without question, and he's gone. But that made it even more.
The reason they forget about it is because we didn't have him last year, and we didn't even really know what it was like to have him. And so, but I will say this about...
It was a guy who was getting pressure on the quarterback in 2 games.
Dude's scenario is kind of a moot point because those guys have been given a chance. They haven't made a trade, and the best point is they've won both the games anyway. 248-539-9797. Dale is next here on 97.1. Hi, Dale.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
No, it's almost in an instance where I feel like I've won the lotto with the Lions, being a fan for a long time, and all the crazy relatives are coming out of the woodwork now, just wanting all these, great aspects of other teams to come, through trades, and it's not just going to happen. Brad Holmes has built a team here based off a process to follow, and they're following it. And look where we're at. We're in year 4, year 3, 4, and
year 4.
It's unbelievable. We're 6-1. We're atop the division. We're a Super Bowl favorite. What more could you ask for? Let them do what they need to do. Everybody calm down. It'll be all right. And see how it plays out. At San Francisco, how it goes, making splash trades. What has it got them?
Well, it got them the win over the Lions, but it didn't get them the Super Bowl, and they still have yet in this incarnation of the 49ers to get one.
Isn't that our end goal, is the Super Bowl?
Yep, it is.
Okay. So, I mean, I would take that Super Bowl over trophy than just saying, hey, we made the Super Bowl.
They do have a few trophies over there in San Francisco to be proud of too. So,
yeah, but this incarnation of the 49ers, it's they keep coming close. They keep coming close. They keep coming close, and they don't win the whole thing. But you've got, they still got a chance. Now they're tied for first, and they've had a ton of injuries, and maybe they'll get some guys back. I don't know what the hell's going on with McCaffrey. That thing was weird from moment 1, and it's still weird.
I think it's a little overplayed because the guys that they've had in this place have done just fine.
He has done well.
There are other players that I think miss more. And I know people will say, well, McCaffrey's the straw that stirs the drink and all that. He's great. And so is his replacement has been great.
Yeah, I mean, he does a little bit different things more on the receiving end. But either way, the point with the caller brought up, what more do you want? People want the Super Bowl. Yeah. That's what they want.
Yeah,
and so wait and let things play out.
I do like his crazy relatives are coming out of the woodwork. I like that analogy. I would never say that the Lions have hit the lotto because you hit the lotto when you win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But the crazy relatives analogy, I think, is funny. Let's go to Tony. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, y'all have me tough after that guy, but let me say this. Doug, I love y'all. I loved what they did with the Lions, but Kyle Hamilton is still on my mind when we traded up for Jamo. Now, let's just keep real now. I'm not saying Brad did a good job, but we still question some moves, just like the Hendon Hookerson pick, okay? We passed up 2 defensive guys that's playing in the league now. Now, I trust Brad, but still, I'm going to keep keep my eyes open because there's some things that I just learned from Joe Dumars, I guess, breaking my heart. But I'm always going to be looking open-minded about the thing. I want to win the Super Bowl. I want us to get there. And when we knew we needed a pass rusher, and now Hutch go down, and now they want to, I'm not going to use a bad word, but yes, come on. When I bought the car, I shouldn't be taking it back because the car need parts, okay? Come on, let's get to the Super Bowl.
Well, I'm okay with having Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph as the safeties with Ifeanyi Melifonwu, on the mend here, as opposed to getting Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton's fine. And, oh, by the way, we still have Jamo. So I like the Lions return. That works for me. And I'm not going to get upset about the Lions not doing something until they choose to not do something.
Yeah. Tony, he's not perfect. But the scenario you brought up, they're strong at safety. They're strong as hell at safety. If they drafted Kyle Hamilton instead of Jamo, they'd still be strong as hell at safety, and they wouldn't even have Jamo, which
they probably wouldn't have Brian Branch.
They probably wouldn't have Brian Branch, but Jamo will be back on the field, right?
Yeah, can I have a rebuttal on that? Y'all remember we gave up draft picks too, okay? Let's remember, Brad could have picked up what we needed to do. Like, even the Pickett pick, the wide receiver for Pittsburgh, he was a second rounder if we stayed there.
You don't like the team? Hey, let me ask you this. You don't like the team he's constructed?
I love that.
Then what are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Why are you complaining? Why are you doing the what? Tony, you're doing the what-if game. Why didn't they get Kyle Hamilton? Why didn't they get George Pickens? What are you talking about? They had the best offense in the National Football League. They're 6-1. They made it to the NFC Championship game, buddy. Come on.
Come on. I'm not saying that, Gator. Okay, here we go again. I went through the Barry Sanders games and after we beat Dallas and seen that we didn't do it because we didn't invest in players. I just don't want to repeat history, Gator. That's all I want to see is win the Super Bowl.
Okay, have they invested in the players? Did they not they got an extension for Amon St. Brown. They got an extension for Penei Sewell, an extension for Jared Goff, an extension for Ali McNeil, an extension for Taylor Decker, and they're about to get more extensions out. They're taking care of the team. They're doing the job. They're making this sustainable for years.
All I'm asking you one question. Do you feel comfortable with this team without doing anything else?
No, I don't. But why do you think why do you think they're not going to do anything? Why do you have that mentality?
Oh, Gator, you taking it half glass. I'm not trying to do that.
But you are.
No, I'm
Tony, let me ask you straight up. Do you think the Lions make a move on Tuesday?
I pray to God they do.
Do you think they'll make a move on Tuesday?
I'm praying to God they do.
Do you think they'll make a deal on Tuesday?
Okay, I'm on record. No.
There it is. That's why. Because if you don't, that's why you have the thoughts you have in your head. That's why you're complaining about stuff that coulda, woulda, shoulda, and don't do that game because what they actually did is better than coulda, woulda, shoulda. On Wednesday's show, when we do Wednesday's show together, and you are in on Wednesday, when we do Wednesday's show,
I have an appointment. Just a heads up.
Nope.
Yep.
We're doing the show Wednesday. If the Lions don't make a move on by the trade deadline comes and goes, the Lions don't do something to improve the pass rush. You have all the ammunition and all the will and all the power to come on and go ahead and talk about how upset you are. And it's going to be hard to refute it. But to not be patient through this and understand the timing of the situation right now, that they're not going to make a trade. Likely it's not going to happen today. Sure as hell ain't going to happen tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday. The deadline is Tuesday. They have those 2 days to make the deals happen. You're going to find out more about the rest of the teams in the league, which teams are in, which teams are out, who's having a fire sale, who's not, who you're going to have to bribe to do a little bit more to get it done. Save the vitriol for Wednesday.
97 won the ticket. Is anybody's survivor pool still going? It was such a wild start to the season. Anyone still got their survivor pool going? Where you have to pick a winner every week, straight up, and if your team, you can't pick the same team twice. Once your team loses, you're out. Remember how crazy it was? People talking about how they were already over. 63 people were in mine. It's over. It's week 4.
We had some crazy upsets early on, yeah.
So I wonder how many of them are just completely done. I bet the majority by the time we've gotten here to week 9 are done.
Yeah, I told you guys, kept you up to date a little bit about the Circa Survivor Pool out in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They have a great one. They had over 14,000 entries this year.
Yeah.
And I had updated you guys, I think, like by week 3, I think 75% were gone or something crazy like that, which is insane.
Yeah.
Right now, we are entering week 9. Out of those 14,266 entries, 191 remain.
Wow.
So this is, well, we're just halfway through the year. This is going to end, I don't know, in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't know.
Jared Goff back in practice today, according to Dave Burkett. No Malcolm Rodriguez or Josh Pascal still. The Packers have a ton of injuries as well. So it's a battle of attrition. That's what the NFL is each and every year. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Justin in Madison Heights. You're on 97 with a ticket. Hi, Justin.
Well, fellas, I'm going to start by echoing Mike Valenti. You boys are doing God's work by taking some of these calls. I'm just going to take a big, deep breath for all of Metro Detroit.
Okay.
Let's just wait and see what happens. But I wanted to switch it up. I want to talk Pistons and Red Wings. So yesterday was awesome, right? We got 3 games going. We got the World Series. We got Red Wings. We got Pistons. Pistons started. So I start with the Pistons. Ooh, the boys are looking good. I was very impressed. You guys, by the way, have turned me into a straight-up Detroit sports junkie.
Sweet.
I now watch all 4 teams.
Great.
So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Pistons look great. I flipped over to the Wings. They're down 3-0 before I didn't even know it, right? I go back to the Pistons. I end up riding out the Pistons. If this is a little preview of what maybe JB is doing with the team, I mean, Cade and Ivy looked great together. Beef Stew was doing work on the boards. Who was it? Tobias had a bunch of buckets as well. Like, that was a complete game, start to finish. And, like, the Sixers didn't shoot well, but the Pistons didn't shoot great either.
Well,
but
the
they
Sixers
played all 4 quarters. I was telling my son, he loves basketball now, apparently. I was telling him, we got to watch out for the 4th quarter, bud. They always come out slow in the 4th quarter. 4th quarter starts, he goes, all right, Dad, here it is. Are they going to blow it? I said, I don't know. Let's wait. It was a nice win. So what do you guys think of the Pistons? And obviously the Red Wings are –
Look, you'll take the wins wherever they come from the Pistons, but it's a Philadelphia team that didn't have Joel Embiid or Paul George. So I take it for what it's worth.
True.
Did they shoot better? Absolutely. Do I like watching Cade and Ivy out there together playing well? Yep. But is it a different game altogether? Is Jaden Ivey going to be able to finish the way that he did at the rim if those guys are on the court? I don't know. But I love that from Jaden Ivey. I always have. He's fearless, and he's starting to knock down these three-point shots at a much better rate. I like that. I didn't like that Jalen Duren was kind of a no-show last night, fouled out in 10 minutes with no points and no shots.
Yeah.
But they got to stack these things together. I think that we've seen improvement. We've seen them play well through long stretches of the game, only not to finish it out. Last night, as you pointed out, they were able to finish it out. And that was great. They got the Knicks tomorrow night. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm excited for that game as well.
It wasn't a opinion-changing win. It was a nice win. I'm happy about it, but it doesn't change for the reasons you stated. And in basketball season's so long, it's got to be a stretch of games. Thanks for the phone call. Dre's in Detroit in next. What's up, Dre?
Hey, good afternoon, Gator and Scott. How you guys doing? Doug, I said Gator and Scott.
It's all right.
Doing well, Dre.
It's okay.
Hey, man, I'm trying to pay attention to the road and drive, man. But
do that,
I'm
please.
just laughing. You guys got me going today, man. And I just cleared my calendars. I am not going to do any inspections next Wednesday because you guys' show it's going to be off the chain because it's going to be the day after the election. And if Brad does, it's it probably won't matter what Brad does on Tuesday, the deadline. If he makes a trade, I guarantee on Wednesday somebody's going to be totally disappointed with it. They're going to, or if he does nothing, you're going to get these crazy calls that you guys are getting today. Right now, are the Lions still winning?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, they are.
They're still winning. Okay, so I mean, I'm not up in arms. I would love to have a pass rusher that can get to the quarterback, but right now, our defense is holding their own. Our offense is outstanding right now. So I'm just, I've been a fan for too long, and I'm enjoying this moment. I've been a fan since '78. I'm not going anywhere. I trust Brad Holmes. He's the most competent GM that I've seen since being a Lions fan. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, let things play out. But these fans, I'm looking forward to you guys' show on Wednesday.
Well, I hope it's a celebration show of what a strong move that he made.
Please.
I'm gonna guess if I had to predict what's gonna happen, they'll make a move. It'll be for an edge rusher. It'll be an understated but smart move. It will help them win, and people will be pissed. That's what I think is gonna happen. And some people will just be simply disappointed. Others, because they already have, will turn on Brad Holmes, the best GM we've ever had.
You know how you hope every year with the Michigan State game there's no controversy?
Every single year.
It's kind of how I'm feeling about the trade deadline.
Yeah, I hear you.
No controversy. Just make a solid move.
It's a really good
makes all
move.
the sense of the world. A move that people can't question.
Yep. You are asking for probably the impossible. 97.1 The Ticket, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize in auto and truck accidents only. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of law. But because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other firm in the state. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so Gator, Halloween tonight. You ready to go?
I mean, I'm prepared for it.
Yeah.
A little scared now, but yeah, no, I'm ready. I went out the other day, picked up some Halloween candy.
You said you made a mistake, though.
Yeah. It's a mistake that you want to make, but you don't really want to make. It's one of those that you can reconcile, and then later you just feel terrible about yourself.
I got a guess as to what you did.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
Hold on. I'm going to write it down.
You guys could probably say it at the count of 3 to a 3, 2, 1.
I'll just say, you bought candy that you really like, and you started to eat it.
I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that was the obvious answer, right?
I've been good and bad in the past. In the past, like there's some years I've gotten like Almond Joy and Mounds, which no kid wants.
Well, because you don't like coconut, right?
Right, and kids don't like it either. They may later on in life appreciate it more. But when you're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, you're like, oh great, Almond Joy, awesome. And that's something that I don't like as an adult, so I would get that, so I wouldn't be tempted to have it.
You got Reese's peanut butter cups, didn't you?
I didn't.
Butterfingers?
No.
Kit Kat?
Nope. Not a big Kit Kat guy. But the others I would really love. But
Snickers? Did you get little Snickers, mini Snickers bars?
Well, there was a bag. There were 3 bags that came with 2 different candies in each bag. One of the 2 candies was, in fact, a Snickers.
Are there any Snickers left?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I only opened up one bag, and I just started fishing in it last night. So,
well, dude, you open up the bag. What'd you expect? I mean, you were going for the candy, right?
I got to make sure it's right. First of all, okay, the 2 candies are Snickers and it's Snickers and Twix. So the bag says it's special for Halloween because when you bite into it, it's green, it's scary inside, right? It's ghoulish. So the cookie is green for the Twix, and I don't know what it is. It's green on the maybe it's the nougat that's green on the Snickers. So I wanted to see it, try it out.
So how many times did you try it out?
That's neither here nor there. I got a healthy tasting, I would say that. So the problem is I bought 3 bags. And I never know how many trick-or-treaters are going to come by the house. I've had years where I've left the lights out and I get like 30 or 40 trick-or-treaters. I've had years where I've left the lights on and I've had 0 trick-or-treaters. You just don't know. So my concern is that I've got all this candy and that maybe I'll get 15, 20 trick-or-treaters coming by and I'm going to be stuck with a couple of bags of this candy that I really like that I shouldn't have.
So you know what my wife got? She got the packs of cookies, like Oreo cookies, Nutter Butters, golden stuff.
Oh boy!
Yep. So that's sitting in this witch's cauldron that she has that will set out tonight and hopefully put the lawn chairs out. And I'm not sure the fire pit's happening if it's super windy, and it could be super windy, but I'll have a cooler in between the chairs, crack a beer, and just
Is that the example you want to set for the children when they're trick-or-treating?
I'm not their parents. I'm not their parents.
Oh, you don't have a healthy alternative, Doug, to give out to kids?
Apple slices?
Yeah.
No, we don't do
carrot sticks? No?
Would there be a red Solo cup that you pour a beer into? Or
might be, yeah, sure.
As opposed to just, advertising it.
It's pretty funny, though, because...
old drunk Karsh.
But the thing about it is there are so many parents carrying tumblers on Halloween. Like, in fact, there are more carrying tumblers than aren't. It has really become... It's kind of a drinking night for mom and dad. Kang, you got... you're taking out trick-or-treaters tonight?
Yes, yep. We'll be walking around.
Yeah, you're going to have a tumbler?
No.
Okay.
No, Doug. I enjoy my kids, Doug.
There it is.
I'm a good father.
Look at you. You are a good father.
Pure as a driven snow, this guy.
Let me ask you: Did your father used to trick or treat with you, or supervise with the?
I don't think so. I think Mom went with us, but I don't. It didn't. I don't remember it happening as a kid. Maybe it was happening, and I was completely oblivious to what was going on. But there's a lot of drinking.
My dad would take out the dog when I was a kid. We had a dog, McGee. She was an English setter as well. And my dad would take McGee out for a walk and strategically hit some houses that we were friends with.
Yeah.
And the dog would get like a dog treat from somebody, and my dad would end up getting scotch.
Love it.
So when he came back like an hour later with the dog was all tired and happy and fall asleep. And my dad was happy. Very happy.
God bless him. Dad's legend. 248-539-9797.
You're not going to give out the fake Reese's, Doug?
Nope.
No feces.
Feces?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
The Quest Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh, yeah. You got to say that for yourself.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
But what Doug's giving out is pretty good. But you're not a cookie guy.
I'm not trying to parent other people's kids. I got our own 3. You can, if you want to, take the candy away from your kids, that's fine. It's up to you. But I'm really not.
So you're not even tempted to go in to the
not really.
Nutter Butters.
No. Like the cookies. So like Tom's Mom's in Harbor Springs. You ever been there?
No.
Tom's Mom's cookies in Harbor Springs are legit. Those things are. That's like, hey, can I have that brick? I mean, it's good. They're good.
Now that your kids are grown and they're not trick or treating, I would assume that your youngest is not trick or treating.
He might be, but probably not.
Why do you want to sit outside? You enjoy watching the
Actually, we have some friends that are coming in from out of town, and they don't. I think they'll enjoy it, and we'll just enjoy seeing the kids and talking to the neighbors, and yeah, I mean it's a little community thing.
Kang, you social or no?
No. I don't have
take
time.
Your kids
yeah,
out.
we take
I love
the kids
my
out,
kids,
so.
Gator. That's the correct answers. No, I love my kids.
No, I'm just not there yet with where the kids are. They're so young, We asked her, actually, we say, hey, do you want to stay home and pass out candy and see all the trick-or-treaters, or do you want to go out and trick-or-treat? And she chose going out.
Your
so,
wife?
Yeah. No,
Oh,
my daughter.
Well, yeah, kids are going to want to get candy, yeah.
Exactly. So that's why we both go out. We both take out our 2 little girls. So
nobody's at your house.
Exactly. So I'm not giving out candy this year.
Oh, man. That's dangerous.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're setting yourself up to the egg and toilet paper. You know how that works.
I really don't think it works like that anymore, Gator. I really don't.
Not with the Ring doorbell
I think
anymore.
it might have worked like that in 1982.
Now kids are going to, with the costumes, are going to wear the costume when they do it so that they don't get picked up by the Ring doorbell. That guy. You know who didn't give out the candy? Mr. Kang over there.
Mm-hmm.
No candy, huh? No. What are the girls going as for Halloween?
I wonder if you even know who this is. Well, the smaller one is going as Tinkerbell. You know who that is.
I'm familiar with Tinkerbell.
The other one's going
Peter
as Gwen Stacy, who is the girl.
Spider-Man?
Yeah, she's a ghost spider. That's what they call her. She's the girl Spider-Man, like the little kid version.
You'll get us some pictures, right?
I'll send you pictures, Doug, because you'll appreciate them. Gator will.
Oh, who asked?
That's a valid point.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Who asked what the girls were wearing?
Yeah, and then you don't want to see it, though.
Yeah.
Your children are adorable. You just saying this, so I say this again about your children because your kids are adorable.
All right, Gator, do you want me to send you a picture as well?
Yes.
All right, I'll send you a pic, man.
Thank you.
They are the. I mean, this is no unbiased opinion. The most adorable girls.
They are pretty adorable.
Now, if your kid goes out, I don't need to see his costume.
So, if he wants, but he better have a costume. I'm not sending a 17-year. I will put my foot down. A 17-year-old out there without a costume.
Don't send a 17-year-old out there.
Well, if he wants to go, he can go, but he's got to produce a costume. Here we go. Here's the judgment. Here's the judgment. Mr. No Kids judging guys with kids.
You think it's fine for a 17-year-old to go trick-or-treating?
I don't care how old you are as long as you have a costume.
So it can hide how old you are?
No, I mean, if there's an adult that gets dressed up and says trick or treat, I'll put candy in their bag.
Kane, do you think it's appropriate for a 17-year-old to go trick-or-treating?
I mean, I'm kind of with Doug on here. If you dress up,
you've
earned
effort?
it. Yeah, you've earned it. You can't walk up as a 17-year-old kid and say, "Give me some."
Judgy
candy."
McJuggerson
I
over
know,
here.
right? But I think you got to dress up. You
better make it. It better be a hell of an effort. Like not just wearing like, you know, a
Well, I'll
mask.
be sure I'll send you a picture of him for your approval.
Yeah. I hope he's not going.
We swing around the NFL next. 97 won the ticket. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, you know how this works. Thursday night, tonight, go find the player props. They have alternate spreads. So do like Breece Hall over 25 yards rushing or something of that nature, and move the spread to where you like it. You won't get a big return on your $5, but with that alternative spread, you will win and get the $150 in bonus bets and do what you want with those. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Let's go to Kevin and Warren. You're on 97.1. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good to chime in here on the getting the edge rusher. And I don't think I've heard this on the airwaves yet. I don't listen every minute, every single day. But, we talk about Brad Holmes like he's in a vacuum. And I'm thinking about Sheila Ford Hamp And her desire to bring a winner to this city, I mean, she brought Brad Holmes here. And you know what? Imagine for a moment being a part of the Ford family. We don't have to go back too many years on this radio station and others. And for decades, the answer for the Lions was sell the team, get it out of the Ford's hands. How do you think she feels right now? And she's an intelligent woman. She can see how close we are. So if you don't think she's going to Brad Holmes saying like, hey, I'm not going to micromanage you, but what are you going to do? I think that's happening. We're not going to be aware of it because we're not there. But I have faith in Sheila Ford Hamp to be having a conversation. And I'm an all-in kitchen sink guy. I don't care if it's 2 first-round picks. I don't care. I want to win now because we'll give up those picks and we're going to be good for years anyways. Let's try to win it this year, and with that new edge rusher and Hutch, we could be doing this right in the mix for years to come without the picks.
Yeah, you can, except I don't know how many players are out there that are worthy of 2 first-round picks that are actually available on the trade market. If you're thinking that you offer that for Max Crosby, it's not happening. If you offer that for Myles Garrett, that's not happening. So if you're setting yourself up for that kind of a barometer, I guess it's too high. Because that's
what about the guy?
Not there.
Was it the Cincinnati guy or the Cleveland?
Trey Hendrickson is with
somewhere?
Yeah, Hendrickson is with Cincinnati, and that's not going to cost you 2 first-round picks. But Cincinnati may not be available either because Cincinnati may think that they're going for it.
Yeah. Well, again, I trust in Brad like a lot of other listeners, and I think you guys do as well. Again, this is readily apparent to see how good this team is. And I trust in Brad Holmes and the upper management and Sheila Ford Hamp. And don't get too nervous. It's going to be right around the corner, but they'll bring somebody in here, and we will march proudly down the field.
All right. Well, Kevin, a couple things here. It's nice to get a call supporting ownership. That's unique for the Detroit Lions. We didn't get a lot of those historically. I hope Sheila supports Brad in all of his endeavors. That's kind of it. I mean, I'm not saying this is happening, but I don't think she needs to make any football decisions. I think it's Brad Holmes. If she says, hey, if you want to bring in more salary, I'm good with it.
No, I don't think she's involved in that. Well, I shouldn't, that she has a say, like you have to do this. That's not it. Do I think that she is?
Yeah, he kind of implied that, like he wants her to go in and demand he makes it.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's there. But here's what I like about, one of the things I like about Sheila Hamp is I think she is invested in this. She actually wants to know the process. She has access to a general manager, and I think she wants to hear what they're going to do. Now, whether she'll offer an opinion on that, I don't know, and I hope that Brad is, he'll take that with a grain of salt or whatever. But I think it's interesting that we actually have an owner right now that seems very interested in what the Lions are doing, which, her father didn't seem to have that same kind of feel.
All right. Thursday night, football, NFL, we give you losers. So, Gator, 3 of the last 4, I've told you who's going to lose this game. And tonight, I don't like this one. I don't like this one at all because a team and a player that I don't really like, I think has the upper hand. I look at Houston with their injuries. Nico Collins is out. Now Stephon Diggs is out. You couple that with home game. Jets got a strong D. I think Houston's a team that loses this game tonight.
Wow.
I know.
Interesting.
I don't like it.
Look, I think when you look at this, you have to look at a little bit of history here and understand that the Jets are a team that did lose early on to the Denver Broncos by a score of 10-9. This is a Jets team that just doesn't score points. It's great that they keep adding more pieces each week and trying to appease the quarterback
Aaron Rodgers, sorry, Brett Favre.
But the reality is, Doug, is that Houston can get after that quarterback, and that's going to be the difference in this game that prevents the Jets from winning because Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are going to be all over him because the Jets can't provide any protection.
Hope you're right. There it is, loser chooser. I got Houston losing tonight. He's got the Jets losing tonight, Thursday Night Football.
Jets are favored by 2.5 points.
I know, right?
Seems strange, yeah.
Yeah, was it 2-6 versus 6-2?
Where's the game?
2-6 team. It's in New York.
People just keep hyping up the Jets. Like, at some point, they stink.
My son's going to be at that game, believe it or not.
Really?
Yep. Just going up to New York for the weekend and took the Amtrak up last night.
Did he make the Yankees game or
No.
too rich for his blood?
Yeah, probably. Rico's obviously in studio.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. He jumped on the Amtrak, sends us a text. He had a buddy in Philly. He just decides to get off in Philly and go hang out with his buddy for a while.
It was a good town.
And then jump back on the Amtrak, then catch like the next train an hour and a half later and went the rest of the way. Impromptu move. And I'm like, that's kind of cool. I remember when I used to make split-second decisions like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the airport. You know what? I think I'm going to spend the summer in Australia.
No, but there was once, let's go get pizza. Where? Chicago. Sweet. Hop in a car and go to Chicago. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
But
wow, what a rapscallion you are.
Oh, we were crazy.
No,
Just
I remember that.
insane.
It was when Mike Tyson lost his first fight. Eric Crawford, we drove to Detroit because somebody had a VHS copy, and we're like, let's just go get the tape.
You
The Buster
drove-
Douglas fight?
You drove and got a copy of the fight?
Yeah.
Did you bring it back?
Yeah.
Or did you? That's awesome.
Was it the Buster Douglas fight?
Yeah, yes. Because it was like
Was
this.
that
big-
Halloween?
All I remember, it was a fire drill that happened at Acres Hall, and we were all outside, and the buzz was like, "Hey, Tyson just lost the fight." And we were like, he was like, "I got the
I
car
remember
gassed up.
watching
You
it. I
want
was
to go?"
sophomore year in college and being in an apartment, and we watched it because it was on. I think it was on HBO, and we had watched. But it was a late night because it was in Japan.
So yeah, we hopped in the car and went to go get it and came back.
Stuff like that. You want Chick-fil-A? Sure. Where's the closest Chick-fil-A? 2 hours away. Let's go.
Here we go.
Sounds like a great idea.
I mean, that's not the case anymore. But
Time. Nothing but time.
What do you got coming up next?
We got a couple of things. You know what? I'm just gonna ask you a question because you're a father.
Okay.
Did you ever take your kids trick or treating?
Yes.
Or this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So because David was telling us about trunk or treat, and I'm like,
Yeah.
so why?
It's quick score. You know, church parking lot, and there's 50 cars there. You get a lot of candy real quick. Quick score.
So we just gotten lazy.
That's just cleaning up. That was, if I recall correctly, we did trunk or treat like the day or 2 days before Halloween, and then you go out Halloween too.
I always thought trunk or treat was set up for kids that they didn't think it was safe for them to go in their neighborhood, or if it was going to be set up ahead of time, if you knew the weather was going to be bad. Like it was a special.
So it's not safe to go into the neighborhood, but hey, kids, go to this stranger's trunk.
But
and
if
there's
it's-
candy inside.
It's usually during the daylight. It's a parking lot.
And then we did it like daycare. I remember our kids' daycare through it. So the kids wear their costumes to daycare, and then they get to go trunk or treating in the parking lot. So
okay.
It was just a little add-on. It was additional.
It's just like the whole premise of Uber. It's everything you learn not to do.
Getting a
as
stranger's
kid.
car.
Yeah,
That's kind of funny. All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, welcome in on a Thursday. Kenny, it's only getting sadder every time I see Mishkov highlights, by the way. Welcome in. We have, Rico, this is one of those shows where I'm super excited about every one of our topics, yet I don't know if any of them will work. These are my favorite shows. They lead to disappointment, heartbreak, and anger. So
No. Here's the thing. It leads to great discussion amongst us, and honestly, sometimes I like those shows because it's just us.
It's fair. All right, we're gonna be crazy guys. We're gonna be two wild and crazy guys on this Halloween, and I'm gonna open the show with something probably insane. I would like to have a conversation, and I need the Iser bots. Can anyone help me? A new person showed up at LCA last night as the Wings were blasted off the ice again and booed off their home ice again. And this person goes by a moniker, PCC, short for Paying Customer Costa. Rico, did you catch this morning?
I did.
Jim is pissed. And little Jimmy Cookies, old PCC, got himself a little mini ticket package, and he is yet to be able to stay for a game. He's 0 for 3. They've been blasted in all three. He booed the team off the ice last night. But it got me thinking about something, and Kenny's going to have to play a role here. Because, look, a lot of Red Wing fans play the role of Jerry Falwell. They'll just sit in the corner and let Stevie do whatever he wants. I don't roll that way. I've had enough, because watching this team, oh, you're an ignorant slut about hockey. Cool. Name one thing this team's good at. Talk to me like I'm a second grader. Name one thing. I mean, even an ignoramus like myself can look up that they are one of the worst teams. I believe they're third worst in the sport on even strength shot creation. Translation, you blow. They have 17 goalies. It means you don't have one. They don't play exciting hockey. They don't really look interested. They aren't exciting, and they don't shoot the puck. Shoot it! And by the way, they're one of the oldest teams in the league. Again. Can someone tell me one thing this team is good at? And better yet, in year 6 of the Grand Iser plan. Can anyone even tell me what the identity of the Detroit Red Wings is? Like, what? Thank you, Kat. I mean, seriously. It's laughable to me. They don't look any better than last year. And it's like, for the bots, what's it like knowing your GM's not really trying? Like, seriously. Because when you say things like, well, Stevie doesn't want to give term. Cool. That's why you can't go get anybody good. Oh, just wait for the kids. And I'm like, right, it's year 6. It's the third oldest team in hockey. Again. When are these kids arriving exactly? Is this the world's longest pregnancy? When do they drop out of mama's womb? 2027? Kenny, cut the cord. Yeah. Help me, people.
Gestation of an elephant. Yes, you're right.
Man, you thought horse pregnancies were long at 11 months. Try a Red Wings rebuild. Try waiting on that baby. Kenny, you there, or have you walked out in anger?
No, I'm here. I'm just digesting everything you've just presented to us.
After the last couple of days, I'm sure it's about to come right out.
100%. I mean, you got the text from me last night. You know exactly how I feel about my hockey team right now.
You're my inspiration for the topic, brother, because when you start to turn evil, when you go Happy Halloween and your head is spinning and pea soup is flying out of your mouth, yeah, dude, I just... Kenny, am I fine? I'm not, I'm not Don Cherry here. But Kenny, do I have a right to? Am I wrong anywhere? And do I have a right to say the things I'm saying?
It's year 6. This team is 10 games in. We're 4-5-1. That doesn't exactly reek of a year 6 rebuild. That should be year 3 or year 2. Is that kind of thing. And now we're talking about. I want to get rid of Derek Lalonde conversation, because that was basically all over social media last night, which I know you don't participate in. But, yeah, no, I think this team is riddled with problems, and I think you nail it when you say, Well, what do they do well? What are they good at? They don't have particularly good goaltending. They don't have particularly good defense. You want to say, oh, they're calling up the young guys. Yeah, Albert Johansson got used as a turnstile last night. I don't know what to tell you. This team does nothing particularly well, and the lines that they've created to do things well aren't doing them. So, yes, I'm very frustrated with my hockey team right now.
It also feels like Lalonde just puts players' names in a hat and draws them out as far as line combinations go. I mean, I would love to hear from people on this because, Kenny, something else is going on, and you are certainly closer to it than I am. And people, maybe you're a different version of PCC, paying customer Costa. Guys, I want to repeat to you, third time this year the Red Wings have been booed off their home ice. Just throwing that out there. And I'm sorry, but like, oh, well, they dealt Ole Mata to create more room. And I'm like, right, and they gave away Wallman this summer. Or they let Gajdsberg go away. And now your power play doesn't have nearly the juice it had. And you're like, okay, Mike's an ignoramus with hockey. He's largely left hockey in the rearview mirror. But, he is making some sense. That should scare you. So for all the people who sit here and defend this crap, just tell me when. If I'm not right now, okay, when would I have the right to say this? Also, if you are doing some form of lame-ass welfare receipts deal, guys, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what the future holds. I'm here right now, and they got blasted again last night. They've lost 3 in a row. And if you're getting booed at home, that speaks to something different, Rico. Mm-hmm. That speaks to fans being tired, and I think it's okay to talk about it.
Mike, I think it leads to the fact, how are we different from last year? What moves did we make? We almost made the playoffs, so did we go all in? Doesn't look like it. As you said, we got 3 goalies, so we really don't have one goalie. We're kind of spinning the wheel here. Team doesn't seem to have really any identity, something for the fans to grab hold to, even if it's something as ridiculous as in baseball with pitching chaos with the Tigers. It was something. It worked, and it made the fans feel good. You go down there, and you have high expectations, and you just see this team sometimes play, sometimes they don't. It's inconsistent, and I understand why Costa and a lot of people boo them off the ice because you do expect more. You expected more out of Steve Yzerman. You expected more out of the Red Wings organization, and you're not getting it. And this, look, I know it's a long season that people will say that, but you can extrapolate this and say this is going to be another disappointing season for the Wings.
Right. It's a year we talked about. In order for me to believe in the Yzer plan and believe they're really making progress, you were going to have to be a real playoff team this year, not fighting for the last spot.
That was last year.
Right. And now, I got to be honest. FanDuel put the odds out preseason. We did a couple segments talking about it. They had the 11th best odds. Maybe FanDuel's right. And if that's the case, you look at it and go, why the hell are we putting up with this? Why is this guy Teflon? Oh, great. You want to make Derek Lalonde the Satan. Okay, fine. Who you bringing in? Who's going to fix your goaltending situation? Who's going to fix a defensive core that outside of Mo Sider, you're pathetic? And don't get me started on the offensive stuff. Your big move was retaining Patrick Kane. So, people, I'd like to hear from you. This is where the hockey, Kenny, if you could be like Ron Burgundy and get a seashell and blow into the sky. I need the hockey elite. The bat signal is up. 248-539-9797. I'm Ron Barr from EA Sports. It's NHL 93. I need to hear from you guys because I just would like to know if it's not okay for me to feel this way, tell me when it is. And tell me, name one thing this team's good at, and name one thing that you would say under Steve Yzerman is the Red Wing identity. Do that for me in year 6. Can you do that for me? Anyone? I don't think Kenny can, and I'm not making fun of Kenny. Kenny's hurting right now. Mm-hmm. So am I, to be honest. Thanks a lot, Yankees. The point is, we're not talking about it. It'll only upset me. We're not talking about it.
Okay.
But really, how do you not cover first base? Seriously. Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about it. 248-539-9797. Yeah, yes, Rico. There were only two people I was happy for last night. The poor little kid fighting cancer who got the seats from those two animals who got kicked out of the game, and Freddie Freeman. Because I think Freddie Freeman's one of the gentlemen in the game. Yeah. He himself has been through a ton of personal strife, along with getting called a scumbag during a cancer tribute where he's holding up his mother's name. Those are the only two people I'm happy for. Also, Dave Roberts can kiss my ass. Nobody believes in us. F you. Go back to L.A., you con artist.
I left you alone, Mike, but I knew your pain. I experienced that pain about, 7-8 months ago.
Oh, I know, the Niners. Yeah,
you don't know the rule? What do you mean you don't know the rules of overtime? What?
Yeah, playing the role of Vildor, Aaron Judge in center. 248-539-9797. David,
yeah, 5-0.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
But I'm not going to talk about it, I promise. We'll just move along. I would love to hear from the people.
But hold on, Mike.
All right, just go ahead. What?
I normally don't. But you said one thing in the text message last night.
What?
This is why I hate sports.
Listen.
It was so
I'm shooting you straight. I'm sitting there watching the World Series, and I'm attempting to have a decent time. It's bad enough that every commercial break, I mean, I must have the one commercial where they're talking about every transgender inmate would have access. They must have played that ad 733 times last night. And I'm just like, I'm just trying to have a decent time. I'm getting besieged by political ads. My Yankees, did we just blow a 5-0 lead with 2 outs because it's Little League out here? Aaron Judge goes Bob Vildor. Garrett Cole doesn't cover first base. Volpe throws the ball into the dirt. I'm like, oh, my God, I hate sports.
Here's Mike's night. Error. Commercial. Error. Commercial. Error. Commercial.
David,
Politics.
I imagine Mike like sitting in a chair looking like Jon Snow with this fur coat on, gigantic fireplace, drink in hand. I hate sports. I just hate everything about this.
I really questioned why.
Just an empty dark room.
Why is this happening? Oh, my God. I'll tell you what we'll do. 248-539-9797. I want to get the calls lined up. Ticket text. David, I want to hear from you. And then if Kenny, after hearing the full presentation, has any Festivus grievances to file with me that I'm not qualified to say what I'm saying, I would like to enter those to the courtroom, and we will discuss those. Does that work for everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, happy Halloween, Rico. It sure was a nightmare last night. Being number one isn't easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and a center fielder who doesn't have the ball bounce off his face. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. 111 years, making the world's best mattresses. They're made right here. So after you choke away a 5-0 lead, get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Just go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Hey guys, are you ready to unleash your creativity and curiosity? Well, you need to discover Specs at LTU. It's located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself. We work in the business. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the television, radio, and in the graphics communications programs. You need Specs at LTU if you're looking to make that change. If you're listening to this right now saying, man, I want to do what those guys do on the radio, let Specs at LTU help you out. What are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Look, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, David, I'll wait on the ticket text. A lot of people want to rap about it. Well, yeah, we're going to get to the Tigers and get to the Lions and all the business of the day. But, I mean, the Red Wings getting booed off their home ice, the Red Wings losing 3 in a row, the Red Wings under 500. I mean, they don't look any different than last year. I don't know what they do well. I mean, metrically speaking, 5-on-5 shot creation, pretty good indicator of whether you're any good or not. They're one of the 3-4 worst teams in the sport. The goaltending night tonight, I have no idea, A, who's playing, or B, if they're going to show up and be any good. And defensively, they're still a sieve. I don't know. Yeah, all right, you won a game with 10 shots on goal a week ago. I don't care. What the hell am I watching in year 6 of a rebuild? Oh, and by the way, you're one of the oldest teams in the league. Like, when is enough here? And so, again, you want to fire Derek Lalonde, that's fine. But after that point, if it doesn't get that much better, are some of you going to start to look at Steve Yzerman and go, all right, you know what, maybe we got to take this guy down off the altar here and treat him like a normal human? Because this sucks. This isn't good. This isn't acceptable. And paying customer Jim Costa is not happy. Let's go to the people. I want to open it. Let's go to Sean to lead things off today, 97.1. Shawnee, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you. Where are you at with this?
So, yeah, I was going to watch the game last night, but I saw, 5 minutes in, they're down 2-0, so I just gave up after that. It's been a disaster. I think Lalonde has to just get out of the team. It's just not good enough. I think they got to find someone else. I think Gerard Gallant would be a good candidate to look at. He used to coach the Rangers and the Vegas Golden Knights. He used to play for the Wings back in the day. This team just brutal to watch.
Yeah, but here's my question. How much of it is Lalonde and systematically, but how much is the guy who buys Derek Lalonde's groceries? This is Steve Yzerman's team.
Yeah, you're 100% right. He's definitely off the mantle for sure. Especially after last spring, that debacle. It's just debilitating. And then this year to see, the whole offseason, what they did to prepare, it's brutal. It's a tough product to watch, and you only have a couple of right spots. That's really the top line, and then maybe Simon Edvinsson. These guys, they get they get destroyed by good teams, Rangers and Winnipeg.
Well, and Sean, appreciate it. Kenny, that's my one question is didn't we talk about this? Didn't we say if they wanted a youth movement on the blue line, there was a chance at a very big step back and how unacceptable that would be? What is the pathway to this getting exponentially better?
No, we did talk about it, and we saw it last night. I won't get too nerdy with it, but we saw Albert Johansson get used as a turnstile. He was puck watching, and there was a goal allowed because of it. When you call up young players, and young players is your strategy, they're going to look like young players. They're going to look like rookies. They're going to have rookie learning moments. That was one of them for him, and unfortunately, it was against one of the best teams in the freaking league in the Jets. If you do that against teams like the Jets, you're going to get pounded, and that's exactly what happened.
So when does it get better?
It should be right now, Mike, and I agree with you. That's where you start to blame the guy that's buying the groceries.
I was about to say, because of changing coach, can a new coach come in here and reshuffle the deck chairs
Absolutely.
and make this team better?
I think so, because what I saw in the second period was a different hockey team than what I saw in the first and third period. They looked like they were trying. There was effort. There was a give a bleep metric in there somewhere that existed.
Where can I look that up on Hockey Reference?
I can give you a couple, but I don't think it's what you're looking for.
Let's go to Mike 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm glad you guys are covering the Red Wings. Here's the thing. They got rid of Wallman, and they didn't really get anyone to replace them because the defensive guy from New York has already been a healthy scratch. And when the coach is saying, a lot of teams get their ass kicked by the Rangers, that's not the kind of stuff you want to hear from your coach. Did you guys hear him say that? A lot of teams are going to get their butts kicked against the Rangers. That's not an acceptable excuse for a professional hockey team who's supposed to take the next step. And I don't know what it is, but, I don't know where they go from here because what about that other goalie? They brought in Talbot, who's not really great, and they have Lyon. But what about that kid Costa? What's going on with him and the other kid? Why aren't these guys getting any play time or a chance?
Well, we're waiting. I mean, look, first of all, turning things over to a young goalie, it's one of the hardest things to do. I mean, Costa, I'm at a point where I'd love to see him. And no, I think if you played him, you probably wouldn't make the playoffs. But at least we would get a look at it. I mean, the other kid you're referring to is Trey Augustine from Michigan State, but I mean, he's even further out. So I would leave that to Kenny and some of the hockey nerds. I mean, I don't know at what point you just hand it over to Costa. And once again, I've seen a zillion high-end goalie prospects flame out. So this idea of I just love how everything is a bridge. Oh, we're going to bridge it until Costa's ready. We're going to bridge it until Danielson's here. We're going to enough with the bridges. Will you sign some good players, please? Mm-hmm. And then I got to hear about how, I don't want to give out term. And it's like, well, then great. Then this is what it's going to look like.
Mm-hmm. And why sorry.
Go ahead, Mikey.
Oh, sorry. And why is Petrie still being played? Is that like a favor to Dan or something? Because he is awful, and his line partner. Those two are atrocious. I do not understand how those are getting any those guys are getting any run. And it's like we're basically stuck with. We basically have Raymond, Larkin, and Sider. So anything we do is going to have to be built around them because don't they make up for a significant amount of the cap?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but again, last summer you had $32 million in cap space. What did you really? How did you get better? You didn't. You just didn't. And all summer you hear all the apologists. Well, you don't want to give Montour that kind of term. You don't want to try to make a deal. Allmark wants to go to Ottawa. Fine. Make every reason why you can't go do things, and then enjoy your paying customer experience. I get so annoyed because, look, case in point, right? Okay, my team lost the World Series last night. Yes. But do you know the solace you at least have? I never have to question that they're going to try.
Right.
And that's what I'm tired of in this town. I mean, it's year 6, man. I'm not asking you to do wholly irresponsible things and pull off some Eric Lindros deal. I'm just saying, can we do something?
Yeah, because at that point, it's a different conversation. At that point, you're like, okay, can you evaluate players better and get the right person here? But you're going to go out, you're going to spend money, and you're going to try to make the team better every year. Oh, this didn't work? Okay, scrap that. Who can we go get to make us better for next season? So, yes, Mike, the Yankees will make a play for people. They may go out there and say, hey, we want to bring Soto back. You know they're going to do something. But, yeah, for the Wings, it was, okay, we're going to bring Kane back, and we're going to re-sign all our guys. Trust me, this will work.
Well, it sounds a lot like Scott Harris and it sounds a lot like Brad Holmes. And it's like, okay, but fine, you might be decent, but I want to win. I want to win it all. You know, we're going to have a conversation about the Tigers a little later. We're going to talk about Brad Holmes. I mean, fine. I told you I wasn't going to freak until the trade deadline. But if they don't make a big move to address this edge need, I think I have every right to cast doubt on that. Get tired of safe and sound. It's Safety City. The hell are we doing here? 248-539-9797. I'll keep it timely because I can already see David screaming. So we'll make it happen. We're going to get back to more of the phone calls. But you tell me, Wings are booed off the ice last night. Jim Costa leading a Fire Iserman chant at the arena is just stunning behavior. And guys, name one thing this team's good at. Name one way they tangibly have gotten better. And again, if you just want to put it on Derek Lalonde, that's your prerogative. But I really do think we need to start at least discussing, hey, Yzerman maybe needs to look in the mirror. And I understand, oh, my God, how could you say that? He's got more knowledge in his right nut than you have in your body. Well, I'd hope so. He runs the effing team. The point I'm making is after 6 years here, it's just not working. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, I think it's okay to say, you know what, maybe he needs to do a little changing.
You're treading in dangerous waters there, my friend.
Oh, you think you know more than Steve? No,
Steve
I
bots.
I just know that it ain't working like this. So what's your conclusion there, Clouseau? 248-539-9797. Get more to people in the mix. And, yes, we're going to get some football a little later. I also see a note on here from Kenny that says David ruined Halloween for his kids. Mm-hmm. And then there's a note on here from David that says Gator loves the blacks?
Yes.
What the hell is going on with our show sheet here?
I witnessed that. Gator did indeed say he loves the blacks.
Tremendous. We're bringing people together. That's what we do. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move the product. It's all in their warehouse. Some of as low as $1.59 a foot. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Call Northville Lumber today. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, or you can just visit their website, northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, we will check in briefly on Ticket Text. Ton of people want to rap about it. Wings booed off the ice last night. Again. Jim Costa, 0-3 as a season ticket holder. Again. And it just begs the question, can you name one thing this team does well in year 6 of the Yzer plan? And moreover, at what point, who do you blame? You know, if it's all on Derek Lalonde, that's your prerogative. But I have bad news for you. I think you do have to start looking at the guy who shops for the groceries and not just blame the chef. But we'll talk about it. David, Ticket Text, what do people have to say?
Steve Bot here. Lalonde needs to go. I'm willing to give Stevie one more year. Such a shame they got rid of their 2 best D-man. Also need a solid goalie and 2 more defensemen, 2 to 3 good forwards. But he's blaming Lalonde.
So basically,
a new team.
Need everything.
Right.
Yeah, Rico, just create a new team is what the Ticket Texter's suggestion is.
While we're at it, let's get a new rank. Let's do a lot of different things.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll have an LED roof.
Oh, I like that.
Watching the Wings last night, I just kept playing the doot-to-doot drop in my head, Nick and Warren.
It's actually what's going through their defensive core's brains in their own zone.
I no longer believe in Steve. The Yzer plan isn't working clearly. He's messing up his Wings legacy.
Ooh. Look, it's got time to work, but we don't do that kind of radio show. I'm not going to sit here and go, well, I'll talk about it in January. Guys, we're here now. Jim Costa's leading Fire Yzerman chants at the arena. That's a disgrace.
The problem is Dylan Larkin is not a superstar, and we paid him like one.
Who made that decision?
Steve Yzerman is starting to creep into the Matt Millen neighborhood 5+ years into this and still no hope.
I would never disrespect Steve Yzerman by putting his name in the same breath as the other person you mentioned. No, we're not doing that. Now that's taking it too far. Saying I'm disappointed is one thing. Comping him to that guy? Stop.
Went to the game last night. The biggest reaction was when a fan held up a Fire Newsy sign on the fan cam. Everyone cheered.
Yeah, well, but that's the easy out. I mean, I don't know, Rico. Like, am I wrong in just thinking, okay, like, look, we thought Lalonde probably needed to go last year. I'm not against it. It's just, doesn't it feel like the easy out because it's another person to criticize instead of your hero?
It does, unless it's like going to be a wholesale change. I was listening to the morning show. I think Gov was saying it feels like watching the last days of Patricia when he was coaching the Lions.
Oh, Lord. Is Lalonde wearing a muumuu? No.
He's not wearing, no.
David?
Steve Yzerman has been a complete flop as a general manager. Other than the most cider draft pick, what else has he done for this team?
Well, I'll leave that to Kenny. Honestly. Like, if you have to mine for gems in year 6 of a rebuild, I'd already tell you we're in trouble. But please make a list of all the wondrous things he's done.
No, and it's all valid criticism that he has to wear now. I mean, there's no way around it. You're in year 6, and you look kind of like you did last year where you might be a fringe playoff team, maybe, hopefully. And I don't think that's good enough for any of us.
No. And again, if you make it, it'll be largely without long-term solutions. You know, how many players are here that are going to be here when you're ready to win a Stanley Cup? That's kind of the barometer of the quality of your rebuild. Look, we just saw it with the Tigers. Like, we could say Parker Meadows will be here when you're ready to contend. Riley Green, Colt Keith, Tarek Skubal, get the extension done. You know, there are players here, right? Mm-hmm. Well, outside of Sider and Raymond, who? I'm not being dramatic. I'm shooting you straight here.
Sider, Raymond, Larkin, hopefully Simon Edvinsson, hopefully.
But I don't want to hear the hope. I need to see the performance.
Well, he's got to be better. That's all that's got to be.
That's correct. All right, let's go to the people. Let's go to Danny, 97.1. What's up, Danny?
Mike, Rico, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Danny.
Good, Danny. What's going on, buddy?
I'm fired up. I wouldn't. I'm good with giving Yzerman for the remaining of this year, and I know a lot of people want Lalonde fired. I do as well. But who's the guy that hired him? I mean, you got to start looking at the guy that's making the decisions and not just the guy that's making the decisions on game day. This roster is a joke. There's nobody on here that does anything well. You can look at a team like the Islanders. Yeah, they play boring hockey, but what do? They're sound defensively, and they have an identity. This team doesn't have anything. All they have is a few sparks in players like Raymond, Larkin, Sider. Other than that, they don't have anything. So I'm done. If we don't go do something drastic by the trade deadline this year, I'm done. Everybody says we have all these great prospects. Cool. How far away are they from coming up and playing, first off? And second off, if we have all these amazing prospects down in other leagues, then what are we waiting for? Trade them off, get somebody worthwhile that we can start winning some games now.
Danny, I'm not mad at that opinion. Kenny, please, that would fly in the face of everything. People get made fun of in this town for wanting more. So I'm sure Danny's an enemy of the state now. But go ahead.
No,
is he wrong?
I completely agree. Actually, I said it was a great point to David while he was saying it. Because to me, at some point, these prospects, these great guys that are down in the farm, they're worth something, and we need something right now. Right? We can't wait another 3-4 years for these guys to develop. Let's use them as assets.
The other thing is, I mean, you're putting guys out there that don't belong on an NHL roster. I mean, you put Jeff Petrie out. I wouldn't let Jeff Petrie play for my beer league team. That guy is a joke. So the fact that he's even on the roster, along with half of these other guys that are playing defense, like something needs to change. I don't know if we need to bring up Pelika or somebody like that, but it can't be worse than what we have now. And that's what I'm failing to understand here is if we do have these prospects and we don't want to trade them, bring them up. They can't be any worse than what we're putting on the ice.
And Danny, that's the point. And I don't know if you or Kenny will agree with me, but look, if you're going to lose with your prospects. At least there's a hope there. I mean, I'm with you. It's like the Petrie on one leg jokes got old last year. Well, here we are again. And then you gave away Wallman. And then you didn't bring Gostisbehere back. And you sit there and you go, okay, well, maybe we're going to invest in a goalie. Nope, we're just going to have 17 of a magic 8-ball. Who's playing tonight? Unlikely. I mean, Rico, part of it is, you know what I'm saying?
I do. That's what makes it so fun.
I get tired because a guy like Danny calls in and I understand that some of, the Iser bots are going to get super upset, but I don't think Danny's wrong.
No.
What good? Do you know why I get so upset when people defend, well, prospects. All prospects are job security. It's the promise of a better tomorrow.
See, I was going to say
absolutely.
It's kicking the can. So, yes, same thing. Tomato. Yeah. It means we don't have to win right now because you could always say, you got to give it a few years instead of.
We don't want to make a bold trade now. Yeah. Wait till you see blank.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, but in the meantime, life moves on. Mm-hmm. Come on. This is a business.
Yeah. Because good teams go out there, they put the best players, and the wait till you see guy, they just get matriculated into the system. You're like, oh, okay, he's new. Oh, I forgot about him. Why? Because you're winning. You care about today, not about 3-4 years from now.
248-539-9797. All right, it is football season. Elevate that tailgating experience, Moran Buick GMC. You could lease the 24 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $239 a month. 24 months, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members. Moran also has employee pricing for everyone on the 25 Encore GX Preferred. $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months. Sign and drive. Stock arrives daily. Denali's are in stock as well. Anything's wrong with your vehicle now? You know the drill, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them anytime, MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we'll get back to business momentarily, but we got a little football to just check in on. David, music. Oh, this is exciting. David, I have to tell you, in your little preview here, I will just tell you, cash the ticket, me and Jim Costa, we are on some of the ugliest games of the week. Buckle up.
Some of the ugliest?
David, I could attest to that because he gave me one in the pre-show meeting, and I was just like, seriously, call the number.
Rico,
the ugliest. Okay.
Rico, our card this week may as well be brought to you by Proctology because it specializes in ass.
Like, you're forcing yourself to watch some bad football.
You mean
gotta
like
find winners, man.
You mean like Old Dominion and App State?
No.
Not that bad? Okay.
No. Go ahead.
No, we're not going to cover that game at all. But there are two games I want to start with. And this category I'm going to say is you may want to jump on the line before the injury report comes out. And that is Indiana at Michigan State. So Michigan State at +7. And then the other one, because of injury, would be Penn State hosting Ohio State. Penn State right now would be +4. That's what I'm seeing. Might want to jump on those before injury. Am I wrong?
No, I mean, Aller's a game-time decision. The line was at 4.5. It's down to 3.5 when I taped the pod this morning. I mean, my
so
guess
they baked
is
that
Aller,
in. It's changed already. Okay.
Yeah, my guess is Aller would play. But I lean Penn State, Rico. Ohio State is getting dominated at the line of scrimmage. Both of their lines are just not holding up. You've got Singleton, you got Allen. Yeah, and again, if they put the Pubila or whatever his name is, the backup at Penn State, he runs the hell out of the ball too. I can't do it with Ryan Day and this OSU team. I'll take the 3.5.
No, I would still take Ohio State, Mike, because Penn State can't do one thing, especially against big-time opponents, finish games. And that's why it was a head-scratcher until you realize that USC's no good because Penn State found a way to beat them, which was a precursor that USC's no good. Going up against Ohio State, the playmakers make plays in the fourth quarter. Penn State finds ways to let you down. I think that Ohio State will end up covering this, David, no matter who the quarterback is.
Also, USC sucks. Take UW +2.5.
Well, that was another one I was going to
talk
about.
Is that on your list?
Yeah, that was
on my list. Here's a fun one for you. Lincoln Riley is a road favorite at USC, 2-8-1 against the spread. Rodgers, if he's not pressured, kills people. What doesn't USC have? A pass rush. That one's for Rico. Purple Rain. Hit the music.
So let's jump to here. I'm not sure if either of these teams are good or not. I don't know. But you got Pittsburgh. They are going and traveling to the Dallas-Fort Worth area to face SMU. Now, SMU had 6 turnovers against Duke and still somehow won that game. But SMU -7?
Yes. Pitt's a fraud. The other thing is Pitt ranks, I think, 86th or 87th in defending inside zone and defending a run game. SMU, everyone associates it with high flying, but they made the QB switch to Rashad Jennings, and they pound the rock. R.J. Maryland, their best player, is out, who's their tight end. He's done for the year. But, yeah, I just think the point spread tells you a lot. I think Pitt's fake, Rico, but maybe you disagree.
I do disagree, Mike. I think for Pitt, this is one of those games where Narduzzi, I'll give him credit. He fired everybody and said, we suck. We're going to start all over again. And now all of a sudden they're winning. And I think he knows, and he's going to play up the card, Mike. He came from D'Antonio, that whole disrespect card. He's going to play that this week. Guys, people look at us as the worst undefeated team in the nation. We got to go out there and show them and show SMU we're a lot better. I think he'll play that up, and I do think that Pitt will win this game.
Let's jump over to the SEC. There's a couple games in the SEC that I'm worried about. I'm going to start here with Kenny's game. Florida and Georgia here. And I'm going to lean Florida +16.5, and here's why. Is because, yes, both teams are coming off a bye week, but Florida with the extra time because of their freshman quarterback, it may help them more. So +16.5 for that game.
Hold on. Say that known as good year again. What quarterback?
DJ Lagway.
Yeah, what did you say he was?
Freshman quarterback?
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you.
You know what, Mike? As soon as he said, I'm like, David, I don't care that Georgia's going to destroy that man.
No, and here's the thing. I wouldn't take Georgia laying a mess of points. I'm saying you just stay away from the damn game. It's rare you got two teams coming off a bye week. But Lagway, here's the thing. For Florida, Lagway's success is all bombs down the field. I can't say you're going to get away with that against Georgia. And if they make him one-dimensional, Rico's right. They may kill that man. I also don't know what Georgia team I'm getting. Now, they just came off flying high, their best performance of the year at Texas. This is a rivalry, but they may also view Florida as helpless. So I just stay away from this one.
Yeah, stay away from it because I don't trust Kirby Smart coaching against what I would consider inferior competition. You have no idea if he's going to put the hurt on you or if he's just going to try to run the ball for 4 quarters. So
it's funny
stay away.
Because, and maybe I'm oversimplifying. I look at Georgia and Ohio State a lot like the Spider-Man meme. When they want to play, they can play. But when they don't, it's like, well, come on, wake up. Wait, you're better than this. Come on, I put money on you. No? Okay.
You're exactly right. The other SEC game I want to touch on involves a cockaboose.
Oh, that's right.
Texas A&M at South Carolina. So South Carolina, right now I'm seeing 2.5 is what I'm seeing. So plus
and there
2.5.
Is nothing. And I mean, David, I know it's something you preach at the church. There is nothing more dangerous than a rested cockaboose. I'm telling you, people, this is a spot right here. South Carolina, one of the toughest schedules in America. They've gotten boned by the refs twice. No slander. They are lying in wait, and you've got A&M off an emotional comeback win at home. Oh, no. Now there's no surprise about Reed at quarterback. South Carolina's got the D-line to stand up to it. Come on, man. Cockaboose Railroad. Let's go. Gamecocks, plus 2.5.
Mike, I know you like your cockaboose, but no. I think A&M is just one of the hottest teams out there.
What's going on with you today? We're on the opposite side of everything.
We are.
This is like, can we do a skins game like golf? Like we should just have all of these games represent a lunch. And then at the end, in the aggregate, we get to see how many lunches each of us has won, and we subtract the total, and that's what's owed.
Okay.
This is awesome. We're on the opposite of everything.
You know what? How about we do that? We'll go back.
I'm in.
We'll record this, and we'll start it with this week because I do think that A&M is just one of the hottest teams. Yes, it was an emotional win, but I think that Elko will keep this thing rolling.
But what about a rested cockaboose?
I think that they just believe in themselves, and now they see the hope that why not us? Why can't we go to the SEC championship game? Alabama's beatable. Georgia's, there's no dominant team in the SEC. Maybe we can do this year.
Why can't I just lose by 2 and still cover?
Okay.
Aha.
And let's close it out with the other school in South Carolina. That would be Clemson.
No Michigan, Oregon?
No, not at all. That would be Clemson.
Hey, you know what? I was told somebody is saying it's going to be the upset of the week.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Midday show host told me upset of the week.
Yeah, sure. Clemson is hosting.
Respectfully.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, dear God. Okay.
Clemson is hosting Louisville. Louisville is 1-5 against the spread in a span where they faced Notre Dame, SMU, and Miami. Clemson's coming off a bye week, so you go minus 10.5.
I lean Clemson, but I don't have an opinion on it. You want an against the spread game, and it also attacks Rico's patriotism?
Sure. Oh my.
How about undefeated Army, who's also undefeated against the spread? They've covered every game. Versus Air Force, who is 0-7 against the spread. Undefeated against the spread, winless against the spread. Merca. Army laying 22.5. What do you want to do?
I guess I take Army. There's a reason why Air Force is. Oh, no?
I don't know that you do that.
Oh.
It's a service academy game. I was just busting your chops.
I know what I'm saying. I had to pick one, so I'm going to take the one that
you can't hate America and say that they both lose.
Right, I was trying to give Rico an out that he's not a communist from North Korea, that he would pick one service academy win.
I'll take Army.
Yes.
There you go.
and you're going to lose.
He reluctantly took Army.
By the way, Rico,
Yes.
Purdue plus 1.5.
And, okay,
come on, get on.
right
board.
Come on,
Right here.
no.
He said in this, you got to stay away from Florida and Georgia. He mentioned Purdue to me. I damn near hung up the phone.
Northwestern.
Purdue's had 15 days off. Ryan Walters has taken over the offense. It's been a lot better. They put 50 on Illinois. Northwestern is absolute booty. Wait, come on now. And by the way,
Purdue and Northwestern. You know what happened? The Carolina Panthers called and said, that's a ridiculous game. I'm not watching it.
Purdue, boiler up, plus 1.5.
Oh,
boiler
my gosh.
Up, toot, toot.
You know what? You're on your own. I'm not picking either for
toot,
that.
toot.
No. Stay away from that game. Don't even watch it.
First
You're
field
good.
goal wins. There
Toot,
you go.
toot.
That is your college football blitz.
Boiler up, toot, toot. Well, not everything we just said is a good idea. But, whatever you do it with FanDuel. NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Giving all users 3 months NBA League Pass. All you got to do, place $5 bet on the NBA and get involved. And they've got everything you're looking for. And whether it's the prop market, futures, you name it, the live betting is still, to me, the best way to get involved with the NBA if you're going to do it. Otherwise, just stick to football. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more. The official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up. Present Michigan. 3-month free trial. Full price of League Pass. Automatically charged monthly. You can cancel anytime, though. Terms, restrictions all apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, welcome in. So, Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. I'll keep the setup brief because we got damn near full lines, and I want to make sure we get to the people. It's simple. Red Wings got booed off the ice last night, got bombed by the Jets. Paying customer Costa, PCC. He's now 0-3 as a season ticket holder. He's doing Fire Yzerman chants at the arena. Look, bottom line, name one thing this Wings team does well. And at what point can we just stop with the Yzer nonsense? And can we just talk about Steve Yzerman as a GM and not a god? This team is not good. I mean, they might be average. They might be above average. They're not good. And in year 6 of a rebuild, if I can't name one thing they do well, and if I can't sit here and tell you, oh, yeah, absolutely, you're going to be a 100-point team this year, then what are we doing? Yeah. I mean, once again, it's spin the wheel for who's playing goalie, and you don't know night to night you getting anything there. The defensive core is absolutely not better than last year. They might not even be as good. And then up front, I don't know what to tell you. You're the third oldest team in the league. You just, look, 5-on-5, as far as shot creation, you're bottom 3 in the league. It's not a good product. So I wanted to ask Kenny and certainly the Hockey Elite. You know, if I'm wrong in feeling this way now, tell me when I'm allowed to feel this way. And please, for all the receipt radio people, just do this for me. Blow it out your ass. We don't sit here and say, well, we'll talk to you after the body's cold. We're doing a radio show today, right? And we'll worry about tomorrow. Maybe it turns around in 2 weeks. Maybe it doesn't. In the here and now, it's the third time in the formative stages of the 2024 campaign they've been booed off their home ice. Wait. I'd say it's a bit of a problem, and it's okay to talk about it.
So you're saying you're not into the whole where you clowns buried the Tigers and look what happened there crowd?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. No. I'm interested in today. And if you think waiting is some elevated form of radio, cool. I'll show you someone who's never been successful at it. You're here today. We're talking to people today. And you know what? People want to respond because a lot of these people spend their hard-earned money to watch this. And I don't think it's acceptable. Yeah. So, if you've never been wrong, you never said anything in the first place. If you're going to do let it play out as a fan or let it play out radio as a host, just go somewhere else.
But see, here's the thing, though. I think we've let it play out for 6 years and nothing. Like, you're willing to accept a lot of things in year 1, year 2, a push for year 3, but you need a push with some promise that year 4 is going to be totally different. Year 6 is kind of who you are at this point.
Well, and that's where I know I need to let it play out the rest of the season. But in the here and now, it's why I've asked a very specific question. I didn't say the season's over. I just said, look, we're a decent enough chunk in where I don't think in year 6 of the Yzer plan when he was hired, if I told you, yeah, they're going to get booed off the ice basically 3 times in the first 10 games, you'd be like, that's not possible. Well, it's reality.
I still have no offense. I still have no defense. I still have Jeff Petrie turning the puck over, directly resulting in a goal against. I'm getting very tired of this.
How's that goaltending?
Too many. If you don't have one, you have too many.
Hey, Kenny, it's okay, though. Let's keep getting made fun of by people because we wanted to get on the Linus Ullmark sweepstakes.
Oh, you mean a competent NHL goalie who puts NHL goalie numbers up? Yeah, that's crazy talk.
Ready, Kenny? I don't want to give up that amount of term. If I have to hear that again, my head's going to explode. All right, to the people, 248-539-9797. All right, let's do it. Kenny's up next, 97.1. Ken, how you doing today?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call, Mike.
Yep, I'm sorry it took that long, brother.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. Hey, show's good. Well, what can you say? You've touched on it here and there, and if it wasn't for this common factor, I'd be blaming Yzerman, but man, everything you've been saying about, we're playing all the rookies and they got all this cap space, and gee, that sounds a lot like the other team that the owner owns. And I can't. Yeah. Is he doing what he can with what he's given?
God, I mean, look, Yzerman, there's a cap in hockey. That's the difference. I mean, in baseball, there's no cap. Now, look, there's a cap for every team based on you're going to hit a threshold where you're no longer making money. Like if the Tigers went out and tried to be the Mets and spend $350 million, no, they'd lose money. But in hockey, no. I mean, you had the cap space.
Well, there's a cap, but is there a law somewhere written that says you have to spend it? I mean, and I can't blame Steve. I'm right now. I'm leaning towards the owner. And
why are you blaming the owner? Just so I understand, are you blaming the? Are you saying the owner would be at fault for what?
Not releasing the money for him. Steve is spending the money and doing everything that he can what he's given. I mean, look at what he did down in Tampa. I mean, he's played for as long as he has. He's in the Hall of Fame. Did all of a sudden he come here and now he doesn't know what talent is and can't?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to be a ball breaker here, but I mean, Kenny, don't they only have like $3 million in cap space?
Yeah, the cap would become an issue. I think it's more of a problem of identifying the correct talent versus not spending.
Yeah, they've spent the money, but like when you start to look at how they've spent it, look, you can have conversations about that. I mean, here, like for instance, Dylan Larkin's making 8.7. Okay, Lucas Raymond just signed his deal. That's 8.1 if you want to round numbers. DeBrincat, damn near 8. Andrew Kopp, which is a horrific deal, but Andrew Kopp's making the better part of 6 a year. JT Compher's making 5. Tarasenko, 5. Patrick Kane, 4. Rasmussen, 3.2. Veleno on the books, 2.3. Guys, I don't know what to say. That's your forward core. Defensively, Mo Sider's worth every bit of 8.5. But then you get Sherratt at 5. Then you get Justin Holl at 3.5. Petrie, 2.5. I don't know. I mean, Kenny, you tell me. I don't think that's an ownership thing.
No.
He's spending the money. He's just not great at it right now.
It's not an ownership thing at all. And the Andrew Kopp one made me cringe the hardest when you said it out loud. It's about the allocation of the money.
Andrew Kopp, 5.6.
Somebody got the whoopee cushion sound effect or the doo-to-doo sound effect? Either way, that works just fine. There you go.
Wow. Whoa. What was that, Super Mario Brothers Magic Mushroom Edition?
Guess we should have played that at the same time, Rico. Sorry.
Hold on, Rico. How did you do that?
David and I have hit it at the same time.
All right, hold on. Just people, I'm sorry. I'm just a big 12-year-old. I'm going to count this down. I need you both to I need to hear that once more in my life. 3, 2, 1. Okay. You know what? We're going to, gentlemen, I got to tell you, we're going into the audio lab. That remix is also going to be on my board. That's absolutely fantastic. Oh, my. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tom, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. Thanks. Kenny, David, and Karl Marx protege, Rico Beard. Good to get on with you. Listen, just share a couple of thoughts and then a stat of the day if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not against anybody that is going to question Newsy Lalone for the job that he's doing as the head coach. The team looks uninspired. We're looking at a lot of goals that are a result of blown assignments. That's a lack of attention to detail, and that's on the coaching staff as much as it is the players. But what really grinds me is we've got the bots or whoever they are looking to burn down everything before they put any accountability on Steve Yzerman. And the irony here is Yzerman was the guy who came in and lifted the Wings, largely played a huge role in lifting the Wings out of the dead Wings of the 70s and 80s. And he's the GM that's taking us right back there again. You go back to the last year's free agency period, and all that was done in the press conference that he had, and he talked about more of the same. Man, that's not what we need to hear going into year 6. And, like Kenny had mentioned, you kind of need to give the season a sample size, right? So I've watched every game they've played so far, and it's uninspired, and that's on the coach. But you could put Dan Quenneville or whoever you want to behind the bench, and they're still going to get a hot pile of poo on the ice every single night. And that's all about the people that he signed. And the idea of blaming Chris Ilitch for this is ridiculous. And again, I go back to a lot of Yzerman fans who've obviously gotten into Tom Gore's bourbon collection, and they're too drunk to realize what's really going on, and it's that their beloved captain is not a good GM right now. Not to say that he couldn't turn it around. But, at this point, you can't just fire the coach and expect that your team's going to turn it around. And then the stat of the day is, if they really want to look to improve, I would say sign Kenny's Colon, because obviously he's got a better shot percentage this month.
Well, Lord knows we know it's been fire in the last 3 nights, so there you go. All right. Thank you for that. Oh, my God. We had Rico called a Marxist and a train for Kenny's Colon. If you had that on your bingo board, you win. Here's Rico. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, listen up, guys. It is going to be days and evenings like this is why I am so glad that I had a deck built by Koi Construction. You know what? It's Halloween. I can go out and watch horror movies out on the deck. Dave is going to come out and join me. Why? Because Koi Construction built and designed a deck for me, and I could not be happier. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. And guess what, guys? They love to do their work year-round. So if you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go into the spring, no problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months. But there are limited slots available, so call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or just a cozy retreat, Koi Construction's experienced team will help you bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
companies out there offering BOGO on things like furnaces. Come on, man. You guys are smarter than that. They've already upcharged you on the damn furnace. So naturally, they're going to tell you you're saving money on something else. No, it's artificially inflated. You want a real deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They'll get you covered 24/7. 40 years in the game. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and they are your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save up to $2,000. Great same-day service as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, and don't worry if you're tuning in and going, what do you mean you're talking about the Red Wings? We're going to get to some other stuff, including the World Series being over. And 4 days after the World Series, Scott Harris made his big, bold move for a bat. What does this year hold? I've got a question for the people. And we have to talk a little Lions, which admittedly this late in the week, you're not making a trade. It feels like we're going to have to wait until Monday. But we'll have a conversation about it because I think you can draw some parallels to the current topic about Yzerman, with Holmes, with Harris. How much longer are you all just going to drink from the fountain of trust before you go, do we get anything out of this? 248-539-9797. David, a couple of the ticket texts. We'll go back to the phones. I know we got to touch the table on some NFL football later in the hour.
It may be time to look for a new GM. This team looks slow and boring, just like last year and the year before. Nothing has changed.
Now, let me say this. I think that's a little disingenuous because in stretches, the Wings were very exciting last year. Let's be fair now. They had a real barrage in December, and then they got hot as a firecracker in January, February, right? And they had that real run where they were scoring goals, and they had put themselves 9 points clear, and they did play a more exciting brand of hockey. And admittedly, even after they careened off the rails late, they were playing some exciting games. You know, it was a 6-5 game against Pittsburgh. Let's just be fair. You could say, hey, they didn't get the job done last year. They were much more enjoyable to watch last year than this year. No?
Oh, no, much more. I totally agree with that. This year, you're kind of wondering, I've seen that. I expected improvements. I expected to see something different, and it's like you're giving me the same movie all over again, just recast it.
That sounds like the Marvel movies you like. David?
That is so untrue.
It's not recasting. It's great movie. Great movies.
David, move past it. Just nothing to see here.
Purdue, Rico. Purdue.
Right. You'll be watching David. Purdue Northwestern.
Kosa was drafted 15th overall in 2021 with all kinds of hype around how good he was going to be. Yet, they keep signing these backup goaltenders. If Kosa isn't ready by now, maybe he just sucks.
No, I'm not doing that. I think, and Kenny, I'd love to bring you to the main stage. Your song is on. I just think they like to slow roll their prospects.
Yeah, they like to let them marinate quite a bit. That's what their strategy is. And bringing up a young goalie and saying, "Hey, do all the work." That's tough. You don't want to ruin the kid's confidence, but at the same time, you want to bring him in and integrate him into the system.
Well, the other thing is when you're not willing to give a legitimate NHL defenseman amount of term, you're also not going to set a young guy up for success. So either pay the defenseman in front of him and play the goalie, or if you got a rat bleep defensive core, go get a real goalie. But they do neither.
Yeah, that Jeff Petrie turnover still is looming in my brain right now, Michael.
All righty. Let's go to the people. We go to Aaron, 97.1. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing really well. Mike, Rico, Kenny, David, love you guys, man. Listen to you almost every day.
Thanks. Thank you, pal. Appreciate it, man.
No, I appreciate you guys. All right, so here's the deal. And I know, Mike, you've talked about the fact that hockey is one of the few sports where you can be 8 games into a season and fire your coach. And I think that if Yzerman really wanted to take responsibility for the decisions he's made about the core group of guys on this team, he would fire Lalone right now and bring somebody else in to show what the talent looks like under good leadership. Who is that? I'm not going to throw out any names. I don't care if he brings up Alex Tanguay from the assistant pool. Like, it doesn't matter. What matters is that if Yzerman in year 6 really thinks that he's made the right decisions for this roster and for this farm team, then you bring somebody in who gets the best out of the veterans and brings up the right kids from the lower leagues and makes this thing work. And if it doesn't work, then it was never the coach to begin with, and Yzerman should definitely be on the hot seat after this season.
See, I'm with him on this, Rico. Mm-hmm. Look, if you want to fire Lalonde, I view it just more as a litmus test for Steve than I do blaming Lalonde. I mean, look, I thought you could easily make a case to get rid of Lalonde last year. They didn't. The NHL, and Carl, Kenny, you guys can tell me what's up here, but like, I think 7 teams fired their coach during season last year, and 4 of them made the playoffs. So, Aaron, I mean, it's plausible.
No, and again, like you just said, Mike, I'm not necessarily even blaming Lalonde, but at some point, Yzerman's got to take responsibility for the decisions he's made, and if he thinks he's made the right decisions and the coach isn't getting the right things out of it, then it's up to him as an executive to make an executive decision and say, no, I need somebody in here who can get the best out of these guys that I know that are good, that I drafted and I've developed.
Yep. Well, and Aaron, appreciate the call, brother. Kenny, do you have a name you'd want? You know, what is that dream coaching replacement? Or and it's okay if you say there isn't one. I wonder, like, who are people in the hockey elite pining for? Oh, fire Lalonde. Well, who do you want?
This is going to cause a lot of drama if this actually happens, and I'm certainly
Don't say Joel Quenneville.
I'm not calling for it. I'm not calling for it.
You can't. How could you hire him?
Because he's an NHL head coach. And at the end of the day, Mike, Mike Babcock still got jobs after he was a noted piece of garbage. I know it's not the same. It's absolutely not the same.
Dude, being a red ass with your players is different than giving a glowing performance review to a predator.
I agree. And I'm not even trying to liken the two. I'm just saying that if you have an NHL head coach, he's getting coach smoke from other teams in the league. It's not just the Red Wings.
Wow,
it's not just
I don't know
us.
What to do with that?
I agree.
I just viewed the
hate
Blackhawks as radioactive.
Absolutely.
That era,
as it
the
should
Stan Bowman stuff, the Quenneville thing, all of them, just Chernobyl.
But guess who just got a job this offseason? Stan Bowman. They're not
No,
radioactive. They should be, but they're not.
And look,
unfortunately.
it's not to power rank bad things, but didn't we take AJ Hinch?
Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Being a cheater is different than what Quenneville did.
No. But in the world of sports, cheating is a mortal sin. Now, I said I'm not. It's not a power ranking, but
all I'm saying is I wouldn't bring up Quenneville's name if other teams also weren't showing interest in this guy, because they are, and it's pretty gross, but it's true.
Wow.
Can I give you a different name? Sure. This is just someone out of the background.
Al Arbor.
What about Sergei Fedorov? He coached in the KHL.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine if that's what you want to do. I don't know that his coaching translates to the
guy's
NHL.
number in the rafters.
I was about to say,
hiring him to coach the team.
Right. Does he want to work here?
Is that going to be in the contract?
I want to say no to that,
but I need my number.
I just wanted to throw a different name out there than Quenneville. I'm so sorry, guys.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I don't want to be talking about Quenneville anymore.
Yeah, you got Kenny off the hot seat with an even worse suggestion. Thanks for that.
I'm not suggesting it. Let me clear that up right freaking now. I'm not suggesting it. I'm saying that's what's being talked about in hockey circles. Leave
just
me
keeping
alone.
you sharp, Kenny. Kenny endorses Joel Quenneville.
Oh, no. Do not play the Drake breaking news sound.
I'm Kenny Cotton. I approve this message.
I do not approve this message.
Joel Quenneville's a reformed man.
Thanksgiving. That is the correct word.
Thanksgiving. Hey, question. By the time Thanksgiving happens, is Lalonde the coach?
It's a great question. I think there's
try. It's not my first rodeo.
I think I think there's a real shot. The answer to that is no. Yeah.
Okay. Thanksgiving. All right. Well, later in, we'll tune in to see Kenny's list of hardened criminals who could be the head coach.
That's not what I'm saying.
Kenny would like Al Capone.
The Menendez brothers to run the Red Wings.
Thanksgiving. Jesus. 248-539. I gotta go. Oh, man. Wow. All right, good stuff. We'll get more of the people coming up. Hey, listen, and guys, you guys have been incredible on this. Maybe it's a sign there is a pent-up anger in the fan base because the phone traffic has been this is equal to a Lions game day Monday. I mean, people are angry. And if you're just tuning in, understand, for the Red Wings to be booed off home ice 3 times this early in the season, including last night, yeah, I think it speaks to, especially the people that pay to go to these games. It speaks to, there's an angst here. So I think I don't know, maybe we've kind of tapped into something. We'll get more of your calls coming up next. If you're 65 or older, you got to review your Medicare health insurance plans. It's necessary. The enrollment's going to go through December 7th, but with the changes, just call Mike Purpura now. Over 30 years of experience in the game. Mike and his team will shop the entire market, and they will find a solution for you that's not only affordable, but fits your needs. Call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200, or you can go on the web, nbphealth.com, and just remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. And just a reminder, like the World Series just ended like 10 minutes ago. Already moves being made. So Jorge Soler has been dealt from the Braves to the Angels. No, I didn't want him here. Rico, you could speak to him more than I could, being that you are a Braves guy. I just know if you're good, you don't get dealt like communion bread.
Yeah,
that guy's been on 17 teams.
Yep. Mike, he is the consummate rental player. So, yeah, Atlanta had him for like 2 weeks. They traded him. They got him from the Giants. So, yeah, he was never going to be a part of their long-term plans.
But as far as Tigers go, like, yeah, you're on the clock. 4 days after the World Series ended last year, you traded for Marcana. And one note, like, I understand everyone's initial response will be, well, just go get Jack Flaherty back. I actually was kind of intrigued by Flaherty's teammate as a Tiger. What about Walker Buehler? Worked his way back. He was firing absolute gas in the playoffs. Now, here's the thing. Guys had 2 Tommy Johns. I don't even know it's possible to have a third. Or does he have like a steel ulnar ligament? The point is, look, in an ideal world, I'd try to get in the Corbin Burns sweepstakes or Max Fried. I don't know that they're going to do that. But keep an eye. The Walker Buehler thing's interesting. I think he's going to have teams interested. He looked really good.
He did.
And again, the Tigers have a way of fixing people. But man, if you could have a 1A to Scooble's 1, like someone elevated from even Jack Flaherty. Imagine having those 2 bullets to fire in a 7-game series. So keep an eye on it. But again, moves start now. And we're going to talk a little bit about it later, if that works for you guys. Let's go to the people, shall we? Who has held the longest? Because we can't keep up with the phone traffic.
Bobby.
Yeah. Bobby's up next then, 97.1. What's up, Bobby?
Not much, fellas. How's it going?
Hey. Excellent. What's on your mind?
There's a lot to unpack there. Identity, we haven't had one since 08, 09 when we had stars. Like, we were just flat out going to beat you. I thought the slow rolling of prospects was a Ken Holland thing. Turns out turned into an Eisman thing. The shine's gone for me. Like, it's time to put up or shut up. Like, it's the one deal that gets me the most upset is the Andrew Kopp one by a mile. Because that same summer, we lost Trocheck to the Rangers, and Trocheck was on a much better timeline with our group than Kopp was. So, like, he was my favorite player growing up. I can't make any excuses for him as a GM. It's just, he's definitely in the hot seat in my eyes. I just can't defend it. These old veterans and everything they're still doing, like, it's clearly not working. And Mike, I agree with you. If we're going to lose, let's lose our prospects and see what we have. When Branson Nygaard was here longer than anticipated for a first-round pick, I thought there was a chance that we were going to see something like that. And, it's just not the case. And, the shine's gone for me.
Yeah, look, we hope it turns around. I mean, Bobby, I'd love to do a show around Christmas where they're the hottest team in the league, and we go, okay, we got off to a rough start, but we turned it around. But in the here and now, people are talking about firing the coach. The team has been booed off of home ice 3 times. And look, metrically speaking, I mean, I'll let Kenny really drill down on the metrics, but 5-on-5 shot creation, you're dead last in the sport. That's awful.
Unacceptable. Terrible. And I just don't understand with all these prospects, quote unquote, how we be the 7th oldest team in the league. That falls on the GM.
But Bobby, you know what it is? Bobby, you know what it is? He keeps wanting to do this bridge crap.
I know.
It's like, oh, well, I'll get a guy who will bridge it to the young guy. Well, how many more bridges do I have to cross? It's year 6.
None. They're burned. They're gone.
That's where I'm at. And it's like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
So we bridged it again. Here's where I'm at. And Bobby, Kenny, if you guys want to chastise me as hockey elite, respect. If it's still not going well and we're in December, you got to bring up the kids. And that includes a guy like Kosa. Like you got to bring the guys up. We have to be able to lose with people that have a future.
I agree, and I think Kosa's very close. He is doing phenomenal in Grand Rapids this year. He's only got better since he first got drafted. He went from Grand Rapids back to Toledo, back up, and now he's trending in the very right direction. I don't want to shatter his confidence as a goalie or anything. And
No, and that's my fear. My fear, truthfully, is your defensive core could ruin him.
And Mike, I have some validation for your hockey takes from the Hockey Elite here.
Oh my God, for real?
Do you know where the Red Wings rank in Fenwick, our favorite hockey stat?
Oh, the Fenwick.
Yeah, that would be dead last. So there you go.
Oh, Jesus. That's Kenny, that's a lot like that horse Fenwick I told you about. He might be still running. Rico, anytime there's a horse and it's got a hockey name, I always like there's a horse named Shesterkin, or there have been several named after Red Wings from a guy who's originally from Windsor, but he runs primarily in California. Like there's been a Pavel, there's been a Mrazek, there's been most notably Nyquist. So yeah, I always have fun, but I saw a horse last year, Fenwick. I go, Kenny, it's destiny. This is all you. I'm just waiting for a horse named Corsi, and we can complete the hockey trilogy. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, gentlemen. How are you? This is a great subject. I love it. I love hockey, although I'm not an elite. I do know that we have been fed the same special sauce for the last 8 years, and that, even NHL pundits say that we have the best farm system in the NHL. Well, that's all fine and good, but if you're not putting anything on the table, then it's not a farm. We need to bring these kids up. We need to give them the experience. We need to, because right now, bringing Patrick Kane in, yeah, he's old, he's good, he's scoring, but he's only got a couple years, maybe one or two left. You're only doing that to put people in the seats. You're not doing that to win. If you're not training, Pavel Datsyuk was signed. He played within 6 months of him being signed because they saw he had raw talent. These kids in the farm system have raw talent. The only way you get experience is to put them on the ice.
That's where I've arrived at.
If you have a farm and it's not producing, you're not eating, then why even bother? We have a great farm system. We've got good kids. Let them play. That's all I got for you, boys. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
All right. So basically,
appreciate you.
Yeah, kind of take this year as a learning year, knowing you may not win, but
it's 10 games in. I'm not saying you do that now. I'm making a point. Like I think I just said a little while ago, Rico, if we're at Thanksgiving and it still looks this way, I don't think I'm wrong to go, you know what? I just got to rip the Band-Aid off. I got to bring the kids up. I mean, who are we kidding? Yzerman's not getting fired.
True.
So you just go, well, year 7, that'll be the one.
Yeah,
I mean, basically, Yzerman's turning into Scott Frost. This will be the year he gets it right.
But here's the thing. It actually, if he did that and was just honest with the people, like, yeah, don't expect anything this year, I think a lot of especially the people who are pro Yzerman would say, okay, well, you know what? We'll hit the pause button. We'll see you in a couple more years.
Well, let me give you what this ticket texter, Ray from South Lyon, says. Does anyone on this show follow the minors? In 2 to 3 years, Yzerman will have this at the next level. 2 to 3 years?
Okay, but time out. I'm not denying the validity of that statement. But unless they start making it free to go to games, then what are you telling your audience? You will have fulfilled Kenny Holland's worst prophecy.
I was about to say.
A 10-year rebuild.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody said it's going to take 10 years to turn this around.
You know what you guys sound like? Tiger fans. Oh, just wait for insert blank. I don't need to wait. By the way, some news. A lot of the Cubs beat writers, they're saying, and I'm surprised by this, but there's going to be a market. Cody Bellinger's opting out. That's according to some Cubs beat writers. He will opt out of his deal and be a free agent with the Cubs. So, and again, listen, no, I mean, look, he had an up and down year last year, and he certainly had some injuries. But more free agents, the better. We got to put more players into the hopper. Interesting note. Can't all be Juan Soto, guys. All right, we'll get back to the people. We'll, people are pissed about the Wings. This is wild. All right, we'll continue. Get ready to tackle the NFL tonight. Good luck. Jets, Texans, why are they doing this to America? New customers, $150 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. You build an SGP? I don't know what you're building it around. This game is odious, but whatever. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5. First deposit required, bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to some football at 4 o'clock. And then, look, there's a lot of news in baseball, and I want to kind of do a little primer and talk to Tiger fans about their expectations of their offseason, because I know it sounds crazy, but it's game on. You've already seen a trade. You're going to see in 4 days from now, 5 days from now, players signing. And, of course, the annual tradition and nonsense of players not signing till spring training. But we can have a conversation, and I've got a little bit of a list, and I want to see where people are at, and I want to pose a hypothetical. But for right now, people are furious about the Red Wings, and we're here for it. So let's roll. Let's go to Julian, 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, top of the afternoon to you.
Nice to hear from you again, Julian. What's going on, buddy?
So I want to make a few points, so I'm going to try and move quickly. Expectations, right? What are valid expectations of a modern NHL franchise? In my opinion, when you push the reset button
and when you go full rebuild, I give the team 4 years to make the playoffs. That gives them 3 solid drafts, gives them time to make moves, and in year 4, you should be making the playoffs. I'm not saying you should be going on deep runs, but you should be one of those fringe teams. So by that metric, I think it's totally valid for an objective fan of the Red Wings to say Steve Yzerman has failed thus far. I want to offer a contrast, and we spoke last time on the topic of the Red Wings right after the end of the first round, where my Leafs once again got their butts kicked, to put it politely, in a first round Game 7 heartbreaker. Toronto is in year 10 of the, let's call it the Shanny plan. They're in year 6 of the core 4. And like I said back in, I must have been May or June, what they're doing is the definition of insanity. They're trying the same recipe over and over and over again, and it doesn't work. It's a first-round elimination year after year, with the exception of 1 year, but then they got pounded by Florida, so who cares? And they've basically demonstrated, here's what doesn't work. I worry that the Wings, although by no means are in Toronto territory of incompetence, they're on the road because they're now in year 6. Yzerman's plan hasn't yielded any tangible results thus far. You've got the Kool-Aid drinkers or the Yzerbots that will, at this point, blame the ownership, which in the NHL, that's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair to say that up until now, Yzerman's recipe hasn't worked, and he may be out of his league. I think in the same conversation, you can say he built a perennial contender in Tampa, and, you know, Tampa went on to win multiple Stanley Cups. They had multiple runs. I think both things can be true. I think at that time he had the recipe, and now he doesn't. So my advice to Wings fans is be careful with how long of a leash you're willing to give, because I got to imagine at this point, even Shanahan has run out of options. He's on his 3rd coach. He's on his 2nd GM. At this point, 3rd GM technically. So at this point, I hope somebody looks in the mirror and says, if it hasn't worked in 10 years, maybe it's time we just hit the nuclear option, keep Matthews, trade everybody else. I worry that the Wings are on that road right now, where you just got to call a spade with Yzerman.
Well, it feels like it a little bit, Julian, because, too, if you look at the cap table, I mean, next year they'll have around $15 million. That's not a lot. And, you know, if by the time you, quote, recharge the piggy bank, you're in 2026, 27, you're approaching 8-9 years. So you're not far off from what you're saying. It's like the team they have now is the team they have, and they'll get rid of some of these vets, and maybe some kids will come up. But I don't know what the pathway is. We need difference makers here.
The problem, Mike, is you can't even demonstrate forward progress. There is no forward progress based on team performance. It's not make playoffs, right? If there was
no, but don't worry. The bots will tell you, Julian, every year we've gotten more points.
Yeah, but that's, Mike, Toronto has, you know, finished 1st in the division, 3rd in the division. They've set franchise records. You've got the best goal scorer since Alex Ovechkin setting records. Who cares? How many cups does Toronto have since 67? 0.
There you go.
0.
No, that's it.
And as we talk about, we are the sports, professional sports, and in the NHL specifically, it is a business. The business is winning. And for Toronto and for the Red Wings, business has been bad for quite a while.
Yeah, Julian, I think you laid it out pretty beautifully. I mean, I don't know that people are going to take kindly to it, because I think there's a lot of truth to it. And I mean, there's no yelling, no screaming. You're not asking for anyone to be fired today, but I think it's okay to take a look around and go, wait, how well is this working? And for the people who want to say, oh, well, Rico, look at the minor league system. Guys, how much time do we have?
No,
you know what I mean? Like here, I'll tell you what, give anyone off the street a decade. At that point, we hired Yzerman because he was special, right?
Right. Well, just think of how ridiculous we thought the Holland comment of 10 years. Like, come on. Seriously, 10 years. Come on, Booby. It'll happen before then.
Hans, Booby.
And now you're hoping that, okay, well, can we say by 10 years it'll work?
Well, listen, it could still work this year. But we live in a universe where right now they got ripped again last night, got booed off the ice. We're talking about it today. I hope a month from now we're not talking about this crap. I want to win. You know, like it was funny because it hurt the joy quotient with the Tigers because they spent the better part of summer off TV and on a 90-loss pace. Mm-hmm. And then they just caught absolute fire in the last quarter of the season. It's like, no, I want a product I can engage with all year long and can be excited about. David, a couple of ticket texts, please. I know we got to check in on those for the first time this hour.
Sherrod, Petrie, and Kopp are the 3 worst contracts out there. Can we please launch them into the sun? That is Austin and Flint.
Problem is, I don't know how you're going to get rid of them.
Who are we going to replace Yzerman with? What's the better option, Boz and Shelby?
Boz, I got no clue, brother, and I don't really care. I'm not going to pretend to tell you you'll find anyone better. But at a certain point, what you think and what you know are two different things. You may think something about Steve Yzerman, but, like, why is it wrong for us to start talking about, this doesn't really look right to anyone?
Julian is spot on. My friends kill me because I'm not a Yzerbot and don't love what he's done here. Bye, Steve, Todd, in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I haven't reached the bye Steve phase. I'm still trying to get, Rico and I are just trying to get people to talk about him like a human being and not a character from the Bible.
Deity, yeah. Well, he can do no wrong, and you'll see, and just wait.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the fan base to not be the apostles and stop washing his feet.
I understand. If this was year 2, you know what? I'm with you. Give him some time.
Year 4. We gave it a year. In year 5, we thought we were going to get what we needed, and they collapsed. Mm-hmm. And then we go, okay, fine. This time, we have tons of cap space. We are ready to roll. Mm-hmm. Cutscene.
Oh, I remember a lot of people last year. Okay, if they don't make the playoffs last season, then that's going to be it until this season happened. And you didn't make the playoffs, and you didn't really do a ton. You re-signed your own players, and here we are.
Well, that's the problem. That offseason last year, and Kenny and I were all over it, and you were all over it, Rico. Like, it was like, okay, wait a second. You can't have this level of cap space and have this be the offseason. What is this? They didn't get better on defense. They didn't get better with goaltending. And at best, they held serve offensively. That was a red flag. But again, he doesn't want to give term. Well, you're never signing anyone then. Like, I just don't think you can be rigid with your approach as a general manager in modern sports. I think you have to be flexible.
Yeah, especially when you're not hitting home and you're not winning. Because now it's just becoming the definition of insanity. No. Trust me. This will work this time.
248-539-9797. Get more of the people. Intro, a little hot stove. We got a lot to do on a Thursday. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions quarterback Jared Goff returned to practice this afternoon. The good news, his rolled ankle is feeling better, and he's got some hardware now, too. Goff's been named NFC Offensive Player of the Month, the first Lions QB to ever win the award. Meantime, it was another day of prep for Sunday's showdown with the Packers at Lambeau. Green Bay leads the league in takeaways, and that's something Goff and the Lions offense is well aware of. Malcolm Rodriguez and Josh Paschal both missed practice again this afternoon for the Lions. For the Packers, quarterback Jordan Love was back, but running back Josh Jacobs remained out. Detroit's a 2.5-point favorite at Lambeau Sunday, but that line is moving in favor of Green Bay. Week 9 in the NFL starts tonight. Jets 2.5-point favorites hosting the Texans, and with the Dodgers hosting the Commissioner's Trophy last night, odds are out for next year's World Series champion. The Tigers have got the 13th best odds at plus 4,000. LA's the favorite to do it again, followed by the Yankees and then the Braves. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get back to the phones momentarily, but we got to touch the table. We do it every week at this time. It is a week to week, so don't freak out. This isn't Rico ranking the player overall. It's a week to week performance metric. It is the quarterback rank.
Well, Mike, you know what? Last week it was not a lot of great quarterback play. This week, a lot better. I can promise you, if you don't throw for 100 yards, you're not going to be in here. So Jared Goff did not make it.
Thank you for that PSA.
But we will go out to Los Angeles. Justin Herbert coming in at 10. 20 of 32, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he rushed for 49 yards in a win.
Yeah, Rico, it's really interesting when you start to look at it. You can start to see the long-term pathway that Harbaugh is setting up for Herbert, where he could be the best quarterback in the sport. This power running game, a defense. We're going to curate these throws for you. He's got a developing relationship with Ladd McConkey. You can start to you can see the formative stages of it, especially now that Herbert's healthy. He spent the first month of the season hurt.
Yeah, he's turning Ladd McConkey into a household name out there. That's becoming
he's a good player, man.
Dude. Yeah. I thought he was going to be a steal. At number 9, this man saved his best for last.
Mm-hmm.
Jane Daniels. 21 of 38, 326 yards, 1 touchdown. He rushed for 52 yards. And a lot of the air yards and the touchdown came on the final play of the game.
Look, all I know is he's going to haunt my life twice a year for the next decade. That was the Giants quarterback, and Tommy Cutlets and that stupid Halloween costume agent of his effed up everything. So, yeah, I love this kid. Yet he's going to ruin my life.
Sorry.
It's an emotional conundrum.
Well, this one I know you don't love. He won't ruin your life because you hate this man.
Okay.
But he led his team to victory over the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, for Christ's sakes, we're doing this again.
18 of 26, 260 yards, 1 touchdown, rush for 56 yards, and rushed in a touchdown. I give you Brock Purdy.
Fine. He played well. Fine. Fine. Everything's fine. God, I hate him. Oh, my God, that punchable face.
How is that a punchable face? Like, all of his
just
weapons
look
are
at
gone.
it. Just look at it.
He's out there struggling. It's tough in the streets of San Francisco.
David, will you save me?
There's nothing other to say than he's just rat. He's just a rat.
Okay. Well, you're
David, he played well. Can we at least give Rico the kindness?
No.
Okay.
No.
Grace and Mercy.
I'm
going to
be petty. No.
Grace and Mercy this week at Greater Life. All right. At number 7, the only quarterback in here who actually had a loss. He's literally, he gives away a lot of interceptions, but Baker Mayfield, 37 of 50, 330 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And honestly, I could watch the Bucks and Falcons play every week. Seriously, when those two teams get together, it's an entertaining game.
It is. I actually, and I'm not breaking your stones. We're just talking. It's just I actually would have him a little higher. I was just so impressed because he did it without his best players. What he was asked to do last week was really difficult.
It was, which is why he made the top 10. But you did lose. You did throw some picks.
It's fair.
And the other guys, I think, I think you'll see the other guys that coming in at 7 is going to be good for him. At 6, maybe the tiniest quarterback in the league, Kyler Murray, 26 and 36.
He's playing good ball.
Yeah, 307 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
He's playing really good ball, and you have to start asking the question: is he rewriting his story right before our eyes? You know, they're winning games. They're in the thick of it in the West. Mm-hmm. And as Rico just said, guys, he went on the road and played damn near perfect football. And I know the Miami Dolphins aren't any great shakes. Well, wake me up when Kyler's got some elite team around him. Hey, question for you, Rico, because I know nobody was higher on this guy than you, and I just can't really figure it out. Is Marvin Harrison Jr. going to join us this season at any point? What the hell?
You know what?
Oh, he just dropped the ball again.
No, David, I think this is like we talked about, with the Chargers and Ladd McConkey and how him and Herbert have the symmetry and they really work together. These two are oil and water. You got two weirdos together, and it's like they speak a different language. And guys, you're a quarterback, you're a receiver. If you two get together, as Mike, as you like to say, and form Voltron, we can do great things together. Wait, do I have to throw to him? Yes, Kyler, he's your receiver. And I got to accept the balls he throws to me. Yes, Marvin, he's your quarterback.
It's just strange.
Right, I'm with you, but I think it really boils into the personality of both guys. Yeah, they're not hanging out together. They're not staying extra time at practice. It's just kind of, all right, I guess I'll see you next Sunday type of thing when they walk in the door. At number 5, Bo Nix, Denver Broncos, 28 of 37, 284 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he ran in a touchdown as well.
I would submit for review. Whatever you do against the Panthers shouldn't count.
That's still an NFL team.
Is it?
Are they?
It
is it?
From the man who tells you to bet Purdue. Yes, it is.
They're in a good spot. They've had 15 days to prepare for Northwestern. How dare you?
At number 4, we're going to go with Jalen Hurts. 16 of 20. He passed for a touchdown, no interceptions. He also rushed for 37 yards and not 1, not 2, but 3 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, the formula's there. They look more like themselves. You would think with the receivers being healthy again, you'll get the continuity. Rico, that's legit, and we need to start taking Philly seriously as much as I hate their guts and their knob of a head coach.
I know it is, and I think that has become the Lions' main competition because you play Philly, you want the game indoors. You don't want to take a chance January in Philly.
Oh, no, you do not.
So, yeah. At number 3, let's go back to Los Angeles. Former Lion, Matthew Stafford, 25 of 34, 279 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick in the Thursday night victory over the Minnesota Vikings.
Rico, if they don't trade Cooper Kupp by Tuesday, am I wrong in thinking they can make a run at that division?
Mike, I don't think they're going to trade Cooper Kupp because they can make a run at the division because when a half game separates everybody –
right.
You're literally it's 0-0 and the season is just starting. So
right, you've got an old quarterback. You don't have time.
Yeah.
I just wondered because when they're put together, you're like, oh, I forgot. These guys are actually pretty good. They've just been dead for a month. But, man, when you put Nakua out there and you put Kupp out there, it looks a whole lot different. And
here's the thing. Their players are coming back. San Francisco, you don't know who's going to be back. Seattle, can they sustain this? And Arizona is more of a, are you guys, do you really want to play football or are you just going to self-implode at some point?
Here's the deal. Seattle is your Purdue. I got to get you off of it. It's over for Geno. All right, he was crying in DK's arms. Come on.
I said they're imploding right now. They started the year off looking great. I think they were 3-0 and 1-4 ever since. So
you hate to see it.
The Lions broke them. At number 2, Kirk Cousins, Captain Kirk, 23 of 29, 279 yards, 276 yards, and 4 touchdowns in the win over the Buccaneers. On the road.
It looked eerily similar to what Jared Goff has done to Todd Bowles' defense. That's the best comp I can offer it. And all jokes about mobile Goff season aside, Goff and Cousins and Goff, they've both done the same damn thing to Bowles. Mm-hmm. Truly, it's just like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're going to do for number 1. I'm ready for this. Go ahead.
Oh, the next one is going to be sponsored by Crab Legs with a side order of W's.
Oh, Jesus.
Jameis Winston, 27 of 41, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Just play the clip of him defending Deshaun Watson, and we can go to break. And I'm gonna believe in him, and I'm like, believe in what? What are we doing here? And why are you wearing gun range glasses? What are we doing here?
He's a winner, and that's what winners do. We'll end it right there, David. 97-1. Hey, Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go and still watch all my great shows and sports. And with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up on the latest football action as you just heard us talking about. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream my favorite shows without interruptions, and we all know it's football season. With Xfinity, I get the out-of-market scores and stats, injury updates, and scores for all the other sports that are going on. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You've heard us talk about injury attorney David Femininio for a long time. And look, David and his team, they deliver for their injured clients. Results, judgments, $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. When you're injured, you need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. And with David, you're also getting someone who's going to answer the phone when you call. 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so Odyssey.com Rewind, you missed anything. Believe it or not, Red Wing fans have lit the lines today. They are angry, and we will continue to take those calls. I am going to get to a little bit of hot stove with the World Series being over. Remember last year, 4 days after the World Series, you made a trade from Arcana. You're already seeing player opt-out decisions, and the GM meetings are November 5th through the 7th. In San Antonio. That's like 10 minutes from now. So I wanted to ask a question of Tiger fans. We're going to get to that in a little bit. But one thing I had to bring up before we go back to the people with Yzerman and the Wings being booed off the ice again. Kenny, do you want to just explain the note you have on the show sheet just for a moment? What did David do wrong to his children now?
Well, he's essentially taking our sacred traditions of Halloween and throwing them in the garbage can, which is fine.
Well, what are the sacred traditions? Because I hate this holiday. I can't stand it.
I'm not the biggest fan of this holiday, but I do enjoy it. David has removed the Halloween part of it from Halloween.
No trick-or-treating.
No trick-or-treating. That's the one thing you do on Halloween.
Yeah.
And he has taken it away from his children, whom I feel awful for right now.
I do.
They don't get to experience what it's like.
No.
Can I be honest? I think society ruined trick-or-treating. I don't even think it's safe to do it anymore.
Which is why we do the trunk or treat, and we did it over the weekend multiple times.
How is
that's
that
the group
safer?
thing, and because you're all together at a church parking lot.
Yes.
You know these people. You're not going up to some creepazoid.
Hey, kids, go over to the trunk. There's candy in there.
No, now hold on. Now listen.
Stop it.
My sister and brother-in-law did a trunk or treat where I was shown video of my niece and nephew because Lord knows I wouldn't show up at this garbage. The point I'm saying is there was music, food, and it was, 40 cars.
Man,
that's the equivalent of 40 homes.
Mike, there was an art to trick-or-treating. You gathered your friends, and you just started walking.
It was a safer world. Rico, we used to play as children and didn't have to report to mom and dad. They didn't have to geotag us. Just be home when the street lights come on. You don't let your kids do that now.
Right.
No, you be a parent and you walk around with your kid. You be a parent. You do the job. Everybody's parents had to deal with it.
It evolved to trick-or-treating in the day, which I'm like, I guess.
But at least you're still going house to house.
Right.
Getting, you know that one house with the great monster-sized candy bars that everybody knows
Right.
about?
It teaches you communication because you see the other group of kids and you're saying, hey, did you guys score? Yeah. You want to go 3 blocks over? They got a ton of great stuff. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to look, it's fine. David can be your pinata. I'm actually going to stick up for him.
You know what? Look, I usually don't do this, but I absolutely love getting this opinion from two people that have no kids.
Ooh,
I don't usually pull that card. But come on now, guys. They got candy over the weekend. They will have plenty from school. They're fine. And we do trick-or-treating, just not today.
I did. Me
Kenny.
and my nephew and niece, we did trick-or-treating.
I guess we just got put in our place.
We
Rico.
did.
No, Kenny.
But wait a minute.
You just
You're
got
not
to
putting me in
experience
this box.
You just got to experience what David's wife goes through when he brings out that hammer on Saturday night.
Woo! Throwing it in the system over here.
Hammers up. Woo! Oh my! He just body bagged you two. Jesus. Now, okay. I don't think David ruined Halloween. I think it's weird. Yes, but I also think society. Look, this world is effed. I like David's plan. You knock out the trick-or-treating in a safe environment. The kids get more candy they could ever eat. If they eat it all, they'll end up in one of those Wilford Brimley commercials for diabetes supplies. I'm good with it.
It's just like the participation trophy. It's just like everybody gets the candy. Like the hardest working kids group got the candy. And if you didn't want to go house to house, then enjoy your apple and whatever you got. And that was it.
He's shaking his fist in the air, David. He's furious.
Yeah, enjoy your 4 dimes that the one lady gives you.
Right. Here's a penny. Here you go. Oh, what's your costume? There you go. There you go. Like, okay, yeah.
Ticket text. I had to ask the question. It's been on the show sheet all day. Couple of ticket texts. We'll get back to the phones. We'll touch on some football, and then I want to bring up this question now that the World Series is over. David, go ahead.
Kenny, are we allowed to listen to the ticket text because we don't have
I don't know, Rico. I have no idea.
Okay.
We might just want to evacuate for this segment and just
Rico.
Yeah.
Rico, I know you. You are never letting David live down that blast.
Nope.
I told you guys I don't like to pull that card, okay? But I did this time.
Okay. Stylus
Which
is
card
out.
is that? You operate in several cards.
The stylus is out, and I'm putting the note in the notepad.
That's right. Receipts are forever.
Go
ahead, David.
David said, you stay in your place.
It's still safe. Why are people so soft? Let them go trick-or-treating, David. Someone else says it's safe to go door to door. Are not the kids with their parents at the house? You paranoid people. Soft folks like y'all are why Halloween sucks. Trunk or treat. Lazy parents. Let your kids go outside. It'll be okay.
Oh, but wait. Do you have kids?
See, no.
Don't send ticket texts in unless you have kids.
Good job, David. Trunk or treat is the stupidest thing they could have ever come up with. I don't care what anybody says. This is an absolute dumb thing. Okay.
I just thought, man, I love how people are more passionate about this than they are college football. Gee whiz.
Well, take Purdue.
Hey, 15 days to prepare.
100
They got something for Northwestern's ass. You just wait and see.
100% with Rico and Kenny on this on Halloween. Take them out, David. Someone else says, David, you're being lazy. Just walk with the kids, bro. Ooh, my. 4 kids here, and David is absurd. Hope the kids that don't get the trick or treat don't end up with weird homeschool kids, Joe and A2.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Oh,
you know what?
no.
I'm going to the phones. I thought we were getting sports texts. I didn't realize this
just
would
think
happen.
about all you get exercise, you get to meet your neighbors.
Well, there's your first problem.
They will
Why do you want to meet your neighbors?
Oh, my neighbors are nice. I like my neighbors.
Just wave to them. Move on.
I got great neighbors.
I'm very Larry David in that regard. Nice to see you. All right, go away. I just live here. I ain't here to talk to you.
What's your name? Don't worry about it.
Someone's on you guys' side. They're on you guys' side. I have kids, and I'm with Rico.
Well, thank you.
So there you go.
You
the
childless
one person.
bastard.
What do you know?
That's what it sounded like.
No.
You don't have kids. Why are you? Why do you have an opinion?
They have all the candy already from the trunk or treat. They're okay today.
Why do you even have an opinion?
Okay. I'm going to the people next. Okay, let me know. Get it out of your system. We've lost total control. We did 2 hours of hockey, and now Rico just got called useless. He doesn't have kids. Okay, then, America's favorite place to watch
This is David
football.
when he thinks of me. Go ahead, Mike.
Come on, man.
I don't know what to do anymore. I can't even do this
Come
anymore.
on, dude.
I'm leaving. Thanks, guys.
Will you just turn his microphone off and give me a fighting chance to tell you about Stadium Swim, please? It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, and it doesn't matter if you have kids or not. You're welcome. 6 pools, 3 levels, a perfect view at a big screen. Whether you're childless or you got a village like David, Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions quarterback Jared Goff was back at practice this afternoon. His rolled ankle is improving, and he took home an award today, too. Goff's been named NFC Offensive Player of the Month, the first Lions signal caller to win that award ever. Meantime, it was another day of prep ahead of Sunday's divisional showdown with the Packers at Lambeau, and corner Amik Robertson says they're embracing the challenge. Malcolm Rodriguez and Josh Paschal were both out again this afternoon. Taylor Decker was limited, and for Green Bay quarterback Jordan Love was limited with his groin injury. Josh Jacobs, Jari Alexander, both out. Detroit's a 2.5-point favorite at Lambeau, but that line is moving in favor of the Packers. And midweek odds for both Michigan and Michigan State. The Wolverines 14.5-point underdogs at the Big House against number 1 Oregon. The Spartans 7.5-point dogs hosting number 13 Indiana. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, we're going to get to the callers. Then we're going to put a wrap on this Red Wing stuff. Odyssey.com, rewind, you missed anything. Bottom line, booed off the ice last night. Fans are angry. PCC made a debut, paying customer Costa. He's now 0-3 as a season ticket holder. He's starting fire Yzerman chance. Bottom line, name one thing this team does well. Year 6 of a rebuild. Name one. Name one way they're tangibly better than last year, if at all. And here's a stat that's just a killer. I mean, it's just immediate poison. 5-on-5 shot creation, you're dead last in the sport. You don't have a goalie. The defensive core is no damn good. And even strength, you don't put the puck on the net. Shoot it, right, Kenny? So my question is, when you going to stop being the apostles and washing Steve's feet? And when can we start just talking real? He puts his pants on the way we do. How much longer? If they get hot and then 6 weeks from now, everything's honky-dory, super. I don't care about your stupid receipts. We operate in the now. Having your hockey team get booed off the ice again, it warrants a conversation. And guess what? I'm right, because people have responded. People are into this. Sorry, Rico, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Stellar. To the people. I want to go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, you guys are monsters. I don't even turn my radio on until 2 o'clock. So,
well,
but waiting on the trunk or treat, I think it's pretty weak due to it's the wussification of America and a lot of helicopter parents. That's what they do. But when it comes to Yzerman, yeah, I mean, I was all for him coming on, but you know what? Now it's really getting old. They haven't really changed that much. It's almost like, I think of it like Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. You know, you always wondered, was it Belichick or Brady? Well, now we know it was Brady. And I think it was like that in Tampa. I mean, he had a really good team, much better talent than we have now. So maybe the talent made him look good. But, you know, I really do think he believes his own press, and he's kind of a sacred cow. And I don't know about, you know, you guys in the media, but you would know better than I do. Are people afraid to call the guy in the carpet during the press conference or to really press him? Because I just think he's a little bit arrogant. He believes his own press.
Oh, I think I think GMs, there has to be a level of ego and a level of arrogance to how you operate. People are going to criticize you every step of the way. You got to stay true to who you are, right? You're never going to make everybody happy. And in major sports towns, you're going to be in the fulcrum of the laser. But no, I think it goes beyond that. Is like this idea locally, because he played here, because he's one of the legends, because it's kick gloves. But I mean, look around. I mean, that's what this town does. This town never wants to go after anybody, ever. I mean, look at how we're operating right now, Mark. Oh, I trust Brad. I trust Scott. I trust Steve. Hell, there were people up until last year. I trust Troy Weaver. I don't understand it. They all put their pants on the same way, and none of them have championships. So why can't we just talk?
Yeah, I just think that, I mean, the sacred cow syndrome, and you almost be careful what you wish for. And I just think he brings – he's he didn't. Does he forget that he had Bobby Probert and Joey Koster around him to protect him? I mean, I think the guy he just recruits very soft. The wings are soft. Their defense is soft. No one hits anybody. They're stick checking everybody, and it's just. I mean, I know the game has changed, but it hasn't changed that much because you got teams like Ottawa.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't changed
Philly,
enough to where what you're saying doesn't resonate. I mean, for instance, and I would bring Kenny in on this. The Florida Panthers are a wagon, a highly physical team that will absolutely murder you. You can win that way, but you also need skill. That's the problem. This team's light on everything. I ask you, Mark, name one thing they do real well. What's their calling card other than crazy puffs? What's their calling card?
Yeah, they don't have one anymore. I mean, they haven't had one in a long time. And it just, again, I think people understand. A lot of teams know their defense is soft. They got a lot of Europeans on the team that, are, generally that's not their game as a physical game. They're more finesse. And you just can't win a Stanley Cup with finesse.
And Mark, I appreciate it. Look, I don't want to do the whole, the Euros are soft or we got to get bigger on the blue line. Look, if I ask the question, name one thing you do well, and you can't answer it in year 6 of a rebuild, it's not a good rebuild.
No. Because right now it's what have you done in 6 years, and how do we get to this point? How do we get to this point where we don't know who the goalie is?
Can you imagine in 2 years, like it's year 8, and you'll have numbnuts out here taking victory laps? I told you Steve would get it right. It's like, I didn't hire you to take 8 years.
Yeah, right. All you had to do was just wait and be patient.
Oh, you doubted Steve. Okay. Thank you, Bob in Windsor.
Hey, Bob. And I would say, hey, Bob, what did you do for the last 8 years while you were waiting on this? You're like the last 8 years, and you had nothing but just sitting there patiently in your chair, rocking, holding your Red Wings car flag, saying, "Yeah, we'll get it one day."
Let's go to Carl, 97.1. Carl, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys. When we signed Kane and they were going for Stamkos, they didn't get him. I thought for sure we could at least try to get Kucherov. We didn't get him. The ingredients is the same. I don't know why people are expecting anything different. Our defense is horrible. The goalies, I know everybody wants to hate on them, but I don't think – I mean, Cam was an all-star goalie. Lyon, when he was on the Panthers, he was a good goalie, and then Bob got hot and he took off. Both those teams, the Kings and the Panthers, had defense. We have no defense. It doesn't help that our defensive players – are knocking the puck into our own net. 3 goals in the last 3 games off our defense.
But, Carl, here's the thing. When Yzerman was faced with cap space and an opportunity to make that core better by bringing in a legitimate frontline defenseman, he didn't do it. Oh, Stevie doesn't like term. And then people like Kenny and I get made fun of. Oh, what'd you want to do, give Montour 7 years? I'm like, well, what's the alternative? Petrie.
I understand that, but what, I don't understand why you let Wallman go. You didn't replace that, and you let him go with a 2nd round draft pick. You didn't get anything for that.
Yeah, the Wallman move. He needed a change of scenery. That's fine. It was just weird to just give him away, and we thought for a minute like, okay, well, it's setting up something else, and it never happened. It just never happened.
I think what he was banking on, I think he was trying to get believe it or not, like Trouba. They were aiming for Trouba to come down here to be that gritty player that they need, and Trouba just said, "No, I'm not interested. Thanks, but no thanks." And
but here's the other problem with a guy like Jacob Trouba. That's a guy who had fallen to 3rd pairing with the Rangers. That's a guy who had fallen completely out of favor with the Rangers.
With the Rangers, but with the Wings, he's well ahead of almost half of what you have. And I don't understand. We're hearing about like Wallander, and why don't you just bring up the kids and just let them run with them? You got Wallander, and then you got Soderblom. He was playing really well last year. You don't hear about him anymore. I don't understand.
Oh, that's Kenny's guy. Oh, hold on. Kenny, you're on the phone with Soffenstein all the time. What the hell happened to your boy Soderblom? Soderboom.
He's just
whatever
not,
the hell his name was.
He's just not NHL ready, sadly.
When is he going to be ready?
No,
This is
I
4
don't
years?
disagree, but I agree with bringing up the young guys. Just don't bring one up just to do it. That's, I guess, my point.
Yeah, but I mean, you're putting Petrie out there, and you let Ghost go for nothing and you got nobody to replace them.
I agree. You're not wrong about any of that. It's very
No, it
frustrating.
hurts your power play big time.
Yeah, but if you had let's say you had two good, one better defenseman, your goaltending would be better. You can't. Last game it was five shots. They got 5 shots and 2 goals. We got 1 shot on that. You're never gonna win those games.
Look, this is gonna be a big month for this team because we're gonna know everything we need to know. Well, maybe Lalonde is gone. I don't know. We're gonna find out. But we got to get a little more time than where they're at. But I don't think you ignore the conversation in the meantime. Respectfully. 248-539-9797. Hungry Howie's. Delicious flavor all season long. Not one but 3 meal deals. So, look, $10, simple, pepperoni duo. $20, you're getting 2 medium, 1 topping pizzas and Howie bread. And then the granddaddy, the $30 meal, you're getting two topping larges. You're getting a 3 cheese Howie bread. You're getting the liter of Pepsi. It's all there for you. So whether it's Thursday night football or your team just clown card their way out of the World Series and you want to eat your feelings, Hungry Howie's has you covered. Head to hungryhowies.com to find the meal deal that works for you. Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Lions quarterback Jared Goff was taken off the injury report this afternoon. He practiced today as his rolled ankle gets better, and he took home an honor too today. Goff has been named NFC Offensive Player of the Month, the first Lions QB to ever win that award, Rico. Meantime, another day of prep before Sunday's divisional showdown with the Packers at Lambeau, and tight end Sam Laporta says this is one they've had marked on their calendars for a long time. Malcolm Rodriguez and Josh Paschal both missed practice again this afternoon. Taylor Decker was limited, and for the Packers, quarterback Jordan Love was limited with his groin injury. Josh Jacobs, Jari Alexander were both out. Detroit's a 2.5-point favorite at Green Bay, with that line moving in favor of the Packers. And tonight kicks off Week 9 in the NFL. The Jets are 2.5-point favorites hosting the Texans. Odds out for next year's World Series champion after the Dodgers popped the champagne last night. Tigers have got the 13th best odds at plus 4,000. LA is the favorite to repeat, followed by the Yankees and then the Braves. And no Wings or Pistons tonight. Wings have dropped 3 straight. They host the Sabres Saturday. Pistons coming off their first win of the season. Welcome the Knicks to LCA tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good to have everybody. Listen, believe it or not, we've been crushing hockey discussion on this show. So if you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. Wings booed off the ice. Lots of questions about patience, the rebuild, all of it. We did hours of it, plural. I want to turn our attention. It's almost like Luke Sloan was looking at our show sheet. I want to talk about the Tigers here because Hot Stove begins now. World Series is over. You've already seen a trade in the MLB. Jorge Soler getting dealt from the Braves. But you're seeing options get picked up. The GM meetings are November 5th through 7th, a.k.a. like 10 minutes from now. And it's very interesting because I want to see where people are at with their baseball team, where much like the Red Wings, if not now, when? So I wanted to have fun. Rico, are you okay with fun for a minute?
Yeah,
because
let's do this.
I want to say, I know this isn't happening, but the reason I'm going to bring something up is to act as a kind of a means to an end, okay? Mm-hmm. So last night, Yankees clown card their way out of blowing a 5-0 lead. Juan Soto was immediately asked about his free agency. And he goes, I don't know what teams are going to come after me. Definitely, I'll be open to this and every single team. No doors are closed. I'm going to be available for all 30 teams. Mm-hmm. All right. First of all, he's a Boris client, and he's well coached, and he's a smart kid. Do I believe all 30 teams? No, of course not. But, do I believe the Detroit baseball Tigers are at least in the top half of the league? Yes. Now, here's why I'm bringing this up. Mm-hmm. How would it change how you feel about Chris Ilitch or Scott Harris if you just read a report that the Tigers inquired or the Tigers got shot down offering 12 at 500, 12 at 550? And for those of you immediately going, he'll never take it, that's not what I asked. I asked, would it give you faith that they are going to be serious people moving forward? Now, I bring it up because of this. Take the Juan Soto stuff, Rico, and put it to the side. Mm-hmm. 500, 550, 600 million. What if I could offer you at a deep, deep discount compared to Juan Soto, an elite defensive player, a World Series champion, a guy who's played for A.J. Hinch, a right-handed bat at position of need, and it would only cost you something in the low range of between, depending on term, 6 at 150, 6 at 160, 7 at 185. That sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Position of need? Absolutely.
That's Alex Bregman, third base. Right-handed, quality at bats, high contact skills. Now, I am not going to run from the fact he has had some declining metrics the last couple of years. I can't run from it. but that's why he's $185 million and not $585 million. Sure, I'd love Juan Soto. I don't believe the Tigers will ever pay a player like that. And some of you will go, well, we shouldn't. It's not financially responsible. I don't want to hear from you.
Yeah, I don't really care. Now, back to the Juan Soto thing first, Mike. I mean, if you're a Tigers fan, you would love that. Even if it's the false hope and knowing you were never going to get him, the fact that you threw your hat into the ring and said, let's just see what happens. You know what? You're out there trying to buy your Powerball ticket. Chances are you're not going to win it, but you get to dream until they draw the numbers.
Yes.
Same thing here.
And
Absolutely.
that's why I brought it up. So keep the Soto thing, in a different department, right? We know that's not happening. But Rico's answer, guys, is why I brought it up. So I'll go, okay, well, here's a list of realistic players, shall we? Here's what I want. I want to know that you're after Alex Bregman versus signing the dead body of Yoan Moncada. I want to hear that you're after Tony Taters, a.k.a. Anthony Santander, not that you've picked up Max Kepler. I want to know, hey, you inquired about Pete Alonso, not Josh Bell. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I want to see the Tigers become serious. Now, look, if you're asking me, what player do I actually want? Look, if you told me the offseason was Christian Walker and Anthony Santander, that's excellent. And oh, by the way, about 75 home runs. Christian Walker plays first. Santander plays right-handed stick, power in the lineup, insulation. Now, if they went that route, I'd go, you know what? Let's rock and roll. It's the same thing with pitching, Rico. I'd love to hear the Tigers go after Corbin Burns. And you go, oh, you can't do that. Why? Because if I have Burns and Skubal at the front of my rotation, followed by Reese Olson, followed by Jackson Jobe, followed by I don't care as my fifth starter, I want to hear that they're being serious. So I want to know from you, the fans, right? I've told you how I feel. Rico's told you how he feels. Let's start at day one, right? To quote T. Grizzly, first day out. Right here, right now.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
What do you want from your team?
You got a taste of success. You cannot go backwards. Maybe, everything got expedited and you didn't plan on being in the playoffs last year. You didn't plan on winning a series, but you did. You can't go backwards because the fans should not accept anything but forward progress. And now we need to work on how can we get to the World Series. I will say that. And maybe, you could say I'm being soft. Maybe not winning a World Series just yet, but we need to have a team that can get you to the World Series. We need to have a team that can go into Cleveland and win and get you to the championship series.
No, I don't think you're being soft at all, man. I mean, it's just at a certain point, it's time to get serious. And I mean, look, I'm trying to find some guys here that are, I hate saying realistic. Anything's realistic with money, but a Christian Walker had a weird path in his professional life, right? And he's a free agent at age 33, 34. Well, you're going to sign shorter term. But, this is a guy who's a Gold Glove winner at first. Well, Torque's a butcher. This is a guy that has multiple 25, 30, 35 home run seasons. This is a guy that's a clubhouse leader. Christian Walker's a really good baseball player, and he'd probably come here and give you an 825 OPS. Anthony Santander. No, do I ever think he'll hit 44 home runs again? Probably not. How about 30? Play right field. I mean, obviously, I'd love to see the average be better, but there's a trade-off for guys that hit 30 home runs. And again, add a guy in the lineup who's got another 800 OPS. Those are real. Those aren't guys that cost $500 million. You know what I'm saying, Rico? You don't get to have it both ways. But what I don't want to do is have this offseason where it's oh, great. The Tigers have just brought in Michael Wacha and the dead body of Ha-Sung Kim. Come on. Am I wrong for wanting more here. And look, you guys call your shot, because I'll tell you right now, if you think you're running it back and winning 95 games and doing voodoo once we hit the deadline, it is not happening. Even your manager said it is unsustainable over a season. So here's my question. If I can't demand more now, when? And tell me what you want.
No.
And don't go splicing and picking and choosing and taking stuff out of context. I'm not demanding they sign Juan Soto. I was making a point to you. I want to see signs of seriousness. Rico wants to see the same. And if you don't like Alex Bregman, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to yell. And I'm not telling you he's a perfect player. But I want them to go out and add a couple of big-time guys. And if you say one right-handed bat, one frontline starter, and I'm willing to have deficiencies, I'm not mad at you. If you told me the offseason was Walker Buehler and Alex Bregman, I'm not mad.
That's a step up.
That feels legitimate, doesn't it?
It does. It's a step up. It allows you to still wait on the kids, and you're not blocking anybody, but you've enhanced the team. You've made it better.
Oh, you're blocking Chase Young.
Okay.
Don't care.
Yeah,
You know what else I'd love to see him do? And I know it probably won't happen. I'd love to see him package some of these prize prospects. A, to get something awesome for them, and B, so I never have to hear their effing names again. I'm getting so sick of the prospect lust. Seriously. I get tired of hearing about it.
I'm with you. As I said, you almost have to do something because I think Tigers fans will demand it. They saw what this team could become. So, yeah, you need some more arms because you can't do pitching chaos.
Yep.
And you know what? Hey, how about we stop Frankensteining the third base? We'll go out and get a real one. How about
How
that?
about real right-handed bats? How about we stop with the torque thing and go get a real first baseman? So, look, why are we bringing it up? World Series is over. Hot stove has begun. You're already seeing reports out of Chicago. Guys like Cody Bellinger opting out. Juan Soto sweepstakes, full go. What do you tell me what your expectation for this Tigers offseason is? And if you still want to call in and firebomb the Red Wings, well, we're here for it. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Look, they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, every incentive, and every opportunity to save you money on your new Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the October Rico deal, the last day, a new 2024 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $999 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $259 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They've got it all. 111 years making the world's best mattresses. They are made right here in Michigan. Get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Oh, is that Kenny on the keys right there? Somehow in an alternate life, Rico, I just imagine Kenny as a jazz lounge singer. I don't know why. Almost like in the Michael McDonald mold.
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
I'm going to be there. Yeah, maybe at the bar. All right, David, ticket text, and we're going straight to the phones.
If the call for Soto is not made, we are not a serious organization. I want to hear the story.
Well, okay. God, I hate defending these people. No, guys, you do have to understand. I mean, it is going to – you're talking a $600 million commitment.
But a phone call.
Or just a report that says, hey, they
inquired.
Yeah.
Juan Soto
give me
farted in their face.
Give me a story that when the winter meetings start, that there's a story out there saying, well, the Tigers tried to set up a meeting with boards about Soto, but they declined.
All right, am I being soft by saying if I don't see that report about Alex Bregman? That's my line.
That's your line in the sand?
Yeah, line in the sand is you at least inquired. You tried. Like, I need names like Bregman, Santander, Christian Walker. Hell, I don't even know if I want the guy. I go hot and cold with this guy, but what about Pete Alonso? You make a call on the polar bear. Like, I need to see an attempt at being serious. And if I have to hear about blocking people, I'm going to lose my mind. I just completely lose my mind.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that this year.
You're blocking people. You know what you do with them? You trade them. You go get better stuff. Let's go to the people. David, ticket text. Go ahead.
Rather than Bregman, why not try and make a trade with the Cardinals for Arenado? If you dream big, see if you can get him, Sonny Gray or Ryan Hesley, someone out there.
I just think Arenado's done, guys. No disrespect, but he doesn't have a whole lot of juice left in the tank. I mean, if you're concerned about Bregman fading, where are you at with Arenado? It's been a long time since Colorado in his prime.
Bregman will end up like Baez. Stay far away from him.
All right, then what's your solution?
See, but here's the thing. You can't – Baez can't be the answer of why you can't spend money.
Oh, sure it can. Every media member here who drinks Scott's bathwater uses it. Oh, well, Chris spent, and the last time he did it, look what happened. What?
Okay.
What kind of cereal milk thought process is that? So what? It went bad because he let Al Avila spend money, so I never do it again?
And I don't want to hear that. I mean, it's not my money. You go and spend it, and if it doesn't work out, move on.
Well, it's twofold because you have that part of it, but then you also have the other part of, well, I'm just saying, if they buy him out, then you'll say, well, that's the spending we're going to do. We're not going to – like, you can't have it both ways.
Oh, I'm fully prepared for the Baez buyout and the Scooble extension, and they try to offer that as the poo-poo platter of we're serious and we spent. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I want nothing more than to do a show where I tip my cap to Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch because the Tigers now have a payroll of $175 million, and we brought in a couple of thumpers in this lineup to help these kids out. Preferably on the right side, please.
Mike and Rico is 100% right. Burns, Bregman, and a trade for Guerrero is a must-get.
Hey, whoa. Look, you're getting Kenny awfully excited. No, the Guerrero thing is just another dream board item of, look, until or unless the Blue Jays have paid that man, he's in the last year of his deal. The GM meetings and then the winter meetings, I believe, in the first week of December. That's where deals like that are at least brokered, discussed, flouted, whatever you want. Would I make that type of move? Yeah, he's 25. He's from the right side. He hits 300. He's got power. And that's like a face of franchise move. Oh, but what if they ask for Max Clark? I don't care. I don't care. The only person who's not available in that type of phone call is Jackson Jobe. Why? Because I need Jobe in my rotation right now.
Fair.
Now, if you want to laugh at that, that's cool. I don't care. But I dare to dream about stuff.
No. You're
I
not
almost
talking
fell
about me.
on
I'm
the
about to
floor
say,
when the Yankees got Juan Soto. Why wouldn't I want that moment for us?
no, I'm with you. That's why I said you have to do something. You can't
Narrative.
just sit there and say, well, we're going to wait on the kids and they're going to be fine and cross our fingers and hope for good things.
David, one more and I'll go to the phones.
What shows me the Tigers are serious is you have to say goodbye to Harvey. As long as he's on this team, doesn't matter who you bring in. That is from Chris.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested. You know, and Scott Harris left himself room, but Scooble extension, Javi go bye-bye. That's like that. That's just the tablecloth before we set the table for the meal. I'm going to be very interested in how they approach it. And then I can't wait to be slandered all winter because I want the Tigers to get serious and start chasing after a playoff berth. Can't wait. It's going to be so fun. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing, guys?
Hey.
Excellent. What's on your mind, Kev?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I want to touch on Eisenman and the Red Wings. So
Sure.
I think the biggest thing, and I don't know if anyone else has mentioned it. I haven't listened to the entire show, but I really do think the difference is in Tampa Bay, Eisenman had an outstanding, knowledgeable right-hand man. Here, I really do think that is Chris Draper's seat hot right now, do you think? Because I really do think the biggest problem right now is that Chris Draper has just been kind of in his right-hand man. I mean, he's been the head of scouting since 2019. And how have our draft picks been outside of Sider and Raymond? They've been awful. And not to mention, Chris Draper made sure that he drafted his son, who was probably like on the third or fourth line of Michigan State's team. I think a lot goes back to that. Obviously, I'm not a big fan of Lon, but I do feel that there's a bit of issue with Chris Draper being the head of scouting, in my opinion.
No, listen, I'm totally fine. You can call everyone into question right now. I mean, Kenny, unless you have a huge protest to what he brought up, I think everyone's job should at least be discussed or called into question. I mean, I don't care. I just don't have some huge opinion about Sean Horkoff. But, go ahead. You tell me, Kenny. Is he wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong in saying that either. I think when a team's rebuild is malfunctioned this way, I think anybody in the front office deserves to be looked a little sideways at.
Wait,
I don't have some big Chris Draper opinion, though. I'll tell you that.
No, exactly. That's like I'm not going to go off the ledge here. Wait, did you just say the rebuild has malfunctioned?
Yes. Is that incorrect?
Just not sure I've ever heard of a rebuild talked about that way. Let's go to Dwayne, 97.1. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. First of all, condolences, Mike, to your Yankees. I really,
okay.
Yeah, I know. I neither team I care for, but I care less for the Yankees. Just saying.
Listen, respect.
Secondly,
It should be no other way. You should hate the Yankees. I take no offense.
Yeah. All right. So then my take on it, I definitely believe that they should go for Bregman would be a nice fit, just from the familiarity with AJ, because AJ does well with guys that he has a lot of respect for. They play well for him. I also think that the other thing would be, let's look at bringing Flaherty back. Flaherty Tigers fixed him. I think he would give them a lot of run. I think he could be really good here. And then, I think getting the Scuba deal done, and also, let's definitely get rid of Javi. But I don't know. This is what I don't want to hear this offseason. Hey, we're going to give Javi another shot. He really worked on things this offseason. He's got a chance. He looks like he's really good in spring training, blah, blah, blah. I don't care what he looks like in spring training. If he has a good spring training, they need to get rid of him in spring training. It just needs to go because he does not fit well here. And then the other guy I don't want to give up on, which I know a lot of people have, is Torque. He had he's somewhere between 10 home runs and 31 home runs. I think that maybe a little more maturity this year might help him out. And let's just see where the chips fall. I'm not really sold on Jung at third base. He just doesn't – he hasn't done anything to make me disbelieve in him. I just don't think he's ready. So
no, look, your
I agree with you. Yeah, let's package dudes.
You got to do so exactly.
all
Like
in
you can talk about making real trades and not for Mark Canha. It's you're going to need a right-handed shortstop to at minimum complement Trey Sweeney. You need a starting third baseman, and look, we can disagree about Torque. I'm not mad. Hey, if they believe in him or they think there's something there, what am I going to do? Scream and yell? I'm just saying there are plenty of first basemen right-handed. I think that makes you exponentially better in this lineup, and I would just opt for that. That's me. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. Touch table on football as well. You look at reviews for roofing companies, you're going to see a lot of negatives. Just not with Victor's because they've got the solution. I mean, poor communication is for others. They have project managers, elite communication. They are your concierge. A, they're there to keep you abreast of what's going on with your roofing job. But B, they make sure that very job they're answering your questions on, that it goes perfectly. That's how they guarantee the best experience in the game. That's how they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call today. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or you can book an appointment online at victors.com. NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. They want you to get in on the action. They're giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. You can catch every functional team in absence of having one of your own here in Detroit. Talk about whatever you like with your boys because you're going to be as versed as anyone. You'll have League Pass for a $5 bet. You get 3 free months. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get 3 months of that League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. After that free trial ends, well, full price League Pass would be charged, but you can cancel anytime. So you do what you got to do. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so believe it or not, we talked a ton of Red Wings, and Kenny Cott was just furious. More so, Jim Costa, not Jim Costa, radio host that you hear in the mornings from 6 to 10. No. I'm talking paying customer Jim Costa. Not happy with what's going on. He's like, man, he's left games early. Wings are getting booed. If you missed any of that talk, Odyssey Rewind. We also touched upon the Tigers. Now that the World Series is over, it's time for big boy. You got to go after some people. At least show me that they turned you down. At least say, hey, Juan Soto, want to come to Detroit? We got money. We got conies. We can make you a star here too. You'll be the man. And if he says no, fine. So if you missed any of that, hit the Odyssey Rewind. Mark Ryan is going to be joining us. Well, he's going to have his own show next, not joining me because I'm going home.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, one and all. November in the D. I got shorts and a polo on. Who said I was going to be suffering here?
This is the last day for that.
This is the last day? It's like Mother Nature knows that tomorrow is November 1st.
You're not from here. I'm telling you now.
That's not true this time. It'll be in the 70s next week.
There you go. You hear that? In the 70s next week, shorts and a polo.
Yeah, but it's also going to be in the 50s and 40s at night. So,
well, I didn't want to talk about that part.
Right. You get
it's
caught.
balmy.
No, you see, if you're in the middle of the day, yes. You do your show after us, and you walk out, it's going to be 45 degrees.
So you're saying
I didn't want to tell him about that part where it's going to be cold and then he'll have shorts on.
You don't want to go that route.
Hey, you think that hasn't already happened? You think that I haven't already made that long walk and said, whoa, this was fine when I got here. It's no longer okay. Happy Halloween once and all. Your best Halloween costume of all time in your life. What was it?
Oh, my God.
Here's mine. Points if you can declare what that is. Okay? Oh, come on. Too long. What is that? They can tell me from there. What is this? What is my Halloween costume?
Mark?
Cover me for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Marky Mark.
He's showing his phone of him dressed in a T-shirt and a vest.
I don't know,
Looks
man.
like he's dancing. Is this a Southern thing?
Shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. It's Ferris Bueller. Oh, come on. Come on. The best movie of all time. None of you guys even knew.
Elvis.
Oh, Elvis.
I'll take
my
Texas.
gosh. I'm dying a slow death over here. Good gosh. Rico's got the Ghostbusters shirt on, though, man. Timeless. Ageless.
Yeah, David, this was all of us.
Come on. My costume is so good, no one even knows what the hell I'm wearing.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't done the, I think maybe, and it was a simple costume because it was a costume party. I'm like, I didn't have anything, so I just put on a black suit, and I was Men in Black.
You know, you can always go wearing just normal clothes and say, I came as the best-looking guy here. You know, no one believes me when I say that, but they might believe you.
They always believe that.
There you go. There you go.
What do you got going on today?
Hey,
man?
Is Detroit versus Green Bay the biggest rivalry the D has to offer? Will Scott Harris keep his word?
Wait. Football or
all
professional
inclusive.
sports?
All inclusive. College, professional. Is Detroit Green Bay the biggest rivalry the D has to offer?
So we're not.
Ooh, you
we're
like this one. See, look at this.
I was about to say, so are we technically saying that the college teams
Sure.
don't count?
No, they count. Absolutely. The biggest rivalry here.
Okay, did you see how the game ended for 2, 4, and 3 teams?
Mm-hmm.
You don't get fights.
I would put Michigan and Ohio State and Michigan State over anything else in this area.
Well, see, that's the issue, though, David. It's that I think college fragments it, whereas everybody is behind the pro rivalries. See what I'm saying?
But see, and maybe, I think Michigan-Ohio State is a great rivalry. It's respected. Michigan State.
There's disrespect there. That's true.
There's hatred.
Very
There's
true.
disrespect. Neighbors hate each other. Family members hate each other over this. Hey, you know
I didn't
what?
talk to my son for the whole weekend.
Thanksgiving Day dinner? Let's just talk politics because I don't want to talk about the football game. That's where it's at right now. Yeah.
But see, you know you're the little brother when you're not your rival's biggest rival.
But
that's the problem.
But see, it's that type
Oh,
of
see,
thing.
look at this. It only took me 3 minutes. His blood pressure's already rising.
No, but see, that's why I would say, like, Green Bay, yeah, they invade Ford Field when the Lions were bad. But maybe it's just because I'm here. You stay in this, you're almost like Jonathan Smith. You need to be here a little while before you understand it.
Gotcha.
He didn't understand it. He understands it now.
He does.
He didn't understand it. You don't yuck it up with the opposing team coach. You walk over to that coach and say, you know what? I hope I get you fired.
I still think State is in a great spot. And I haven't heard a lot of that this week. I've heard a lot of, gosh, how did we blow this and that and the other thing? Big picture, great spot for State.
Yeah, but nobody wants to hear that.
I understand.
You want to know why?
I sure don't want to hear it.
Because of their rivalry. No, because of me.
Well, it was winnable.
Right. It's
you
like,
were right there.
Like the last 2 years, oh, man, you had no chance. This one, you lost to this guy in these quarters. You lost to Alex freaking Orgy. That's how you feel. But
will Scott Harris keep his word? My perfect Tigers offseason. I've got 2 more players were added to my list of Teflon athletes in this city. Nothing sticks to them. Okay. 2 more in the last week that I've learned about. I'll share with you who that is. The worst Halloween candy of all time, draft. Okay. One of these candies, your childhood ends the second it hits your tongue.
Wow. Probably black licorice versus anything with coconut in it.
Those chalky Necco candies, those are terrible.
Those were on lists that I saw. Necco wafers.
Those were brutal. They taste like chalk.
You know what? If you're passing out Necco candy, then David, you're allowed to do trunk or treat. You do not.
But you know
what? That's where the trick comes in, because you're going after that house. Okay, that house is getting egged.
The worse than that, though, is the people that try to do like the wholesome thing. I'm going to give you an apple. This is the day I'm allowed to be bad as a kid.
No.
Don't give me an apple.
You don't never hand out something that can be used as a weapon. You hand out an apple, your house and your car are going to get pelted with apples. I'm not advocating violence, people. I'm just saying, back when I was a kid and that was allowed. You know, it's like concussions in football. That's not allowed anymore. It's like water breaks in football. That wasn't allowed back then. Now it is. It's mandated. You handed out apples. You did it at your own expense.
You're wearing the apple.
Or your house may get hit with a few apples. Allegedly. Mark Ryan up next, 97.1.